I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for
for
which
which it
is
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
and justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
I'm a good girl.
Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. I want to add a little caveat. We will begin saying the Pledge of Allegiance before every show, just like that, every time. Whether my guests join me or not is up to them. Marte, of course, did. But after yesterday and everything that happened, I thought to myself, why are we so messed up or in this position to begin with? Why are we here? And I thought, well, we're not saying our Pledge of Allegiance. We don't know who we're loyal to. We're not here being patriots and celebrating patriotism at its finest. So, from the chat, you're welcome to join in on saying those things with me. You can say it at home while we're doing it, but I intend on making this a thing. It's going to be a thing. We're going to do it every time. So get used to it. If you don't like it, you're not patriotic enough, and I don't want you here. Okay. Anyways, joining me this evening, we have the awesome, amazing Marte Reyes. Reyes. With the claim that porn stars can be saved. Can they be saved, Marte? I want to hear all about it. What's your whole thought process here?
Well, if I'm going to open up, I think let's just cut through the bullshit here. I don't think the main claim is can they be saved, although that is the prompt, and I acknowledge that a lot. I think the big thing is, can he be talking down to other people because he was guilty of the same thing? That's also one of the claims too. Another thing too is, moving forward, let's be honest here. Body count does matter. It matters a whole lot, especially when we talk about women. But does that apply to men? I mean, I don't hear that much talk with men, but that's not my argument. The reason why I'm saying this is because when we look at porn stars and we look at people that have been doing adult work and sex work, a lot of this is demonized, and rightfully so. I think that shame and guilt and actually even sometimes insults is necessary. I often felt a lot of shame, guilt, and insults recently getting drugged through the mud through past things that have happened a little over 10 years ago. Yes, I was involved in the porn industry. Whether or not I had sex or not, that's not the issue. I didn't, by the way, have sex with anybody. My body count is 0. I was basically like a eunuch the whole time. I might as well have been. But here's the thing, though. Even if a guy was in the adult industry and all they did was try to get their hand pregnant, they're still guilty of doing porn. I know this because I was drugged through the mud recently through this, no matter what. And it's like I was used as a weapon against friends, close friends of mine. I don't know if anybody's privy to this, but here's the thing, though. Conjoining this lies Christianity. We have the likes of Nala and other people in the industry, and we've been told this rhetoric. People use this as the, porn to Christian pipeline. I've heard this. A lot of people have heard this, and this is a thing that a lot of people are using to shield themselves from criticism. I myself am not using this to shield myself from criticism. I actually implore the criticism, and people are rightfully justified for criticizing me.
Right.
Now, whether or not I'm saved, this can be spoken about on 2 different accounts. There's the saved as far as like my salvation and making salvific claims that we have. There's that, because there's 2 different versions we need to address. And then there's saved from the streets and saved from nuclear families and cautionary tales, what not to do, and my chances of finding a mate going down, saved from the persecution of my past. So there's 2 different kinds of saves that I present to you. So the first thing that I'll talk about, I'll justify, because my critics will come at me and they'll say, wait, hold on. Have you tried to hide any of this? No, I haven't. I came out about actually well over a year ago talking about this. Shame is important. You're never going to hear pushback for shame from me. You'll never hear this. Guilt, I think it's a necessary tool. It's an internal moral compass that we have. It deters harmful actions by triggering discomfort, and I think discomfort triggering is good. Now, here's the heart of the matter. When people talk about saved, we're talking about weak accountability. Now, therein lies the rub when we expose people who are grifters or not. Weak accountability. You'll see people who lie. They'll lie about their past. They'll hide their past, and they'll make excuses for this. Now, this happens all the time. I may sound like I'm defecting from the subject at hand, but I'm not. All these things are in question when it comes to being saved. A lot of this has to do with being firm, fair, and consistent in your beliefs. And that's the opening statement so far. I have more, but I don't want to have a whole Stephen King novel for you of horror stories with what I do.
Give me, well, okay, let's start with the shame concept. Like, where's the boundary line for shame? Because I do think that there is a degree where it can be overdone or done to a degree where it's not helpful. It's in fact just hurtful. So explain the level of shame that you believe is, or if you don't have a boundary, let's dive into that.
I don't think I have much of a boundary myself because I'm a blood sports debater. I mean, I'll even call myself that. I think that if I'm attacking people's rhetoric, I have the green light. Wouldn't you agree that I should be attacked just the same when it comes to my ideology and my belief system, because I'm competent in fighting back and defending myself. But I think other people that are more likely defenseless when it comes to rhetoric and using logic to defend themselves from shame, I think that there is a line. I think that when you're pummeling somebody and they're outmatched when it comes to their past, I think there's a line when it comes to, just understanding we have to give some people grace. Just understand we can't undo the past. I can't Marty McFly myself, even though my first name sounds like the kind, but it sounds. But when we look at my name, I'm not the guy that's going to take a DeLorean, go back in the past, and just knock the, porn subscription out of my hand. It's not going to happen. We all know we have to live in reality. But when it comes to shame, I do believe that there's a fine line. But when you talk to somebody and they acknowledge it, here's where the fine line is. Acceptance. If they say, hey, I take accountability for it, I was wrong, then stop. But if you're going to continue this persecution and pummel them, then all you're doing is just stabbing, and this is becoming a selfish act of just violence. And yes, I am going to use a very liberal talking point when we talk about this. But yes, this is what this does is, and you're talking about an industry of people who delete themselves. The depression rate through this industry is huge. I experienced it myself. So if you're going to attack somebody and they've already acknowledged this, now all you're doing is just plummeting mental health, and you're actually attacking more of them that they have left. And we don't know how much more people have left when they go home at night and unpack their mind at the end of the day. You could be devastating somebody much more than you need to, because think about it. What investment do we have by tearing down somebody even more when we can't undo the past? They've already admitted to this. But if you're talking about somebody who has weak accountability and they don't want to admit to any of this stuff, then I guess throw haymakers, if you will, because I think that when other people see this, you could be villainized, but it depends on how you do this. There's a lot to unpack here when it comes to that.
Well, okay. You mentioned if somebody accepts and like takes ownership of the wrongdoing, um, that you should kind of like leave it alone at that point. But I don't think that that is necessarily always the case. I mean, and I know that you're not speaking from all of the red pillar, like the Myron Gaines and so on and so forth of the space, but we see a lot of that where it doesn't matter at that point what a girl says. It's just you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Or even more so, some things outside of their reach, like, well, you're a single mom, you're this years old, you're this, that, you have a body count of this, you know. And if from a women's perspective, if I may, it kind of feels like it doesn't matter what I do at this point, everything's wrong. So to me, for those girls out there who are doing the porn or the OnlyFans or the whatevers, um, it's kind of like you're gonna shame me one way or the other. I may as well make money doing it, right? In that light, I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying from a woman's perspective, it doesn't matter what I do, right? So for those OnlyFans girls, it's kind of like whatever. You're gonna hate me one way or the other. You're gonna shame me, even if I stop, even if I don't, even if I was a virgin up until I've even seen women who are virgins until they're 35 and they're just waiting for the right man, and they still have been shamed for that. So uh, I don't know. Chime in on what is there a thought process to that?
Well, I think that, shame kind of helps out a whole lot. I mean, we're talking about people that feel exposed or unworthy when they violate shared norms, right? Encouraging things like self-regulation, avoiding negative consequences. Social consequences are extremely important to avoid. I mean, think about it. If you're shaming littering, that can basically deter environmental harm by making offenders feel judged, prompting better behavior for a better society. Now you have less litter in the streets. We're talking about things like banning, right? Which leads to, and this is like a really big stretch. In Singapore, you can't spit gum out because you'll be caned or arrested.
Mhm.
But the shame in this was so big that now we pass laws. So it's like nobody ever does this anymore. So, I mean, in a sense, bans kind of do work to some degree. Singapore's a good excuse or example. But when it comes to shaming, it helps a whole lot. Now, what you bring up is the knife cutting both sides. So I'll give you one point because you gave me the female version of this, or the woman's version, because I know women hate when I say female. That's another conversation. But when I say the man's version of this is, even though I had no body count, because even when I was in the industry, I had no sex, people can say, well, I don't have sex. Now I'm demonized because I'm called an incel because I don't have sex. But I don't hear about men being called whores, but that should be shamed too. That's bad. But you see how both sides of the coin are bad in
Oh
this?
yeah, absolutely.
I might as well just hoe myself out, because then that's not bad. And that you're going to demonize me for being an incel, for not having sex and being disciplined with what you would call dick discipline. I get demonized either way. So I can see your whole point. So it makes
Mhm.
total sense.
Oh yeah, but
Or
do you have the opportunity to whore yourself out?
I have a ton of opportunities. Here's the thing though. I can be a hoe tonight if I wanted to, or tomorrow. My DMs, all I have to do is just reach it. And I'm not flexing. This is not a flex. If you could do this, I can go to my DMs and say, hey, let's go for coffee. They know what it means when I say go for coffee. We're probably not even going to go get some coffee. And the problem with this is if you are at a position or at a place where you can do this, I know I can, and I'm not bragging about this, but the person who can deny their flesh and say no to certain things because they're not, it's not going to lead to a family. It's not going to lead to a nuclear family. Most of all, it's not going to lead to marriage or kids or something that's going to be sustainable for the population, because we have a birth declining problem right now, a decline of birth rate. And we also have a decline in marital rates. So what am I promoting if I'm going out there and just getting laid because I have the opportunity, because I can? I think that the people who can do things and don't do them are better for doing this, enacting their discipline. I think that's better. I don't care if I get it called an insult. So the time I'm like 10 years or 20 years later on and I'm still an insult, I don't care, but I'm not promoting negative behavior. So I'll take that kind of shame. So you have to choose which kind of shame you want. There's virtuous shame, and then there's shame for doing something that's bad, and you're a bad contributor or bad interlocker when it comes to societal norms, for sure.
That's fair. That's fair. So then, I mean, where do we draw the line of what is to be shamed? I mean, I could shame you for picking your nose, and that's pretty innocent, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but there's a whole health reason behind it, and the germs, and the this and the that, yada yada yada. And that's something that's simple enough. But I could also shame you for being a man whore, which most of society doesn't promote shaming of man whorishness. That like where where does our morality start to kick in and engage to the level of justified shame?
Well, I want to bring up another point, Sarah, one that gets often brought to the forefront, and it's this mantra. I'm pretty sure you've heard this before. Well, she's done with her whoring. How convenient she found Christ. He's done with his whoring. Oh, how convenient that he found Christ. Oh, how convenient that you had all your fill and your fun, and then now you want to be accountable. I think that shame should be done to prevent any of these stories. I think that if you're the person saying, and it's a really bad look because it makes me look disingenuous when I'm an older person in my younger days. I mean, I can't really say that this is like a qualifying or an example of me having solo content. I mean, I hoard myself with myself. What am I going to say? Like, it's like, but everybody else does the same thing. But you hear what I'm doing? I'm making excuses. I think the moment we could stop making excuses and promote societal norms of people feeling bad about things, I think that guilt should be a normative response. I think when individuals or institutions face minimal repercussions for actions like negligence, I think when there's corruption or incompetence, I think that this is really bad. I think especially for the public, we can mitigate this by using shame. But the problem with this is now we have the part where it looks disingenuous, where like, you have the person that's some rich philanthropist that's abused his money and did BDSM content and trafficked kids and everything else. And then at the end of this, he never got caught. And he's like, well, I found Christ. That's bad. Like, this is bad. Like, and that's the thing that I really want to kind of target a little bit is the use of disingenuous shielding that people do. That's bad. I think
Okay.
when we're talking about guilt, going back to the guilt thing, I think that guilt is extremely important, but we need to nip this at the bud. We need to start. I think this is a grander scale than I'm talking about, like what Utah's doing with Pornhub, just banning that and then starting to do a ban. I think that's going to help. That conversation's good. I think, when back in the day when we had spinsters, when women grew old and they were shamed for, that was like the female incel. I don't think that that's something that was talked about, but I think that if we could start bringing things back, we can use propaganda. I think words are propaganda as well, too. We can propagandize words and weaponize them to kind of influence culture. By the way, Charlie Kirk was good at this. He was using words to influence culture and move the needle when it came to the cultural forefront and grab the ears of the youth and have them kind of have this movement. Now all of a sudden he's preaching monogamous relationships, and not having sex before marriage, things like this. This was like a mantra of his. I think that this may have caused shame in people because maybe they looked up to him. And when he was saying this, a sex worker could have heard this, and maybe we don't know this, but maybe she could have changed her mind.
Well, even at that, he caught. I mean, okay, when yesterday happened, my daughter knew you sent me that message, and at the same time you sent me that message, and I looked up from my phone and I thought, oh my God, my daughter came and told me the same exact thing. She's 16 years old, and it affected her and her friends. So what Charlie Kirk was doing was he was basically leading the impact on the youth, because that the age, I think 16 to 20 is the most influential stage for them. Because and then that's when they leave home, like that's when you want to That's when you want to, use your guardrails very wisely as a parent is at this prime age. And so his ability to lead the impact at that influential stage, catch them before they get stupid, right? And he was leading, but he was leading in positivity. He was leading with the correct rhetoric and narrative in order to uh, kind of lay the seed down and watch the flower grow, so that later on we don't have to shame them, right? Because they're already being influenced from the get-go, so that they already think, oh, he's making sense. That sounds right. Like, this is smart, and he's able to defend it with logic and reasoning, and every he throws everything into his defense line, so you can't doubt it, right? There's no doubt in what he's saying,
True.
and that's so we actually, I don't think we'll have to necessarily get to a point of shaming in the future, because we're catching them at the early age now, to where they're already doing the job that they need to be doing once they hit that age, right?
It's a hard battle to fight. And the reason why it's a hard battle to fight is you can go, matter of fact, I implore you to do this yourself. Get on your Instagram or Facebook, and you're going to see softcore porn. These are dating sites. These are things, and women are pulling their cleavage down more. So it's it's kind of insinuated for the most part. It's we have porn everywhere. So it's seeds are being planted no matter where you go. So we're fighting such a massive war. It's almost like somebody talking about the drug war that was the dumbest war ever fought, and has it ever worked? It's the same conversation, only it's we have digital opioids that we're fighting. And it's now that we're fighting this, our kids are opening up their phone. All they have to do is press, I'm 18, but where's the ID check? Where's the parent? And it's there's no safeguards. What Charlie Kirk did was hit this off at the front end of everything. And he used entertainment, he used culture. It was almost when he was doing this, it was he caught the ear of the youth. Now, where I come in is, of course, I get demonized, because it's convenient for you to do this and then get on the back end. Now, I will say that there's a difference and a distinction between me and Nala Ray. Nala Ray she literally had sex on camera. Can't deny it. I mean, if she said she was baptized before, a bukkake is not a baptism, by the way. I'm just going to remind you guys this. So when we get back to this, I had solo content. Let's be clear. All I did was try to get my hand pregnant on camera, to do cowboy shoots, things like this, but going into this, I'm no worse than her. It's all degenerate shit. Let's be honest. I'm not making excuses just because she had sex on camera, and I didn't. It's all bad. I don't want kids to open up that, press I am 18. Here's the difference. And I'm going to hit home with this. I don't have a ministry. She has a ministry. This was a big thing, a big issue. So when we talk about, can porn stars be saved? Well, her transition was literally almost overnight. It was within a month's time. Me, it was years. It was years behind me, 10 years behind me. Maybe even the OF was still open, a few years ago. But here's the thing, though, is if it's long since been behind me, I never hit it. And then here's the other thing too. You can hold me to the same account and say that, she's just as bad as I am. So here's the thing. Everything gets exposed over time. So if you're talking about if somebody can be saved, going back to the prompt, once again, I think the only thing that can really reveal this is the true polygraph, and that's time. And then not to mention that, but honesty. Honesty gets revealed. So if you're honest and you're consistent, then I do believe that, I can't make a salvific claim and say who can be saved and, if you can be saved or not. But what I can say is that I believe it's possible. I believe that if you're genuine and you're repentant, this can happen. Society isn't going to give you no slack. I'll tell you that. When it comes to the dating market, you're going to get out there and then somebody's going to find things out. I'll tell you, Sarah, I was on the dating market for a bit. I've since taken a break because it's been pretty brutal, especially in light of recent scandals that came out. Women will Google you, and what they'll do is, because women want to feel safe ever since this T app came out, women have been invested in finding out your past. And when they're invested in finding out your past, guess what's going to show up? Everything. If they scroll long enough, something's going to pop up. And if a woman is telling me, Marte, so you're gay? Oh man, that's a can of worms. Now I have to explain all this shit. But you understand, it's like that's the other version of can I be saved? Can I be saved from the consequences of my past when it comes to being in a relationship? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. When I'm in a relationship, or well, when I'm attempting to talk to people that want to be in a relationship with me, I open up with this somewhere in the first date and talk about it and just get it out of the way, and then say all the brutal details. Hey, I did solo content. I'm just going to let you know this and that. If I tell them, it eliminates so much heartache towards the past, because for one, it's the same thing as being saved in the Christianity sense. You're not hiding this. It's out in the open. This isn't you. You're not leading with this, like saying, this is my identity. I embody myself as a porn star. No, this isn't that. But I think it's good to be forthcoming. Like if you're a woman saying, hey, I used to strip 10 years ago. Now, the person, if they decide not to date you, is fully, they're righteous in their ability to say, I have my preference in not dating you. They're entitled to these opinions. Well, that's the thing, though. I have to face my consequences and live with this. This is I made 10 years ago, just like she would,
So let me ask you this, Marte, since you have obviously participated in some solo shots there. If another woman, if you go on a date with a woman and she says, yeah, I used to do porn. It was a stupid mistake. That was 10 years ago. I'm not doing it anymore. In fact, I go to church on a daily basis. Praise God. And I've been celibate for the 10 years as well, yada, yada, yada. I'd like to get married, settle down, have babies, blah, 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 blah. Would you accept that?
Well, it depends. I would say, well, what kind of porn did you participate in? Were you having guys with bukkake and everything else? If it was the same thing I did, I can now be justified and say, hey, I can say no, because I didn't do anything more than that. Now it's semantics, right? The issue with this is like semantics are important to my preferences. I could say, well, if you exposed yourself to diseases, illness, and guys were actively banging you, there's a massive difference in my opinion. Now it's all degenerate. I didn't have people that I was banging. I didn't expose myself to diseases or illnesses. I didn't have to use protection because, I mean, let's face it. If you're hamburger helpering yourself right now, what kind of protection do you need? Box instructions, like you literally are born with everything you need. So it's like, I'm not exposing myself to anybody else's behavior or their diseases or illnesses or anything like that. Now, if she did porn, I think that that's dramatically different. I would say, did you have partners during this time? Because now you see where the justification is, where I can at least ask and have a guideline of preferences and say, I didn't expose myself. You did, or let's say she didn't, Sarah. I'll even give you this. Let's say she did just do solo content and she used like utensils. We'll just call them utensils.
That's a good way to put it.
She was
Okay.
the kitchen extraordinaire, and she went to go to the produce section and grab things, but they weren't for cooking, right? Let's say she was the chef, and she was the chef in the kitchen and did chef videos online on her OF, right? I would say, okay, so you did solo chef videos. You were cooking the kitty, on camera. This is all you were doing. Like, okay, cool.
You gotta mix it up. Blend it really good.
All she did was mixing the meow mix. And if all she did was mix meow mix on the camera, I would say, okay, cool. You weren't with partners. You weren't being banged or ran through. All you did was have a meow mix chef network, and that's it. Okay, whatever. I'd have to live with the consequences because they would judge me just the same. She can then throw it at me and it's equal play. She'd say, well, they're judging me because they, subscribe to my OF meow mix. And I'd say, okay, well, they were subscribed. I had people subscribe to his thing. And this is what happened. Like she'd throw it in my direction and say, well, people are subscribed to his. So we're even. It's even Steven. So I think there's a massive difference. So I think that when it comes to this kind of content, semantics are extremely important. Mm-hmm. I think if you were a brothel worker.
Okay, what if she had like one boyfriend that she did her porn with? Like it was just one boyfriend and they did content for a couple years, made her money, and then they broke up, and then she decided, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore.
I'd say no. And here's the reason why I'd say no. Because I now have a living montage online of another guy banging you. It's a different visceral reaction to me watching you chef it up in the kitchen with a cucumber. It's way different. I mean, if you're a vegan, and you're not having anything as far as a carnivore diet when you're doing this, and you're strictly doing vegan activities, doing meow mix stuff, that's it. It's a big distinction. But if you're a carnivore during this whole period of time and all you're doing is being a meat eater and you're just taking meat, that's bad, because now I'm seeing this. I'm seeing what another guy did to you. For me, it's like seeing Mr. Cucumber with you. It's, it's whatever. I know it's gross. All this conversation is just disgusting right now. I would rather a woman not do any of this stuff. But if I had to, if this was a conversation, if I had to take a vegan, I would over a meat eater. I would every time. And you know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Well, I mean, that's her boyfriend though, right? I mean, like obviously,
Yeah, but I don't want to see your appetite on camera. If I'm seeing your appetite,
well, but are you gonna? Let me ask you this: are you gonna go searching for it? What if she removed the accounts? It's all gone. She hasn't been making money off of it for 10 years. Everything's gone. Like at least to her, as much as she could scrub it. To my thought, like as hypothetically as I could put this in place, like she just scrubbed everything. Like then what? And you like
that's
Googling.
That's probably when you said as much as she can. You understand how problematic this is, because there's there's a lot of uncertainty there. Mind you, in the porn industry, I remember I tried to delete stuff from different accounts, even though I didn't own the rights to any of this stuff. You got to remember, some of this is from servers from Argentina, from Ecuador, from Brazil. A bunch of other servers are outside the US. So if you're going to subpoena people to get rid of your content, yeah, good luck on this. So when you say as much as she could, yeah, that's problematic, because.
But I mean, are you going to go searching for it?
Well, that's not the problem, is me searching for it. It's if it finds me. I don't have to find things for the most part.
How would it find you? Are you like, how would her porn find you?
Sarah, let's say you and I are in a relationship. This is fake, by the way. This never happened. Wink, wink. By the way, let's say that this happened. Long, awkward pause here. Anyways, let's say this happened. God, I said that too many times already.
You did. And are you trying to manifest it?
No, I'm not manifesting this, Sarah. Wait, Sarah, I see what you're doing. This is a big time throw.
Sorry, Marte. You're not the only one who's tried macking on me in this space.
I'm being serious.
It's okay. Marte, I know you got the hots for me. We get it.
Right now, Sarah, I'm a vegan. I know you're a carnivore right now. You say carnivores can't be in the same room right now. So what would the male meow mix be? Whatever that is. I need somebody
who's fun, chat. Get him.
Whatever the male meow mix is. Super chat the male meow mix. I don't know what that would be. But anyways, the problem with this is if two people are in a relationship, I think that preferences are extremely important regardless. It doesn't matter. I think that if you're together with somebody, you have to make a decision. Now, granted, I think we're all entitled to judgment. And this is where the save part is when it comes to other relationships. If I want to save myself from the public square of scrutiny, yeah, good luck on that too. I can't even be saved from that. But what I can do, here's where the save comes in from that. This is the secular argument, is if I'm accountable and I don't open up with this, meaning I'm not making it my identity, but I casually say, hey, I used to do that back in the day. It was stupid. Don't do it, whatever. And I could just plant a seed. If I can do this, then it helps save me a little bit more. I'm not making an absolute claim, but it is saving me a little bit more because people are going to be more inclined to trust me, especially if I said, well, hold on, there's a distinction. It was just solo content, even though it's on gay sites, which looks retarded as hell for my dating. Like, you want to talk about a dating nightmare disaster? Have a woman like just Google your name and be like, oh, is he bisexual? This thing says you're bisexual. No, these people, I don't like when you're in the fitness industry, people put your pictures everywhere and you don't have control where it goes. And people write bios about you that you never written in your life. I found out I was on escort sites. I've never done an escort job in my life. So it's like, I had a tech guru. She was like, I think her name's Josie. She went through my whole history, the metadata, everything else, couldn't find anything. And she was neutral. She was like, since these two jerks won't find dirt on you, and they blocked me, I'm going to find dirt on him myself, because if he's guilty of this, why don't we find out? There was nothing. all the metadata, nothing, right? Now, the problem with this is if a woman wants to date me and we're talking about being saved, this could be anything. This could be saved for Christianity or saved from a relationship, from participating in traditional norms of society when it comes to marriage and things like this. I have to actually be, I would say I would have to take the initiative and say, hey, listen, I have to talk to you about something. This conversation I hate to have, but it's necessary. This saves me a great deal. I've spoken with women, and that hasn't been the thing that has broken our conversations. Like if you're open with women, you'd be surprised with how much you get for being honest. But the moment you lie to people, the moment you lack accountability and you're dishonest and you're incongruent, there's nothing that chases women away much more than that. Your leadership abilities are shit now to her, so it's all bad.
No, I agree with that. So then, I mean, but couldn't someone outside of dating, couldn't anyone still say uh, like I understand you're still taking ownership and accountability, but couldn't someone still say like, well, why would you make such a stupid decision to begin with? Like,
Yeah.
and I understand when we're young, we make dumb choices, but like, how dumb is dumb? At what point should you have, uh, you know, had common sense to think, yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
Well, here's the thing. It's funny because the fitness industry is rife with a lot of people that like to take advantage of people. There's a big disparity when it comes to pay gap. If you look at porn stars, women get paid a lot when they're talking about the physical activity of doing whatever that is, carnivore activities. We'll just call it that. If they're meat eaters and they're carnivores, they're going to get paid way more than men who are carnivores and meat eaters. Well, they're not meat eaters, actually. They're meat delivery systems. So we're going to say that. So if you have the men aren't going to get paid that much. The women get paid everything, that the men wish they would have gotten. Now, when it came to the solo content industry, you got to understand, I started off as a amateur bodybuilder. The bodybuilding costs so much fucking money, so much. The meal prep, the food. Think about how easy it is to be a fat ass. The dollar menu is like easy and cheap for broke people to eat all day. It's easy to get fat, but think about it. If you're going to go to Salad and Go, get a chicken breast that's grilled, no preservative, it's expensive as shit. This economy's crazy. It's no different than anybody who's a bodybuilder. It's expensive. So when I started out, I was doing fitness photo shoots. I was in Men's Health Magazine, Muscular Development. I have a stack of magazines where I was in doing advertising. I wrote a column for
I
Iron
bet
Man.
you had some magazines.
Well, I wasn't in those magazines.
Yeah.
Fitness magazines. All I was doing was fitness content and bodybuilding. What people will do is they'll come in and say, hey, Marte, what you wear on stage as a bodybuilder, you can crumple up in your hand like this. Well, you're only wearing the same amount of clothes. What's the difference? And they start talking to you like this. And you're like, damn, I do need to buy more steak. But you see how all this is culminating into a big storm of like, it's not that big of a difference. And then the next photographer comes up and says, you know what? If you just do implied nudity, it's not that bad. And next thing you know, you're covering your junk with your hands. And you're like, okay, well, I'm just hiding the fact that I'm a carnivore and that's it. And all I'm doing is just vegan activities. And it's like, that's all I'm doing. And next thing you know, the next photographer tells you some shit like, all right, well, if you don't work with me, I'm going to tell them that you're impossible to work with and burn bridges. Well, the disparity in pay gap is so low on the men's side that it's like, fuck, let me just do this because it's not that bad. And then you get pressured. I wish we had agents. I wish I had a coach or an agent at the time telling me, hey, don't do this because they're going to slowly start talking you into this industry. And that's how it all started. So when people say, well, you could not make a stupid decision. Well, you're already on stage in front of thousands of people winning a bodybuilding show wearing like, you're almost damn near naked. So there's like you see how it's like inches? It's a death by 1,000 cuts.
Well,
the opposite way.
But I mean, to be vulnerable, or maybe some would say gullible, like we kind of pin that um trait onto females more than we do males. And I would even go as far as saying, like, you can't be gullible and vulnerable to stupid shit people say if you have your boundaries and your foundation that you stand on, right? So, like, if somebody says, well, what's just taking off the cloth, like, and if you have your foundational principles and moral grounding, you'd be like, hey, look, I understand what you're saying. That's great, but that goes against my value system. But thanks, though. Right? Like, to me, a man who stands up and says, no, that's okay, would be promoting more leadership skills later on down the road, even more so. Like, if he's willing to stand up to that, something as simple as taking your underwear off, then he's willing to stand up to many other things. So would that mean that your foundations were faulty? Your principles were not in place?
We
Because
do trade-offs. We do trade-offs all the time. And that's how we did. We do mental gymnastics with ourselves. Let's not bullshit ourselves, Sarah. This is what we do. We do this all the time. And when I say we, I mean me. It's like I did this at the time, and it was like, all right, I could say I don't stand for my principles, but if I buy this what was it, a Lincoln Navigator, and then pay for my condo for a whole year, it's like, yeah, I can stand for myself anytime after I buy all this. It's like, and I bought a BMW, and I was like, well, I'm getting paid so much money. Well, I was getting paid pretty good money. I was making like, I mean, to me, it may not be a lot of money, but at the time in the fitness industry, getting $15,000 a month without even like doing the shoots, this was like just cam work and everything else, was like, that was my side hustle. I was getting 15 a month. I'm like, well, to me, it's like, you could say, well, you didn't stand up for yourself for your morals and principles. Well, I wasn't a Christian at the time. I more or less was like trying to keep up with the Joneses. I had a group of people who were peers. They weren't really friends at the time, but we were competing. It was like, this person had a better car than me. Well, they got a better watch than me. And I was in this group, which was a really bad group to be in. So standing up for yourself was like, well, I can provide more. And that's what it was at the time. It was like, well, look at me. I have another car and my condo's paid. I don't have any bills for the next year, and because they're all paid up. And it's like, I feel like a king. So it's like, yeah, it's worth it for me to do this at the time. And I didn't have the foresight to think about all these things that I couldn't take off the internet and weren't going to go anywhere, or the life ruination of, I'm going to apply for this job. Oh, I can't do it. I can't be a teacher. I can't run for Congress because I get crucified. Let's be honest. And then I can't go into this industry or that industry. Now, thankfully, I did get back into law enforcement, which is a whole different story. But it was like, it wasn't that bad, I guess. It could have been worse. If I had done like actual content with people, maybe that would have been worse. But I think here's the thing. I think guys are treated differently than women were. If I was a woman that did this, I wouldn't have been able to get back into law enforcement. Let me just be open and honest about that. Because I think different industries treat different sexes differently to some degree. That I've seen it happen. People can say, well, that's just an anecdote. Well, yeah, take it for what it is. But yeah, my standing up for myself was like materialism at the time. And I think that's a very secular stance. And I'm on the other side of that. I'm against that because one last point, Sarah. If I looked at all the money I made during that time and I was flossing, I was a boss and doing all this, I have nothing to show for it, but they do. It's still online somewhere. Like, and I'm like, I can't, I like, where's that at? It's gone. It's fleeting. Was it worth it? No, it's not worth it at all, because I'm at the other end where it's like, I still have to work and I still have to make money. It's not here. The money I made then isn't here right now. So it's a big L the other way around. So it's not a W.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anybody could make that trade-off. And maybe that's, I don't know. I compare it to right now, and what could I do right now? I could, not that I want to, but I could, right? I could try my hand at the OF side of things. So the OF streaming, right? I stream here. We keep it clean. Even that one night I had a millionaire bachelor on here telling me that, well, you'd make more money if you showed some cleavage and you did this and you did that and yada yada, you stream in a bra and blah 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 blah. And I was just like, no. Absolutely not. And as much as I mean, he's a douchebag anyways, but like sitting there trying to convince me, well, you'll make more money. And it's like, well, yeah, money's great, but my reputation is greater. Right. And I think that we run very well into death flow. I've said that too, Sarah. Yeah, of course you have. But I think that I actually harness more in terms of my reputation, my ability to push forward by not doing those things, right? Well, there's other little small like details like putting lip gloss on, right? That's very feminine and cute and adorable, but I'm not like, I don't have my boobs hanging out. I don't portray that. Um, it's not my feature here. But I think in a lot of places, people put money or materialistic or right here, right now, impulse decisions first. And I think a lot of us do that in our early 20s, right? When we're fresh out the gate and we like are learning those systems and also figuring out what our principles and core values are. But I think, and I'm going to tie this all back around to Charlie Kirk, that's why it was so important that he was impacting our youth with those values and core principles that they needed so that by the time they hit 20, 21, 22, they weren't going to make those stupid decisions because they had a firm foundation to stand on. They were hearing it, they were understanding it. It was, church, God, and family, or I'm what do I just say? God, country, God, and family. Like those three core features and foundational pieces were his push. And so when we have good guidance in the beginning, we don't make those mistakes. And maybe you just weren't, you said you had that secular standpoint, you didn't have those principles, you only became a Christian later on. And so again, at what point do we allow forgiveness, and at what point do we uh do we allow the ability for someone to learn mistakes along the way, no matter whether it's a life consequence, it's something that will always pop up. Do we still say, hey, can you learn something from it, right? And can you still lead a normal life or get back to normal things?
Well, here's the thing though. You're talking about ebbs and flows here. When you have a life that you're trying to, and I'm not going to say I'm escaping this life. I turn my life and I change my life. I'm not running from anything. So
Mhm.
basically, let me just kind of round things up to a point here. You could be showing some tits and ass and make a lot more money on content. But here's the thing, though. We have families, we have loved ones around us, and our image is extremely important. Mine is, I'll never be able to have this squeaky clean image. So there's two things that I'll bring up. Let's say that I had a pure white, bleached history. There was no accusations, nothing questionable that ever came up. If I came out here and started debating OF models, they could then say something to the effect of, well, you have no experience to talk about anything like this. What do you know about OF work? How are you? Sure must be nice coming from the suburbs, protected from all this. You don't know what it's like. Like that would be the debate. So it's like when you think about shame, I could be shamed for being too clean. So it's like there's also this. Nobody ever talks about any of this stuff that happens. So it's like when I had this little tiff online and it was like a little disagreement. And I think it was just to bring up the little thing that got started. I'm just gonna tie this all in.
Mhm.
When somebody said that you are a biased cunt, I was like, how is she biased? Why would I show up to a fight when the ref is rigging everything? To me, this doesn't make any sense. Well, Marte, you're white knighting. Hold on, this could apply to a male referee anyways. How am I white knighting? How is she biased? They wouldn't answer this, and
They
guess
couldn't
what happened?
answer that.
They couldn't answer this, and guess what happened? The wall. You ever see the movie The Mummy Returns with that big ass wall of sand came? These were
Mhm.
my past and historical allegations.
They flipped it. You know
Hey,
what? I will say it was nice because they flipped everything to you, and I was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and leave this conversation and walk away.
I
Enjoy
guess I
that,
was.
Marte.
I came and took all the hits. Like I have like 50 million arrows in my back. And what I did was I kind of shielded Sarah. So yeah, I guess I'm a white knight if you want to call me that. But
Oh
how a white look, I have too many shades to be a white knight right now. But back to this, I think that during that whole conversation, the amount of backlash I got wasn't like I didn't attack them at all or do any of this. This is an example of shame. So when you are a former porn star and people find things out, they are going to come for you. And when they go after you, they're basically coming with everything. They're going to load questions, load answers, load everything else to where it's like, oh, you're a gay person. You've done this. You've sucked all this D on camera. Never happened, by the way. There's no video. I didn't do anything.
But even at that, right, to get to the crux of it, like these two ding dongs, you always have to consider the source of critique, right? If
Sure.
if my father or mother came to me with critique and said things to me, or said that's wrong, don't do that, or whatever the case, I would take that to heart, or said something that I had done, or like to my past, or anything like that. I would take that and it would hurt, right? Because I consider the source and I respect the source and the critique. But two ding dongs on the internet, do you know how much I get called shit left and right and center? For them calling me the C word or saying you're a biased moderator, I look at the source. These are the same people who obviously didn't. I was trying to get like that's how this all got started, because um uh a Misfit Patriot had tagged me saying, hey, set up a debate with these, this ding dong or whatever, and I just simply reached out and said, hey, did you want to do this, yada yada, whatever. And then they just turned on me, and I was like, look, I'm just like, I got called, I got a page, and I was just sent here to do my job, but have a nice day. And considering that Misfit Patriot was trying to get them to debate and they were not obliging it, right? And they just wanted to talk crap the whole time. That tells me consider the source. They don't know what a good moderator does because they're attacking the fucking moderator. Right? Like it just does it, like even before the debate even happens and they're trying to set it up. So when people say all this crazy stuff, it's just kind of like, whatever, attack, whatever. I don't care.
And you may be a mater, but I'm a martyr. After that day, that's what literally happened. I came in and I got bombed with everything. Now, granted, it's going to happen, Sarah. If you think this is the last time that they're going to attack me or use me as an attack vector towards Andrew Wilson or anybody else, literally that's what they tried to do. That's what led to me and Andrew getting into a space and meeting our accusers. Well, it's going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
I just got into a big argument with Roma Army, and her whole army of like toy soldiers is coming out. So guess what's going to happen? My past is going to come up, and then I'm going to have a response video. And believe it or not, you might have to host a debate between me and Roma Army. I have words I want to say, but I'm not going to say here because that's not what this debate is about. But going back to this, I think that no matter what you do, especially in the limelight of what I do, in the work I do, in the trenches doing debates, all is fair in love and war when it comes to picking up a sword. Now, granted, people like Flow State have found things out in the past because I slipped on other podcasts and said things like I was a Fed.
And his ears just perk up. It was
He
like
came and said,
the bat signal got sent, and it said, Flo, there's a panel that's calling your name that you need to go listen to right now. And while you're getting there, I have dropped the link into the chat if anybody wants to jump on and join the conversation. We'll open the panel up here in just a few minutes. But go ahead and start jumping backstage now. But go on, Marte.
Yeah, but shame rears its ugly head in so many ways. You used to be a Fed. What's your opinion about drugs? And it's like, oh man. It's like, oh, somebody above me used to work for the DA. Yes, I know that. Well, what department? And it's like, I saw this whole response video. Flo did this whole thing. And I'm like, so here's the thing. It's now, not only do I have the porn past, I have the Fed past, and I'm like, oh man. So here's the thing though, Sarah, all this is good. People could say it's bad that these two idiots and ding dongs attack me. No, they were supposed to, because everybody, including the bad, has a purpose. All this does is just embolden my purpose. Like Charlie Kirk, they try to take him out. I'm not by no means comparing myself to him. I will never live up to him, by the way. He's got some big shoes that nobody else will fill. But going back to this, it's like they tried to take me out. Flo came up with this podcast, and I had to respond, of course. But I'm a fighter. I'll face anybody in discourse, logical argumentation, and have debates in the trenches with them. I don't mind doing this. Actually, I look forward to doing this. I even told Sarah, to the audience, I was under the weather. I have a really bad sinus infection, like a box of like tissues here. I took some Benadryl. What did I tell you? crushing these idiots is like therapeutic for me. It's medicine. It's medicinal. That's what it is. And I plan on going in the trenches no matter what. So when it comes to like me facing my accusers or anybody else that's that has shame for my porn past or maybe even my Fed past or anything, like to me, it's like Christmas to me. If I get to face everybody and I get to battle, like I look forward to this. My cortisol levels don't go up. It's actually pretty soothing for me to do this. So it's the opposite. Whereas somebody else, if you're shaming a prostitute or somebody who's a stripper, they're not built for this. They don't have the mental faculties to even do it. They don't practice this. So I could totally see this, but I really want to just nip things in the bud as far as this conversation and land my plane real quick. Porn stars can be saved, but it has to be genuine and you have to be repentant every single day. They can be saved from societal, I think the town square, things like this, but you have to be open and honest. You can't be like absolutely saved. What you can do is mitigate a lot of this. So those are the two different versions of saved that I'll bring up. But if somebody says, well, you can't be saved because you're a Christian, well, you're making a salvific claim. I can't even make that claim. If you say, well, you'll never find a wife, you don't know this. There could be the example if you gave me, like somebody else did the same work I did, they'll accept me, maybe. And they're right to say, well, you did sex work. Well, I won't, even though I did sex work, I can't date somebody that did sex work, even though it's solo content. They're right to say this and shame me. Well, that's the thing. This is my bed. I have to lie in it. But yeah. I can be saved if I'm honest, firm, fair, and consistent with people when I'm in the dating market. So these are two versions of being saved, if you're talking about this.
Okay, fair enough. While everyone is jumping backstage, we can read a couple super chats and get through those, and then we'll open it up. I know it's a slow night tonight. It's been a weird couple days, and obviously we're not covering Charlie Kirk this evening, but we will. We are kind of chimed into that level of things a little bit. Connor Workus or Canner Workus enjoying their new YouTube membership as well as Sarcastic Saint, you little shit. Thank you. Thumping Weevil, who is waiting backstage, asks the question, Marte, okay, but isn't your junk out there? What makes you think a woman who would want a man that's junk is out there for women to see?
Well, she has every right to say, no, I don't want a man with junk out there to see. But the thing that Sarah asked is, are you looking for this? Is this something you're looking for? I think women are more apt to like not look for things if you're honest and brutally open about it. And like if I was to date somebody and I said, hey, I did solo content, it's stupid, it's out there. 10 years ago, I doubt that some women who's curious is going to want to see this if you're already open and honest about it. But if you're not open and honest about this, think about how worse it is if she finds out from a third party and you never told her this. Now you're bad. Now what you said makes sense about, your junk being out there. And she's like, how come you never told me about this? There's nothing that could back you out of the corner of degeneracy that you've created if you're not open and she finds out from somebody else that isn't you. So my thing is to remedy this is being open and honest and just say it from the get-go. If you're open about this, then you fix everything, most things.
Yeah, that's fair. K2 with the T-boner steak. T-boner a steak. T-boner a steak. T-boner a steak.
No, you sound like a vegan right now. I'm not anything from our previous conversation.
I love steak. Powder Dusty says, see how it's like inches? Marte 2025. Totally clipping that. If Flo didn't get that, I don't know who else will. Bingo says 3 cheers to Sarah, humans, Delphic, Oracle, Mod, love and support to Charlie and his most loved. Fair enough. Thank you, Bingo, so kindly. K2 also says Sarah has a great horse video, I hear. Yes, K2, I will play it when we get into open panel. And then K2 also says the panel will be glowing tonight. Hopefully it will be. I'm excited. Let's go ahead and Sarcastic Saint, are you coming on or did you just drop the clip backstage? It looks like you're just dropping the clip. So, all right. Well, I've got 2 backstage. Normally I wait, but I know it's a weird night. So we'll just go ahead and kick this off. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, don't boot Duck for a while. I'd hate to not have at least 2 people on panel. Okay, let's let Duck sit. If you boot him right now or for at least the next half hour, I will veto. But feel free to send money to boot for later, but not now. Let's at least give it half an hour because I want to hear what Duck's thoughts are. Duck, go ahead. Go on with your bet.
Yeah, since I'm wearing my world's best dad hat, just my opinion on being an adult, film star or whatever, like something I would imagine I would want people to know is that like, okay, so Marte, like let me imagine that, I decide I want to go into porn or whatever. I want to be an adult film star.
I don't want to
So what
imagine
would be
that.
wrong? Okay. Well, if okay, and so I just want to be good friends with, I like not good friends, but I want to be friends with the person that I am making films with. And if that's difficult, then like shouldn't that be information about the choice or the decision to go do this? Like I can't imagine, you know, that's a bad starting point. I don't mean to be like so off the bat adversarial, but I don't think about redemption or redeeming. I'd rather ask a, like kind of a question, like get into that sort of question or whatever.
I would say, how come you can't be more adversarial? I actually like adversarial questions. I actually implore that. I don't want kindness all the time on these, panels. Actually, you guys can actually go hard. No pun intended.
Pause.
Need people to really be brutally honest. That's not going to help anybody in this discussion when you say, well, I just don't want to be adversarial. First of all, let me just counter that. I also need you to kind of clarify your question a bit because you said be friends with a porn star. What do you mean by this? Because I didn't get your question when you said that.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like from the outside looking in, it's so difficult to imagine that there is absolutely no personal relationship, but it's also this very emotive sort of, emotive sort of like connecting sort of profession. And so like, not like, we've had OF, people that do solo OF content on the Tomato Show before. And so like I obviously respect to them, but I'm kind of thinking about people that are like, well, seems like a good option for me. Like like obviously I don't know what I'm talking about, but like,
Doc, I feel like you want to ask a question, but even your question isn't a question that you want to
okay,
ask.
do you think I got you. Do you think people that are doing adult films are allowed to have a friendship? Can they be friends?
Yeah, they can be degens together. That happens all the time. I mean, of course, you're going to have people who are friendly on camera. How else do you put the P in the V? I mean, of course, we have coworkers, but that's a whole different segue of coworkers. Those are friends too, but it's like, yeah, we could see this all the time. Why? That's really not the plumber that's fixing somebody's sink because the sink never gets fixed. Of course, they're friends off camera. That happens all the time, but I don't know what you're really getting at here. Are you saying can we be friends?
I mean, I feel like you're sort of dodging the question. Like, can I just totally take out God from this equation, bro? Like, what I'm saying, no, I'm saying I don't want. So I'm not trying to virtue signal, but I don't want people to rush right into porn. And I would rather people know that, and I obviously I don't have experience, but I would rather people to know that if you are going to do this sort of endeavor, that you can find a close friend first.
I think your question was dodging itself. That's really what was happening because I was trying to figure out what you were asking, Duck. That's the thing. I'm pretty sure I'm not alone on this. Pretty much.
I'm lost.
And Sarah, probably same thing. A little bit lost.
So, hold on. Yeah. Are you saying like if somebody wants to do porn, they should if they're going to do it with somebody on screen, correct?
Yeah, presumably. Otherwise, that would
Okay,
be very
and that
shady
they
if it didn't end
should
up.
ensure that they pick somebody that they're close to.
110%, I think. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's prescribing that we should do porn to begin with. I think that's the starting
Yeah, I think
point.
that's the opposite of what we're trying to get at here.
Yeah.
That maybe was the part that confused me.
That's okay. We all get there sometimes, a little confused. But yeah, basically what we're saying is you shouldn't do it to begin with, and you shouldn't watch it to begin with. But if you do it, like maybe you're 22 and you're eating ramen and trying to figure something out, and like you do that, which was kind of Marte's crux of what his conversation was earlier. That
okay,
you can later,
so it's for
you
money.
can later,
so it's just a
like,
money thing then, Sarah. It's all
Correct.
for money.
yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. What isn't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, what Marte is saying is that if you make that stupid mistake like he did a long time ago and fell into the materialism, keeping up with the Joneses trap, and you get out of it, like, yes, you still have to hold accountability to those things that you did, but you can still find God. You still can turn your life around. You can still like leave it behind. Now, again, he's saying you still have to take ownership later if it gets brought up, which has been an event that's been happening for him lately. But
Sarah, so am I not allowed to okay? So sorry, slight sort of outburst or spurt, but as a male, am I allowed to voice my intrapersonal feelings about that sort of topic and saying that, like, okay, I'm a dude and I'm uncomfortable with that?
What do you mean?
Like you're uncomfortable with a woman doing it, like somebody that you're seeing? Is that what you're getting at?
I get that's how I would presume, but I would be totally like in an alternate universe where Duck is totally sexually free range, whatever it is, I'm an untamed horse or something, a stallion. I would still be emotionally uncomfortable, not knowing what I was stepping into.
well, and that's you.
Yeah.
We're not really. I see what you're kind of putting yourself in those shoes, and it's very anecdotal. The perspective you're coming from, right? I get that. So what we're trying to say is if somebody did do that, right? Maybe you don't have the inkling to do it, right? You completely stayed away from it. That's fine. Yeah. But there are obviously a lot of women and even men who do get sucked into that trap. Particularly in Marte's case, it's these bodybuilders where there's like this whole like pipeline that leads them there out of kind of necessity.
Well, and I can say as a male, I can say Marte's a handsome man. He's a physical specimen. The Mighty Mouse nickname is well deserved and stuff like that. But I can still sort of appreciate that itself is like, that's, to me, that sounds like exploitation, where it's like,
Well, it's exploitative in itself. I think that when I put myself out there as a bodybuilder, I'm wearing almost damn near no clothes. Everybody could see what my birthday suit damn near looks like. I'm in front of like thousands of people. I did this before I even turned professional. I was in magazines all across the world. I was traveling. And then when I turned pro, now I'm battling people from Russia, Germany, Italy as a pro athlete wearing the USA stars and stripes on my back. The problem with this is now it's political. The reason why I haven't probably won a pro show is because guess what? It's very judged. And now all of a sudden when my past is coming up, guess what? That's going to affect me from the political arena when it comes to athletics. So I think what you're getting at is like this anecdotal experience of just saying, is it okay for me to feel uncomfortable about certain things? That's what I get. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think that sometimes I can understand to a certain point why you get dropped sometimes with the money and people are like, take Duck out of here. But I'm going to be a little bit more gracious with this and say, I can understand your point of view. And I think that it's necessary for us to hear Duck sometimes. So.
I have a question.
Yeah, ask away. I'm an open book.
Well, so I understand that you were out there, yourself is out there, your image is still out there on many websites and you can't control it. And it kind of comes back to what you and Sarah were talking about. Like, say you went on a first date with a woman and she had an OnlyFans, like a solo OnlyFans, and she got rid of it 5 years prior to even meeting you. She deleted it. She doesn't have it no more, but her image is still out there. What's your opinion on that for a woman? So you say it's okay for a man as long as you're upfront about it. So if a woman is upfront with you, what's your take on that?
It depends, because here's the thing though. I think that we're right to judge. If a woman came at me, she's right to say no, even though I did this, because I could take the opposite stance. But I'm going to show you, Thumping Weevil, how I can be consistent in my standard. If a woman came up to me and did the same stuff that I did and said, I'm not going to date Marte, even though I did things with cucumbers or whatever. I didn't do things by cucumbers all the way. I just did stuff with hands. But if she did things in the kitchen and she says, I can't date him, even though he did the same thing, I could say, you know what? You're fine to have your preferences. But I can then also say, well, no, even if you did solo work, and everybody subscribed to your content and it's still out there, and then somebody at a bar mitzvah, well, I'm not going to bar mitzvah, by the way, or a party or a gala event, comes to me and says, hey, I used to subscribe to her content. She has great content. I'm Taylor Grift. That threw me off. Anyways, I can then say, no, I'm not going to date this person, because it just depends. Like I said, remember I brought up semantics.
Okay, but what if the woman, even though you're upfront about upfront about yourself, and she's like, all right, I'll accept that. But, here's, my past. And she presented hers, but she accepts you for it. Are you going to accept the woman for that as well?
It depends on what it is. Remember semantics? If she was
that's what I'm saying. It's the same as you did. Solo. Like no insert,
yeah,
no nothing.
I can accept it. Yeah, I can accept it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I wanted to ask, because from what you were saying with Sarah, it kind of sounded like you're being like hypocritical in a sense. So
no, hypocritical. The thing is if she had the same past as me, I'd say, yeah, for sure we can do this.
Yeah.
But it's hypocritical if I continued to do this content. This is the hypocrisy. If I continue to do the content and I demonize people who used to do this, that's hypocritical, because I'm currently doing this. And it's also not hypocritical for me to say, no, I don't want to date somebody who did this when I did this in the past. That's not hypocritical, because that's just preferences. I think it's just preferences at that point.
Yeah.
And
I might have misunderstood some of the things you said, because I was like thinking like he sounds hypocritical. So I wanted to get that out there. Like,
I'm
same
really
scenario, both sides.
I'm upset right now and I'm pissed because somebody brought something and didn't share with the class. Like that's not even cool at all, bro. Like not even cool. You want to talk about drugs when food is the #1 drug in the country? Yeah, go ahead. That's hypocritical. Anyways, moving forward, let's get to it.
What?
Yeah, bro, you.
Drugs?
And to the
You
chat,
want some drugs?
To the chat,
Why are you such a slut?
before we continue on to the chat, I know it's a weird night, it's a slow night, but continue to contribute to the grift. Keep me away from the OnlyFans, okay? Like I'm here doing
Are you trying
this.
to undermine your donos?
It's been a slow night, I've noticed. I've been looking at, the viewers that you've had, and I'm like, wow.
It's a weird, because we're not covering Charlie Kirk. We're not covering...
And I just think that a lot of people have been so focused on their phones and media that people are just taking a break. I know I did most of the day.
If you don't donate, I will do OnlyFans.
Oh my God.
Everybody donate right now, please.
Just because even if we're not that busy tonight, Sarah always puts together these panels, and so there's nothing wrong with donating. There's nothing wrong with just enjoying the show, but
I think you're making everybody uncomfortable.
$10 to put 10th Man's shirt back together. Mom said
that's a 30 spot for 10th Man.
It's football tonight. There's also the Charlie Kirk thing. There's a lot going on, and it's weird, and I accept it. The show will keep pushing on. We're here to bring you content no matter what, whether we have 10 viewers or 1,000. Tonight is the night for Marte to be the feature. But please help continue supporting the grift, because it keeps the lights on.
I was hoping that my detractors would show up. You know, those two idiots, those numbnuts.
Those little P words.
I know that they're not going to show up, but at least maybe one of their detractors would show up and say, "Oh, Marte is gay," or any of this stuff. Like, I wanted to kind of have some combat today.
I alluded to it in my title.
Not that great. I need a fight. Like, this is
What
crazy.
did you put for your title?
I'm just going to be quiet for the moment.
You could jump in on it, right, Marte?
Almighty Nate sending love all around with 20 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Our lucky lottery winners are Smokey Guru, Greg S, From Bumbly, AC 0812. It's moving too fast for me. Oliver Twisted, Zoo, Rob Law, Zach, Gas Mask, Freebird 1A, Baby Yaga, No Slow. I like that name, No Slow. Lewis Joyston, Crucible Vager, Isabella, Avocado Toast. I like that name too. Just a random YouTube user. Are you crazy? Bugs and Bucks. Congratulations, tomatoes in the chat for Almighty Nate for such a kind gesture. The grift that keeps on giving.
If I can say, you guys can flex the no duck emoji. I bet you're the 20th luckiest people because you can use a custom duck emoji.
Yes. We have the custom no duck emoji. We have lots of fun. The Thrubbit one is my new favorite, honestly. The Thrubbit, the whole Wick debate, that was freaking hilarious. You're thrubbing it over there. That's good shit. All right, Flo, kick it off. I know you got
what
words.
do porn stars need to be saved from?
Themselves?
Redemption. Saved in Christ. You know, the whole thing
From
that you
Jesus? You seems like you could forego your whole problem by avoiding Jesus.
No.
No?
Yeah, the only way I can be saved is through Jesus. Nice try, though.
From Jesus. But you need to be saved from Jesus.
Through Jesus. Not from Jesus.
Right,
through
from
Jesus.
him.
Through him.
Oh, okay. So what if...
Away from him.
Let me ask you this. What if the porn stars don't feel shame? What if it doesn't, but what if they're proud of it and it doesn't even, they're like, I don't care. That's great. I'm doing my thing. I enjoy this. This is fun.
There is a lot of women that love doing what they do behind the screen.
There's a lot of meth addicts who love meth face, and then they're going to have meth meow too. Their meow meth is not going to go well in the future. They're going to have to live with the consequences of having meow meth. And this is all
their bodies, not even just that. The whole body is just going to be mentally just drained.
So the problem is,
and I loved it.
Yeah.
My problem is this, and I don't know about everyone, but the largest majority of people that I see that profess themselves to be faithful in Jesus are the worst people, the worst absolute people. I've actually showed that over the past 4 or 5 days, where a whole group of people all grouped up that say that they're religious and lied constantly. And they formed a witch trial, and they're a bunch of liars.
Yeah, we could see this, but there's also the people that aren't out on social media that are humble and keep to themselves. Because even me, I don't.
No such thing.
I don't leave. I am such thing. I don't lead with Christianity. I don't do debates and say, I'm a Christian and this is why Psalms 32 says it. I don't do any of that stuff. I mean, if somebody finds out I'm a Christian, they find out through maybe my bio or something like that. But it's like, what you're talking about is people that are professing and they're evangelizing. Yeah, there's plenty of fake grifters. But there's a huge number of Christians who don't lead with Christianity. And they're humble and they're really pure, good, genuine people. So, yeah.
I've never met one.
Well, nice to meet you, Tent Man.
Okay, so
if you guys finally, yeah.
So when did you start regret? Like, when was the first time you're like, damn, I wish I hadn't jerked off on my own chest?
When it started coming out, when people started weaponizing against me. When they were weaponizing this against me, it sounds like you've had some experience watching some of my content. I never promised God dollars in this.
I've got good help.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's fine.
You're welcome.
Friends of me. Go ahead, Flow State. I mean,
I'm just wondering. So,
what you did when you were
figure out. Hold on.
Hold on. You enjoyed my
we can
content.
figure out what it is that you regret that you need saving from. We can figure out where to save you because it looks to me like you need saved from Jesus, but you're swearing that you don't.
Where's my super chat money from you watching my content? Can I at least get $1?
Bro, porn is free. Porn is free.
Hey, hold on, my content you have to pay for. Where's my money at, Flow State?
Bullshit.
You're describing the movie. You pirated my content that I'm not getting paid for, that I'm not doing anymore.
And that's your biggest concern. You need to get paid from not getting royalties for your wank movie?
I don't know.
You haven't been saved at all. Jesus doesn't want none of your sin money.
You're watching
bills stick together, bro. All right. Yeah, so it looks to me, like I was saying, it looks to me like you need to be saved from Jesus, which you kind of agree with, but won't acknowledge.
Hey, from you telling me descriptors of videos that you've watched of me, that's horrific to me.
What else is out there?
I'll never be able to see you the same, Flow State, after this. Somebody will see my content. I'm like, oh man. Want an autograph?
In all fairness, I haven't seen it, but I have gotten reviews of it. So,
hold on. If you've seen it, it's fine. Be open about it, Flow State.
I haven't seen it. I really haven't seen it.
No. If you've seen it, it's fine.
You know what? I'm going to watch it right now. 10th man, will you Discord it to me?
Taylor Grift, if you've seen it, just let me know.
I'm going to watch it right now. I'm going to watch it on a different tab, and I'm going to give you a play-by-play. I'll narrate it like a sportscaster.
Give me a play-by-play on my stomach.
I'm going to narrate it like a sportscaster.
You've already given me a play-by-play. You've seen it. Just be honest with people. Like I've been honest.
We're not going to watch it together. I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to narrate it back to you.
Flo, how did you turn this so gay? So gay. You watch it on your own.
I'm not the one who jerks off for dudes.
Watch the next one by yourself.
I'm not the one who jerks off for dudes. Who did you think was going to be watching you jerk off?
Well, I didn't know you were going to watch it, Flo, but
now we're going to watch it together.
No, we're not, Flo. I'm not watching my content with you. You can watch it by yourself, Flo.
All right, I'll tell you about it.
No, Flo, don't watch my content. I'm against this. I'm anti-porn.
What if I pay? How much? What's your royalties? What if I pay you for it?
No, I don't want royalties. I was just, being sarcastic. I'm not watching. I can tell you watch my content because you're giving too many descriptions.
All I said was you jerked off on yourself.
Oh, you know too much from what you just said.
You jerked. Is that not accurate?
From your viewing, I mean, I'm not going to say yay or nay, but it's pretty accurate from what you've said. Whoa!
Right.
Don't tell me about my content that you watch. That's pretty shameful.
All right.
At
what point did you go, oh, fuck, I wish I hadn't jerked off on myself? What was it before or after Jesus entered your life?
This was after shame has been thrown my way for doing it. Before Jesus.
So before Jesus? Okay. So then what we need saving from then, and I'm trying to figure out the prompt, right? What we need saving from
descriptions of watching my videos. I need to save myself from that. I can't unhear you watching a video. That's crazy.
We're moving past it. Now
I can't move past this. You saw my content. That's gross.
Everybody's seen your content, bro.
We're like asexual Eskimo bros right now on camera. That's pretty gross. It's not even a thing right now, Flo.
You're making this way gayer than it has to be.
No, it's gay because
you're making this way gayer than it has to be.
You're describing content you've seen. That's crazy, Flo. This is a confession that I never thought I'd ever get from you, Flo. That's wild.
So what happened is 10th man here.
Check your text.
He himself 3 times with your content.
By accident, yeah.
I'm stuck in a room with both of you that have seen my content. That's crazy.
I did it for science and journalism.
Yeah, Flo did this for enjoyment and entertainment. Maybe you're different, but you both have seen my content. Doesn't change.
Dusty didn't see it. He saw a screenshot on my accidental prawn bomb.
Hold on, so he's seen it. Oh, you just answered my question. Both of you see my content.
Why do you keep trying to get me to watch it?
No, you do have a banana over your penis.
Gross. Both of you are watching my penis. That's crazy.
No, there's a banana over your penis. Go to my channel, look at the very last short, and go to the last frame.
Flo's smile is a little bit too honest for me. I don't like this right now.
Well, just don't go in on Flo, and I won't fucking run my mouth, I
feel like I'm on cell block 19 shower time with 2 dudes right now that have seen my penis. This is crazy. What? Yes, you heard me. This is
You're definitely making this gayer than it has to be, Marte.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you guys are talking about my penis right now. This is crazy. Can
You're talking about
No, that's covered over.
both of you. He's talking about bananas. That's the same thing.
No, it's really hard to see your penis. It's small.
You're admitting to seeing my penis either way. That's crazy.
Yeah, you got a weird penis. It's okay.
What? Not weird. I'm not going to get in this conversation.
No, you do. It
Hold
was
on,
circumcised wrong or something.
I'm half black, by the way. So, anyways, if that answers your question, yeah.
What's weird about it? I didn't even see it.
About my member.
I didn't know that.
I didn't come here to talk about that.
You're talking about it right now, Teth Man, and then he's talking about describing what happened.
That's because I don't like when men get this high pitched of a voice.
Yeah, well, I don't need flow state describing my videos. That's crazy.
I didn't know that your penis was weird.
You
It
know,
is.
I
Really?
didn't
Marte,
think.
can a
I
penis
didn't
be
think.
catabolic?
Not
I didn't
weird.
think you guys could make this conversation any more weird than
So
it
gay.
already has gotten.
I thought you were going to say than Marte's penis.
This is so gay.
I don't know. It went kind of gay there.
Here's right now. I need you to cover your version here, Seriac.
Yeah, no, I can actually vouch for 10th Man. He actually is that retarded that he would share the wrong stream on screen on stream. Also, I've been scarred, so I want some reparations for that said emotional scarring.
Oh my God.
So you deserve some of the royalties.
Yeah, and royalties too for the gay face.
There's
thing,
no
10th Man.
royalties. I don't even get money at all from this. This is crazy. I guess you guys are getting them from fake profiles that I've had to shut down the past year. 7 of them, actually. So
They
yeah.
just keep popping right back up, don't they?
Yeah, I have to report these fake profiles that people make of me. It's just stupid. Yeah. I mean, Teriak was almost on the front lines of this debate that happened with Andrew Wilson and me and these two accusers. So I told him about
It's
it.
adorable how people try to wipe out
You're
their
on the
mistakes from the
aren't
past
you-
and then attack other people for their mistakes.
Aren't you on
Yeah,
the
people
IFBB
that-
website, Marte?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
on the
pro-
website, so people
Yeah.
can just find you whenever they want.
Yeah, so Marte,
crazy.
listen, I don't want to have this conversation, but now it's happening. So, like, if you were able to wipe that out from the internet completely forever, then would you lie and say you didn't do it?
No, I wouldn't lie.
That's a lie. That has been determined to be a lie.
No, because I came out and told people that never knew
You
I
did.
did this. No, I didn't. I came out and told. As a matter of fact, I told him over a year ago, and he never knew this.
You came
told
out a
you-
year ago?
I came out and told people, nice wordplay there, but I came out and told
Well-
people my past over a year ago.
If I may speak from my client, okay? Technically, if we're going to say that Marte is gay, that means that anyone who sent a dick pic is gay.
Oh, no, he's not gay. No, I don't know who said that. None of it was gay.
And that's hyperbolic.
Okay, just-
That's
No, I think he
hyperbolic.
kind of went from the fact that he said
Overruled.
that gay
Overruled.
sites are taking
For my
his
girlfriend, and it's
they're
not
taking
good.
his videos and putting them on gay sites.
But if I make a video
That's just marketing.
And that
backing
that's
myself
also
up
not true.
and give it to a publisher, I know who's going to be watching it. And it's
No,
somebody
I
like
didn't.
us.
Nope, that's false.
Haters are fans too, Flo.
I guess none of you guys saw my show where I actually said what happened, so I'm not going to give the sites or anything. All he has, none of the stuff you guys are talking about is on a gay site. There is a fake profile of him saying that he's a member of that site, but that's not true. And then the actual video is somewhere else that is not a gay site. It's just a regular site. He's not gay.
Why would it be? Why
Stop
would
it.
it be gay? Can't Pornhub just have solo male creators?
Yes,
too?
it's not
just
anything
sort
to
of
do with
stuff.
gay.
No, but I'm just
I thought-
clarifying because a lot of people were calling him gay on Twitter. Just saying.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's rude.
I don't know. It's a crazy night for Flo not to be heavy right now, and also 10th Man to vindicate me, who also being a
For
gay
Flo
man.
not to be heavy.
Yeah. Thank you for being Flo light tonight. I appreciate it because I don't want to have
Flo
to
light.
tonight on the panel.
Be
I was
heavy,
like looking
Flo.
at my pizza box, my empty
By the
pizza
way,
boxes,
Flo,
my empty pop cans. Like I'm extra heavy tonight.
No, you're not. You just ate a pizza in front of everybody. I mean, weight wise, maybe, but that's it. So
For sure, weight wise. So,
Yeah.
anyways, but my point is that if you get rid of Jesus, then you will be saved.
no, will not be saved.
Taylor's right. Jesus
gotta
just
get rid of all of
leaves.
them.
So Jesus just leaves judgment everywhere he goes. He's not a good guy. He's a
really the
scoundrel.
one coming for your soul for doing this in the first place.
This inversion that's happening right now is insane. Your cope is heavy. Now you're flow heavy. Yeah, tampon right there.
Okay, well, I'm the one trying to save you from Jesus.
Now it's turned. The faucet's on now, Flo.
I'm the one trying to save you from Jesus, and you're kicking and screaming the whole way.
Nobody's saving me from Jesus. You need Jesus.
Getting excited.
Matter of fact, you need baby Jesus there, Flo. Baby
Why
Jesus.
do I need baby Jesus?
Yeah, you need all the innocence in the
Why?
world. You've watched my video and described it. That's crazy.
That makes sense. So I need baby Jesus?
Yes. You need the most innocent of all.
Told ya.
Yeah. Innocent Jesus. Much more innocent Jesus.
You're Marte, you keep making this conversation gayer than it has to be, weirder than it has to be.
Flo, you open up with on your belly. You did what? That you opened up.
I just said on yourself.
You said that.
I said on yourself.
I just want to know if you're that muscular, right? With all the lotion and everything, can you actually reach your back at all with all those muscles?
Oh my Jesus!
That's a good question, actually.
I can't. No, I can't. That's why we have these extensions, these shower extensions I use. They're good. They're great.
What else do you do with the shower extension?
That's it, Sarah. I'm a carnivore.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't even have.
You gotta respect the shot, though. She took her shot. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Anyways, I thought my detractors would show up tonight, but I don't see any. Even Flo, who I like to beat up on all the time, and Terry X sometimes aren't even really combative tonight.
So I have an objection for you, Marte. Let's go.
Weird.
I got
Really
something for you. Emmett's going to want this too. So, okay. So I don't believe anything. You say nothing that's relevant to anything in my life. And the reason is that anytime Christians find a good woman, they're like, oh, look at this Ruth. Oh, she must be like, a follower of Jesus Christ, right? So you never have an actual biological or someone who's just a woman in Christianity. And so if you don't have a woman in Christianity, you can't talk about redemption because you're just sharing a subjective belief. I believe nothing you say.
So hold on. You opened up with saying, look at this roof. So me talking about looking at the structure of a house, and then you went on to sometimes what you do is you piece things together.
No, the roof. All these Christian women in the world are always compared to these biblical characters. That's the role they're cast in. So how can what if I want someone that is a Mia Khalifa? So what?
So women can compare themselves to Vogue and the same brands, same
that's
models.
Nonsensical. So if I get baptized, it means
not my
nothing.
business.
I don't have a redemption. There always has to be a redemption for everybody, no matter what. We should always have a pathway to salvation, and that's what the Christian principle is. What you're talking about is nonsensical. So if I used to do drugs, why would I want to date somebody who does do drugs? That doesn't make any sense.
Because you miss drugs.
We're running away from that lifestyle. I don't want to bring it back into.
Why are you running away from it?
Combat
drugs.
So, Marte, I don't mean to be too dogmatic about this, but look,
you are dogmatic.
I don't need someone that's comparing apples and oranges to tell me about how I see the world. I need, and the truth is in the future, I need, a guy like me would always be interested in women that can speak for themselves, and that's it, right? We got to have standards. I don't need somebody who has to bounce on top of a stack of Bibles.
What does that mean, Duck? Duck, what you just said doesn't make any sense. What are you saying, that I don't need anybody that has preferences?
Yeah, that's basically exactly right.
Yeah, well, you're also
if your preference is to be fucking Little House on the Prairie, bro.
What sort of preference do you think your main clientele were?
I'm not sending a Western Union to go find a doctor, dude. It's 2025, bro.
What preference set do you think your clientele had?
You're going to run into a wall because you have moral relativism. But anyways, Flo, what are you talking about, the clientele? What do you mean by that?
I mean, the purveyors of your content, what kind of preferences do you think they had?
I don't know. I've never seen my clientele, never met them.
Man, what % gay are you?
51, and I didn't like his video. It wasn't hot.
He had to make that clear. Had to make it clear.
Also, I regret saying this, but I'm going to do it because if I don't, then I'll say it somewhere else. For future reference, anybody who's going to do prawn, wait like 2 or 3 weeks so that there's a good money shot. Like, you look like you had already done it earlier that day.
What the fuck?
I'm usually not speechless, but
thank you for your infinite wisdom, Tenman.
I am a scientist.
He watched it all the way through. He just watched it all the way through.
I watched it multiple times for science.
Why wouldn't he? It was for science.
Oh, for science.
Oh my god! All right, Emmett, what do you got for us, darling?
Also in slow motion.
Oh my god,
Marte, you look like you're
and backwards just to be safe.
I have the feeling that he actually liked it a lot.
my brain hurts right now. This is I'm
he's gay.
still processing this right now. I've never had
What are you not getting here, Sarah?
I've
welcome
never
to being sexualized on a screen, Marte.
I feel like a piece of meat right now.
Yeah,
This is
live. That is. You're live.
Well, at least you got paid, you know.
Is this the roast of Marte right now?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Yes.
Is this? Am I taking Andrew's
I
place
think
when you have?
so.
Light your flames, ladies and gentlemen. Throw your gasoline. Be prepared.
He's so gay. Look at that candle in the background. That's a Patriot candle back there.
This is insane right now. This is crazy. I will come after all of you. No pun intended.
Oh,
Wait a fucking second.
Better not. Marte.
If you do, send it to 10th man.
No.
Yeah, send it first to 10th man, and then we'll talk.
No.
Posted, what is going on? Why is every panel
Why
so
is everybody
gay this
asking
week?
me like I'm the ringleader here? I'm just putting. I don't know why I'm in this spot. What's going on here is
opened up more gayer than
Marte. So Marte did gay corn.
No, I never.
Not
did
true. It wasn't gay.
Okay, Marte did straight
order in the court overruled.
Marte did self corn. What?
Asexual content. How about
Asexual.
that?
You did asexual.
Gay men.
Sexual content. But Flo wants to be an Eskimo brother.
I mean, 10th man said it wasn't very hot, so I don't know if it's all the way asexual.
The gayest part of the whole thing, it wasn't his video, it was the Twitter stuff where they were going, what sex was the cameraman? What sex was the camera person? And I'm going, that matters? Wow.
Well, it's an inanimate object, so non-minor.
Okay, so that is a good question, though.
Was it a woman, Marte?
Yeah.
There were women in the room because there was like boomsticks and stupid shit.
No, there were
women and
there were boomsticks.
Women and
anything with anybody. They just happened to be in the room, and anyways. Nothing happened with people.
Women and.
I got a question.
Okay, let me ask: Did the men give you pointers? Did the men give you pointers of what to do?
People gave me pointers. Yes.
How many people were in the room?
5 people.
Okay. No. What kind of pointers was it?
Wow,
What pointer was it?
All right.
Wait. Who was the fluffer? Did you have a fluffer?
No, I self-fluff.
He wasn't heard when the video started, and but I can say that's the longest amount of time I've ever seen anybody take to moisturize their ass cheeks.
What the fuck?
This is the first time I'm gonna rage quit. I feel this close to
oh god.
Anyways, I have thick skin. I can tolerate it. Oh, this is so unbearable. Hold on. This is shame that
being descriptive.
This is
So,
shame.
Stan, what happened to your content?
If people can see my
I'm
shame,
restreaming.
into this is good.
Besides, this should be right up your alley as well.
No.
Yeah, I feel a lot of shame during this conversation, which is good. I hope that people
we keep it in the bedroom, like normal people.
Third party
So
shame.
you're saying even the gays are judging Marte for his public.
Yeah, well, some. We're not all the same. Some. Most of us keep it in the bedroom like normal people.
Did
It's
you
not
see
like a defining pinnacle of our lives.
Marte's appearance?
No.
10th man, if you could put the link backstage.
No,
I'm really
I don't
really
know.
not
No,
sure.
I won't do that.
No. I'm good.
I don't think
Let's
not
not do
wanting-
that.
For $599,
No.
we'll put the link in the chat.
No.
I'll split it with you, Marte.
Check your text. Check your text, Dusty.
$600. I mean, chat, make it happen.
I'll put it in my chat for $300.
I will leave it. You put in the chat. Let's not do that.
Oh my god.
Where's Jesus now?
Anyways,
Sarah making the dollars.
porn stars can be saved through Christ.
Jamie, did you have something to add in, my darling?
No, just, wow.
I didn't want this to be the
Did this
roast.
just turn into like a Thursday roast?
Yeah, pretty much.
It is Throwdown Thursday. I mean,
That's
Oh,
new
like Marte already
segment,
did the roast.
Sarah. It's like a roast. Roasts.
well, I
plays
mean, he's
with
Kinda
only
toasted.
Marte. Aren't you only like 5'3"? I mean, it shouldn't take a whole lot of time to roast him.
5'5". Can I get the 2 inches back, Sarah? Add the 2 inches to it at least. If you're
That
gonna
was one of the pointers.
Careful.
Yeah, add some inches to it.
hold on. How does Emmett not look like Czech Uger's son right here? By the way. Anyways, back to this.
Because I'm not Hassan
There is no
Piker.
deflecting
I
from this.
appreciate Teriak going to bat for me when this whole ordeal went down. I didn't see
You can try tag me in, but I'm just gonna like watch you dig a hole even deeper, bro.
Well, be careful talking about tag teaming now, boys.
More holes.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's not do that.
I only want to watch.
Emmett, can you do like this?
No.
Can you go like
No,
Israel and like
that.
point or something?
No.
Can you like show people?
I can
what
do. I
Israel
can
is on the
count.
map?
And we go 1, and
10th
we
man,
go 2,
root
and
mud
we
crab,
go
root
3.
crab. Why is that not
And
a
Count
thing?
Chunkulas in the house. 1, 2, 3.
No, we're not doing
Look at
that.
activity. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Coder would have showed up.
All right, Kazak wants a full rundown, and we're gonna give it to him. We're gonna give Kazak the full rundown because Kazak, you just made me believe that there is hope for this evening. With as slow as the stream has been, and as strange as this whole week has been. Thank you so kindly with your $100 donation to this wonderful, amazing show. You are the official sponsor of the evening. Tomatoes in the chat for Kazak right now, please. Kazak says, I'm late, Sarah. Can I get a rundown of what I missed? Fuck you, Eclipse. Eclipse, if you're still in the chat, sir, you're getting called out. Do you have anything to say in return? Okay. The TLDR version, Kazak. Actually, I might even make it the long version in honor of those full 2 inches for Marte. So
There you go. Look, I love myself. I'll take the L. It's fine.
Okay, so darling Kazak, and you might want to jump on panel for this one, Kazak, because this might be interesting for you to want to discuss. All right. So Marte, a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, did some footage of some what would you say?
Gratification.
Thank you. Self-gratification. It was a paid.
Whacker.
It was a paid moment. Paid what?
video.
Gig? Yeah, it was a paid gig.
I think we should get 10th man to explain this.
You know what? That's a great idea. 10th man, you've got some. Go ahead.
Take your
10th.
time.
Do I get more than one warning and don't get kicked again?
Yeah. Go ahead. 10th.
I'm very terrible.
Right. I'm sorry, Marte.
Breathe so heavy when you do this, Dead Man? Why breathe? Why breathe heavy? This is crazy.
He seems
So-
He's watching the video while he does it. He's breathing out.
Oh my god.
No, because he'll somehow
You
manage to
start
share the
moaning-
screen and get the whole.
So
screen
what I
together.
remember is a man who was in
Gotta
pretty
have
good
some
shape,
kind of,
but
like, what is it, the sound background?
You know
He's
what?
doing the
Let's do it
Darth
this way.
Vader.
Hold on. No. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do this one. Go ahead, 10th man. Lay it on out.
Oh, gross.
all right. So what I remember is it was a dark and stormy night, and Glenn Lawrence went live, and I heard a whole bunch of F words on Twitter, and I said, "What is happening right now?" So while I was live, I did some research. Some people helped because I don't even know this guy. Then I found this video. And like I say, he's in really good shape. He did look short, but not in the under the pants department. And took a long time to moisturize his butt cheeks. And then he did self-fluff and everything was fine. And then there was a lot of flexing. Because I think that because he was very young, I'd say probably like 19, 20, right? And I think that they kind of convinced him where it's like, hey, bro, you know, it's the same as when you do your muscle videos. You just don't have a G-string on. And you could tell he wasn't 100% comfortable with any of this, right? And so...
Could you see it in his eyes? Did you?
Yeah. Yo, you could see it in the way he moved because he kept going from the stick. Even when he was rubbing the moisturizer on his butt, when he was butt 2, right? His face was turned away, just his body movements, you can tell that he was like, what am I doing right now? This is not like the muscle videos, right? And so it was, there even seemed to be shame when he was laying on the bed because I'm telling there was like a lot of flexing, right? There was a lot of flexing with a fully erect phallus. And then
Can you just get to the point? This is crazy.
This is a 30-minute video. I'm taking 2 minutes. Calm down. And then he lays on the bed. And there's it's a very long video.
I feel like they should pay $90 a minute to hear this shit right now.
Well, I give my services for free. And then he laid on the bed, face to the camera. He took
Don't be too descriptive, 10th man. Don't be too descriptive.
I won't. He took it an inordinate amount of time to finish what he was doing. And when he did, there wasn't a lot of like pizzazz at the end. It was a small firework. And, but you know, leading up to it was all right. But like I say, and I don't mean to say he has a weird phallus. It's just like it's bent weird. But it is big for a little guy.
Silver lining.
Is this going to live on the internet forever? Thanks, man. More content that I'm never going to run from. This is insane. Crazy.
You deserve this, Marte. You are gonna be an example of what happens when.
Can I just point out
that
10th
man
should never. I just want to say 10th man should never write a porn novel.
Hold on, Doc. I'm being nice.
Now we're not going to grade Marte. Now we're going to grade 10th man's description, Marte.
Okay, listen, let me help out Doc. So, Sarah, you can ask whatever you want. But, Doc, just for you, he sensually yet reluctantly rubbed the moisturizer on his buttocks cheeks.
On his buttocks.
Does that work?
All right,
That's
we're good.
actually pretty
We're good. Cut.
Can you? Was it supple? Was the grundle supple?
No.
Oh, he's got beautiful skin.
Not Doc. Doc, let's.
I should have got out.
It's a question.
Somebody put Duck backstage, please. Like, this is insane. This is almost unbearable.
$100. It's going to take $100 to make me leave the stage right now, folks. This is too good. This is way too good, folks. Let's go.
Okay. So anyway, 10th man described the initial thing that happened.
Oh my god.
Okay, many moons ago. Marte, would you like to bring us up to what happened to bring us to this moment now, after the suppleness?
Follow up with this? That's
yes.
crazy. That's
yes.
crazy.
Would you like to say
All
it
right.
in a more, sensual voice?
The past is the past, and I'm here today and saying that porn stars can be saved. Former people who did work back in the day, they can find redemption. They can find people in dating if they're honest and open and transparent about what they did in the past. I think that if you lie about things like this and you're trying to seek redemption and it's not genuine, it's all fake. So my whole point is that we can be saved from public scrutiny if we're honest, and we can be saved through, Jesus Christ. So that's it.
Is that what we've learned here today?
I think we learned more about suppleness.
Like,
yeah,
they can be saved for later. They can be saved for later.
Save for later.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Zach,
That was bad.
how do you feel
Too bad.
so far with what happened? What did you miss? Where did we bring you up to speed? Are we there?
I think you guys did a very good job of informing me of what I missed. Yes.
Do you regret asking at this point?
Oh, never.
Do you need the link?
Oh! Low intent, man. There will be no links. But
I didn't share your link with anybody but Flo.
I will leave if you put
I
a
can't
link.
I can't just search on like Pornhub or X videos. I can't just search for Marte, Rayless,
Why would you want to,
the
Duck?
Bitey Mouse,
Oh God.
autoerotica.
Duck, hold on, Duck. I must ask the question. Do you want to search this content?
I would just like to know if my friend is
God.
producing good work where it's available, and perhaps if I see it duplicated on another website, I'll report it.
In other words, it's purely scientific.
He's looking out for you.
Too much about
Purely
you that I don't want
scientific,
to know.
professional, very upstanding.
Fuck, are you coming out right now? This is crazy, bro.
I'm coming out as a friend. A friend.
No,
He's
Duck,
coming
we're
out
not
as a
going to
scientist.
brothers like that.
As a
That's
scientist.
crazy.
Yeah.
You guys might have just met Duck, but he hits on me quite a bit.
Oh,
Duck is,
true.
Yeah.
Duck, can I ask? Are
Save me.
you? Do you? Duck, do you go both ways there, buddy?
I identify as queer heteronormative, so
The fuck
I'm
is
very
that? That's
straight.
some
But
gay
I
shit.
What the
yeah,
fuck?
I love a queer worldview, a good queer worldview, a good queer conversation.
What the fuck
I
is he
struggle to
saying?
keep up.
That is
in
gayer than
trans
just saying you're gay.
conversations. I struggle to keep up in purely gay conversations. But a queer worldview, I understand it. I've been to Paris, I've been to Florence and Italy, and so
Now, right now,
you
go
guys
ahead.
know what
Duck.
that means. You guys know
Duck,
what it
this is your buddy 10th man. I just want to ask, is the reason why you won't come talk to me on my panels because you think I'm going to turn you?
So just the honesty is, I think the weight of those conversations is too much for me. It's a little too heavy.
Hi, Duck.
Hey, 10.
How you doing, buddy?
You look great. You look great.
Thanks. For an old man, yeah, I look all right. Do you ever do any self-pleasure videos?
Nope.
No?
I'm one of those
You
guys
ever been on
that has,
Grindr?
I've got tape over all my webcams and stuff.
Oh, have you ever been on Grindr?
No, I've never downloaded a dating app in my life, actually.
Are you currently
freaked out
married
even
or
my
with a
Facebook-
spouse?
Something like that, but yeah. I mean,
Oh.
I even got freaked out because I logged into my Facebook and there was a little.
Do you
heart
really
on
want to
top of
see
my Facebook.
Marte's video, or are you just joking around to fit in?
I would take a look at it.
Yeah,
I
will
guess.
you
Not really.
do it with me live, and I'll let you see it, and then tell me if you get erect?
Like you.
You got to promise to tell me for
something.
reals if you get erect. Okay, sorry.
Use codes. Use.
Okay. So.
I thought I was about to get kicked. Sorry.
So.
Hey, buddy.
I'm not sure how I'd understand it. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'd understand it. I think I kind of get the gist of, the general thrust of what was going on. And yeah, and Marte's a beautiful man, I'm sure. Marte is a beautiful man. He's objectively a beautiful man. So, but that's what I was saying. That's what I'm trying to say, dude.
Am I a beautiful man? Did you just call me daddy?
Yeah. You look like you're still glowing from your shopping trip, your birthday shopping trip from a couple months ago.
How come you won't come on my show, Doc? You just sit and chat, and I say, "Come on up, Doc."
People.
I'll kick everybody off the panel.
The
just you and
emotional
me.
commitment's too heavy. I don't understand it.
To what?
Huh?
My witch trials,
You guys come
or
on my show.
you have a show?
I have a channel.
Do you ever do shows?
I grew that thing to over 700 subs in like a month, and now I just don't do anything. I crashed it. So
have you ever thought about a man and said, that's nice?
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with males having homoerotic ideation.
Right.
I feel like at least what I can say is the pressure that you would expect or probably internalize receiving from that is greater than the actual strangeness of a straight dude having homoerotic thoughts or something.
I don't understand what you just said. Are you saying that it's okay to think about it but not act on it?
Yeah, dudes that fantasize about dudes don't have to be called gay dudes. You don't have to be a gay dude. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with if you are a gay dude.
What if you're fantasizing about two dudes?
About two dudes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Then that is gay? Like if you're just thinking about just one dude and how he's like a magnificent beast,
yeah,
that's not gay. But if two dudes are like wrestling,
wrestling. So if I am a queer,
well, like naked
guy,
leapfrog, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
You're telling me I should think of two dudes wrestling?
No, I'm asking how you do it.
Two dudes wrestling, and so
naked,
right?
Marte's hiding underneath his hat.
This is forced gay conversion therapy, Sarah. What are you doing to me right now? This is insane. I will never.
What is it turning you?
No, I'm never.
I want to hide.
Ridiculous.
All right, Duck, you got 10 minutes backstage, bud. Sarcastic Saint says, Marte, here's $10 to go buy yourself a big bottle of baby oil. Here you go. So you can go and oil up your butt cheeks. Marte, fulfill flow and 10th man's fantasy and send them a new video. Kick
Never gonna happen.
This was your fault, Zach.
And just to clear everything up here, to be serious for 1 second, Marte, I can only find that one video. You didn't do any others. Like people were alluding that you're like a prawn star. There's only one video anywhere on the internet, and it's actually not easy to find.
Unless you cash at me.
If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I did shoot several videos. There were like at least 8 or a dozen. It's just
on it.
At least one. Man, no.
What a way. What a way.
Up. They're just.
Oh my.
Forget I exist, man. When it comes to that, just remember Marte the debater. That's the only person. If you're talking about Marte from back 10 years ago, that's a whole different person. That person doesn't exist anymore.
People don't forget.
I get you.
Marte,
I believe you. I believe you. I really do.
You've seen my footage and you've seen my content, which I don't want to hear anymore. That's so gay. So.
Sorry, I like you very much, but I have to do the same thing I did to Flo. This is so fucking gay. I have to go. So see you guys later.
Hey, rhymed.
Bye.
I do appreciate a rhyme.
2 things real quick. Marte, we all do things that we're not proud of. But I came on this panel, and I'm glad Duck was at least wearing a shirt tonight. That was pretty impressive.
Well, 10th man had his unbuttoned earlier.
I'm glad I missed that. Thank you.
It still is.
Man. Oh, God.
So what do you think, K-Zach?
Coming from what I was watching before, I guess I asked for it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
At least we ain't crying about someone who passed away.
Oh.
Like I said, it was a weird night. It was weird football, then the whole pass away thing. And then now this conversation, it's a really weird night.
Well, one thing I want.
Weird gay shit.
I think it's a bit of a lift up from like, well, how I've felt the last over 24 hours. So
yep,
it's been very good.
This is weird.
Well,
yeah. Yesterday was a really weird day, and it felt like a really like emotional roller coaster, and seeing stuff online again and again and again, and very specific videos. Not Marte's videos.
It should have been on there. It should have been up there.
I did a show earlier today. A lot of people came up and they wanted to talk about reparations, and I was trolling them from my chat, and I made it the 9/11 celebration day. Everyone left.
Yeah, I bet.
I see why.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah,
I appreciate that you make it look like I have good taste.
Do you?
You're welcome.
So back to Marte's weird dick.
Anyways, moving on from all this, the two people that subscribe. Back to this, I do think that people can have redemption in the end. And that's all this is about. I was hoping to meet some detractors and people that were going to actually debate me on this issue.
Turns out all you found were fans.
Apparently, I have super fans, 2 of them, 10th Man and Flo, watching my content that I don't produce.
I had no idea it was 30 minutes long.
I had no idea that you're going to be the Brokeback Mountain of
Look,
this.
I don't know. I can whack off in like 5 minutes. Like, I can get business done.
I wanted to know, Flo. Now you're telling me
more personal information. I did not need to know, Sarah. Well, we're educated.
Now 150 people are thinking about me whacking off, and I'm going to whack off to you later. Yes, you.
5 minutes is pretty good, actually. That's the joy of being a guy.
Any of you can do about it.
That's crazy.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go.
I can refuse to believe it.
Look, even mom, even my poor. Oops. Stop it.
What did your mom say?
My poor mom
was here. I'm sorry, Mama Tomato. I didn't know that you were here.
Fuzzy B says, "I'll start the timer."
Oh my god! I better get hydrated.
Never did I think. Sorry, never did I think that my 26 years of scientific research was going to pay off like this.
Your research.
Scientific.
I don't know. This is the most awkward conversation. We went from 2 inches to people taking meat delivery systems to now 10th Man knowing my whole.
No, I'd say you're about 8 inches. You're about 8 inches.
Now, Marte, you have to go to bed thinking about this. All right. I hope you sleep good. I really do.
Well, that Gemini, have you been paying attention, sir?
Gemini,
do I sleep like Heath Ledger?
He's about to roast all of us anyway, so we might as well just kick back and.
He looks professional. He's coming up with his profession.
Yeah, like when I'm bougie, I don't have it in me. Me roasting y'all is beneath me right now. I refuse to do that and then tarnish my legacy. So look, you got he's laid back for real. First off, I don't want to hear about another man whacking off right now unless you talk about building a house. Like, let's start there. If you don't have a freaking sledgehammer and you chopping wood and we're about to build a house, then you whacking off is unappealing to me. So, Teriak, I understand your discontent for hearing the Powder Dusty, aka all the other names he has.
Like,
so
what are we
yeah.
talking about?
Look, I'm here because there are 2 lovely ladies on here. The first is Sarah, and apparently the other is the Powdered Dusty, right? Because the way he's acting, he's talking about all the things he wants to do, and he's famous.
I also am a lady.
Wait,
Yes.
Bad Gemini, you said you didn't look like Aaron Hall. You do look like Aaron Hall. So stop the cap.
I'm gonna take a shot to that because what you need to do is keep that cap on because we know how you look under there. So thank you. All right. So now that I got my booze in my hand and I'm feeling very, very good about life. All right. He doesn't need to. I didn't need to see his what you call Russell Wilson here. I already knew that was under there. Just tell Sierra I say hi as she continues to make you feel feminine. So that was tasty. All right, so I'm back to normal. Sarah, you can catch me up because I didn't have a chance because I was in these YouTube streets. And so I hear the general conversation, but I see what you have as a topic, but is that the actual topic or is it a variant?
Flow State, why don't you give the TLDR?
All right, so Marte has made several videos of himself doing himself, allegedly. And so he's looking to be saved from Jesus because Jesus is coming to get him.
Yeah, the mischaracterization continues. Let's
Which part of that is way more descriptive?
Not running from Jesus, running to Jesus.
Jesus is like, did you wash your hands, motherfucker?
Never happening, bro. That's what baptism is for.
Marte, how long ago was this? You said
This was like a little over 10 years ago. 10 years, yeah.
10 years.
Why?
That's a fucking decade. Yeah, that's fine.
No.
Stop it.
More water.
So, anyways, yeah,
This is a sober conversation.
Marte's point is that Jesus can redeem him or something. He can be saved. And I'm saying from what? It appears social shame is the thing he needs saved from. But, like, he doesn't look saved at all. Jesus has left him hanging tonight.
So instead of porn stars, whack-em-offs. So he's a whack-em-off, and he's trying to be saved. So basically, instead of having his hand on a Bible, he's tucked off in some closet with the volume on 2 and looking at squiggly lines like we used to as kids and getting.
I actually am Jesus. I have pictures to prove it on my show from earlier. I forgive you, son.
He said,
Not doing that, man. You are not forgiving anybody. This is insane. So, I mean, that's the thing, though. I think that if you have current porn stars involved in the industry, I will shame them. I will get on panels and destroy them in debates, destroy ideology. I think we used to have the DARE program back in the day when we had drug dealers or ex-drug users from in the past saying, hey, don't currently do this. So nobody can then tell me it's wrong.
Taught us how to do drugs. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about past bad devious behaviors that are bad. I think that if I was currently
They're
involved,
taught us how, so you're going to teach people how to do corn?
if I was involved in the porn industry, I could then tell people why it's bad, why you shouldn't do this. So
I could tell people that too. I've never been involved in it.
Yeah, but if I come from experience, somebody that's done this, I would say I'm more of a expert. I have more of an expert opinion than you.
Why is it bad?
Bad Gemini. When you said squiggly lines, did you just explain Cinemax?
It's not good.
He just out-credentialed me. He's saying, hey, I got more credentials than you. So if I want to be able to argue up at your level, I need to go do some gay shit.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh my God. All right. So Anthony drops 10 to say, came to show support. Sorry for the late entry. Been watching Andrew and Brian cover what happened. This is for you, Sarah. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that so kindly.
Goodness. Why did I pull up?
Point, Anthony.
I'm about to embarrass my kids pulling up on the wrong nights like that. I can't. We can't watch that ever. Like we're teenagers.
Yeah, but Gemini, the real question is can prawn stars be saved? That's the real question, right?
Mm-hmm. The thing is, they can be saved. I would never argue against that. I really believe they can. They can be different people. They can have families. It's, whether you're talking about strippers and all that, and all that can. The problem is, it's the ramification, right? It's when you have this car that has 300,000 miles on it. We can put a brand new body on it. We can detail it, give it a brand new interior. But you're gonna hear the kinks and understand that this is not a brand new car, and that's the whole
problem. Why do you want a new body on that car? If the car's running, if you got a good motor in that car, why do I want to shift the body?
What you're saying is a good motor. We know the motor has mileage on it, is what I'm saying, but that's not necessarily good. It lasts, but after a while, I don't want that because the warranty is not there. Give me something with warranty on it. After 200,000 miles, like the warranty, that means all the cost to fix it and repair it is on me now.
So what you're saying is you want your chick to lie to you, right?
I don't have mileage on me. There's no mileage.
What's the conversion rate between solo videos and miles?
I'm not having sex with anybody. I didn't have sex with anybody. There was no exposure.
There's still mileage though, because think about it.
That's false. There's no mileage.
have
Marte,
bad
It's
how
still
old are
out
you?
there for the people, though.
How old are you, Marte?
I was pretty young, maybe 21, 22, something like that. So
We all did dumb shit in our early 20s. Guys, you got to admit, we done some dumb shit.
Yeah, but my dumb shit resulted in
Oh,
mugshots.
hold on.
His dumb shit resulted in 10th man watching him lube his ass.
when we
Besides,
Yeah.
no, that wasn't true. He didn't go inside the cheeks. He didn't go inside the cheeks or anywhere near anything like that. No, only on the outside.
Gemini, let me ask you a question. When we talk about mileage, are you talking about body count?
I mean, I would say this. I'm gonna use your example. Let's take away the women. I don't think too many women, and when I'm saying now we're incorporating the women in pertaining to how they think of you, not too many women are signing up for a man with carpal tunnel. Like, I need to know you know how to use this DeWalt screwdriver, this power thing. Your wrists are compromised right now. All the whacking off you talked about, once you're about 10,000 sessions in, you have your wrists are weak.
Bro,
That
what
means
are
you
you-
got to go to the doctor. You got to have surgery on it. That is not what a woman wants.
You're saying the front
That is
suspension is worn out?
There are
Yeah,
guys,
like, come on,
there are
man.
bachelors that have this way more than I
Well,
have.
okay, I gotta say. So a guy that's doing jerk off porn is jerking off more than a man that can do at home in private.
There's probably people that have done this way more than I have.
Say
For
the
video.
ball joints probably need replaced.
That's what
All
I'm
of
saying.
that.
There's men at home that jerk off multiple times a day alone. They're not viewing it for anybody.
Right.
But now
Just
we
let
have
me
to
know when you
invest.
want my science.
He's a
Yeah, I
professional
mean,
now.
if you guys want to look up porn addiction,
Dr. Tenth, what is the
you know, there's
finding?
people that use pornography because they're depressed. There's people that are just completely neurotypical and using.
You're
they enjoy
terrible at this,
porn.
Doc.
What?
So this is the thing:
You're
is
terrible.
I've
Shut the fuck up,
watched
bitch.
more prawn than all of you
Idiot.
put together in my time, and I'll say this is that wasn't his first time in the last 24 hours or 48 hours that he did that. So why not do it for some cash on camera?
Yeah, that's not a good example because I wouldn't recommend this as a prescription for anybody. I would say don't do this at all because you'll never be able to live this down. This leads to
What?
life.
There's nothing to live down. You're kind of hot, but not for me. But like, there's nothing to live down.
He's living up.
You can't
His
can't get in law enforcement. This is life ruination for careers. And not to mention this, but we talked about the dating market.
Nonsense.
It's not nonsense. It's true.
That's a bunch of nonsense, dude. You're out there working with people that murder people on a regular basis just because they're stupid and you think they care you did prawn.
They care. Jobs do.
Sarcastic Saint says, Marte, why didn't you use that money you got from the prawn to enlarge your 2 inches to 12 inches? Sarah is your biggest fan, and we know she goes over to your Instagram to do some research. Kick Duck again. All right, Duck, you got 10 minutes.
Well, that's because I don't want to break my legs and become like, 6'2". Like, I don't want to do that. I know what you mean by that, but I'm not touching that. So I'm not doing that procedure with my legs. I'll just kind of do the Aikido there. There you go.
Oh, Lord.
He's at least 7 inches, maybe 8.
Oh, my God.
I don't want to see his Oni Man's page.
Came back too soon.
10th man, what kind of I don't know the code name, but magic videos do you make?
I'm a scientist.
Yeah, and bad
Touche.
Gemini.
Going blasting off.
I think what he says is he's more of a consumer than a producer.
Oh, my God.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
10 years
Actually,
ago, right, Marte?
Be way more brutal than this,
Well,
but it's not.
he's
You guys are
You've threatened to rage quit like 5 times.
Well, that's because you guys were going to post a link. That's different. That's like actual blackmail level type stuff.
I
That's
wouldn't do that.
We
to you,
wouldn't do that unless
Well-
somebody paid.
out
Hold
there in
on.
public.
We wouldn't do that unless somebody actually paid $600. And I
Well-
told you I'd split it with you. That's more royalties than you're getting to begin with.
You're not doing
Marte,
anything.
for $500, I'll take the option off the table.
No, we're not doing.
Marte, I see.
Are you
I,
coming out with Duck? Are you? Let me ask you a question. Are you and Duck coming out tonight? Are we having like a 2-for-1? Is that what's going on?
Oh, my God.
People gay?
Duck came out already. Oh, I'm just waiting for you. Are you also going to come out?
Hey, Dusty, ask him the question about the cops.
It happens in pairs. So are you the second half of the pair?
Does it?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Marte.
It's gonna be a 2 for none.
You've already seen my footage. You described it, so you might as well come all the way out.
I didn't.
You have.
I don't know why you keep trying to make me gay with you, Marte.
No, I'm not.
No. Yes, you.
You are you've seen my footage. You described it.
I said you whacked off on yourself.
Oh my
How
God.
do you know this? How do you know that I've done any of this?
I have a scientist with me.
Yeah, because I did a play-by-play.
Also,
Sorry.
Mark,
MK Ultra.
you
It
did
was MK
explain
Ultra.
it
I did
for
not
the
consent.
dumpster panel.
I didn't explain it.
You explained it.
I didn't.
Well, you said it. Okay, but you stated that you did.
Two things.
I say
Two
that I did
things.
give detail that Flo did. Flo went into extreme detail. That's crazy.
Now you're just making stuff
You know
up.
what? Yeah,
Jesus,
that is
think. Well,
fair.
Jesus,
That
think
is
about
fair,
your
Flo.
lies.
Vivid detail.
Jesus, think about your lies.
Yeah.
Change the subject.
Obfuscate more, Flo.
The subject's about prawn. That's the name of the panel. Prawn stars can be saved.
bro.
It's about seafood prawns. What we're talking about.
I think.
Crawfish broils. That's what
I
you're talking
TikTok speak. I TikTok
trying to
speak.
talk really quietly so his family didn't hear. Go ahead, Kazak.
Oh my
I was just saying, Marte, I seen you. You were a partner with Andrew not too long ago, so you got my respect. Bad Gemini. What the hell do you think about everything that you heard?
I just look at the fact that every time Marte hears another guy watch this situation, he lights up. So that says everything that it needs to say. Like, this man eyes get big, he smiles from ear to ear. Like, you are very. He hasn't mentioned once that it's universal. Like, oh, ladies watch. He's like, yeah, you guys.
Marte.
I'm glad that you examined it. He is very ecstatic about that. So
I have to be completely serious with it here, bro.
Gemini wore glasses so he wouldn't see his eyes lighting up. He's only talking about me right now. So he's doing the same thing he's accusing me of. You see how that's happening?
Look, my nickname is not both ways Marte. So just
Bad Gemini,
just
go ahead.
leave me be.
Here's some more coke, Gemini. Go ahead. Admire me a little bit more. Go ahead.
Both ways Marte. Like, hey,
Listen,
that's my nickname.
Go ahead,
Marte,
Gemini. Both ways,
out of
Gemini.
respect
Gemini
for the
goes both ways.
people,
Gemini means anyways, going both ways. Go ahead, Gemini.
out of respect for everybody on the panel, Sarah's panel, and everybody, I'm actually going really, really easy, right? Like, I'm not trying to hurt you.
I mean,
Hey,
basically, he didn't incorporate lube. That's what he's saying. He's going he's not trying to hurt you, but Vaseline may be on his counter. So just choose your words wisely.
this is such a Diddy conversation. How do we get here?
Well, typically you start with the baby oil and you put it. That's how you get here.
Yeah, we're not doing. Are you actually putting? That's crazy, Sarah.
Where does it go?
There was Diddy baby
On your
oil
hands.
panel.
That's
This is
right.
So Diddy right now. This is crazy.
Everybody here's picked up on Sarah's dominatrix vibes. Don't like you.
I
Just,
don't think
like
this
you just noticed
conversation
them.
can be any more gay.
Yeah, she has a
Hey,
special
like I said,
channel too. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Dusty's wearing a hat because Dusty, you take that hat off, man. Just it gives off the Home Alone vibes, and we can't deal with that.
Oh,
Oh God! Shots fired. That's crazy.
what kind of stuff?
Flo, are we gonna do the what was that? It was Jamie Presley and what's the other guy? We should do that for Halloween. I think we should.
My name is
Earl.
My name is Earl. Yeah, I think. Can we do that, please? Can we do twinsies?
We can do that.
Yay!
If we get the donos in. We got to bribe it, though.
Okay, that's fair. We just don't put ourselves on screen in costume until they.
We'll dress up like that and then leave ourselves cam down.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well,
I like it. Okay, that sounds fun. What's everybody else going to be for Halloween?
I was gonna be a Marte.
I have no idea yet.
So,
I was,
we're changing.
You were going to be the box of Kleenexes?
You were gonna not roast Marte because that's not what this panel's about.
I was
For
gonna be a saved
Halloween.
Marte. A saved. I was gonna be a saved Marte for my poor choices in the past 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Good. I like that. Let's stay on this.
For Halloween this year,
Wait,
I'm
Sarah,
trying to.
Sarah,
Sorry.
do you do a Halloween like special?
Let me look at what day it's on.
Well, she looks that up. Dusty, did you get a response from the pirate woman? Because I let my. Sorry.
We'll definitely do it. It's a Friday night. We'll definitely do a Halloween thing.
Okay, cool. Then I'll try and get something together.
Halloween's on Friday?
I think everyone should dress as another content creator and see who like does it best.
There's gonna be like 5 Martes.
I'm gonna dress like Powder Dusty.
No.
That's what I'm gonna do.
You have to get your douchebag backwards hat, your earrings.
Okay, but how many women out there are going to try and be Sarah?
You gotta have Sarah hair. That's hard to get.
No, it'll be all the guys who are going to try to do it.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Then they get all they need
There's
is
more
lip
men
gloss.
out here than there are women.
They just need their lip gloss and a wig, and they'll be just fine.
Marte is looking for his wig right now.
Looking for my costume, actually.
It's only for his videos, though. He won't do it on YouTube.
I mean,
he does it on YouTube, though.
I got the Andrew Wilson hair. I can pull that off.
Yeah. His YouTube videos, not YouTube, but when it's his YouTube videos, he's in every character he needs to be. So shout out to Marte. I can't call him an all-American man. You know, I'm gonna behave. Look. Oh gosh, that's one of his costumes.
What is that?
Oh, good.
The fluffer.
The Predator. Oh gosh.
If you had just shown the tentacle things,
that was the one behind the camera.
What the?
Yeah, this is like $1,000 costume.
That's intense.
Makes my stomach hurt.
And you wear that on your OnlyMans page?
I told you guys he had a weird penis.
Stop, man.
All right, Sarah. Well, I'm out of here. I gotta get some sleep tonight.
All right, sleep well, Bumping Weevil. Thanks for stopping by. We love you.
Thanks for having me on. Bye.
Bye.
I guess I got no pushback tonight, so I mean that's good. None of my detractors showed up.
We had too much fun making fun of you.
Brought pizza, didn't share with the class. You got Damian Hall showing up with no album, has been off the record syndrome, like the whole thing for a minute. Then you got Z-Back Super Mario, has been out of the business for a while. Then you got the Leprechaun with no luck. Yeah, nobody else here roasting me. That's good. So, I mean, it's been a good night. It's been really weird with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and then it being 9/11. Yeah, nothing else happening tonight. I was expecting my enemies to show up with, target practice, trying to shoot at me. It's not happening. So,
are you a worthy target?
What's that?
Are you a worthy target?
I mean, I think they're cowards for not showing up tonight. If everybody else is showing up, we're just having commentary. That's it. So.
I know, it's fun.
I don't mind it. I think they're just cowards. They don't want to show up. They just want to have text wars and meme battles. That's it.
That is true. And I did see your thing with Andrew when the two ding dongs came on your Twitter space thing. And they couldn't even just answer the questions, right? Like they couldn't even run through like, well, this is this and this is that. And then they were just like, you're gay, like it was exactly what I expected it to be, coming from two people who like they're not willing to actually just go and debate. They just want to talk a bunch of shit online. And I noticed that they drop like all of these comments on like Pearl, the Max Prime guy, like they just are clout chasing every moment they can to be like, did you know that this guy did porn? And it's like, if you look at the comments, like nobody cared. But Sarcastic Saint cares and says, change Marte's name to Two Ways Marte. This is going toward Marte's baby oil fund and his new video. Marte, you are a good sport, but Flo loves you. Did you tell Flo that you loved him?
He doesn't share pizza with anybody, so he just keeps it to himself.
Check your Discord, and you'll see my Halloween costume?
I don't want to see your dick.
Stop it.
I thought about that too. Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. I'm not looking.
No, it's me dressed up for Halloween in 2020.
Is it? I don't have any.
It's not explicit. Yeah,
2020,
in
like-
Discord.
Could we go outside back then?
Did you put this in the Discord chat? I don't have any.
No, in the
Discord.
DMs. In the DMs.
Yeah, I don't have anything from you. You sure you sent it to the right person?
Do message requests?
Yes.
Do you have a new?
Sorry.
I'm looking at your thing.
No, same one we've been chatting in before.
Yeah, there's nothing there, dude. Nothing there.
You might can help him out with that, Marte.
I apologize. My hand doesn't work, and I didn't hit enter.
Coming up
Go
limp.
ahead.
I can help him out with that. It's not gonna happen.
What
you
is that?
Marte thing. That's crazy.
Limp
What's
Biscuit.
Are you supposed to be a girl?
That's your new nickname. Both
Hey, he's
ways,
just- I
Marte.
don't even want to see this. I don't even want to hear about that. That's crazy.
Like, what is it?
Oh, he just
Why did
raged.
you leave?
Just bounced.
Rage quit. He said, "Oh my God, I'm down."
I don't know who it's supposed to be. It looks like I see a pearl necklace. I see eyeliner.
It sounds like sex beads to me, but yeah, we can call it a pearl necklace. Why not?
Those are anal
That one-
beads.
I used to
Yeah.
when I was younger, I would send women weird pictures and then bounce before they could identify what it was.
Oh
Common
my
practice. That's a joke.
God.
You can show me dressed up for Halloween. I already showed it.
I hear him. Where's he at? Oh, he's back.
Whose eyes are those, and why is it so creepy?
What do you want the panel to rate your costume? Kind of.
Yes.
What? I don't care about that. We're on to something
be
funnier now.
brave.
Sarah has it. Dusty, I can't say who that is yet, but I might later.
I don't know.
Why
I
don't
don't.
just be forthcoming and tell us?
I
Who is
don't get it.
It's just
don't
an
know.
angry lady off the internet. It's a meme.
All right.
See what you caused, Sarah. You see what you did. You caused this all
What
because
did I do?
see you. You know you're supposed to be Harley Quinn. I don't even understand why you entertaining any other outfits for Halloween. Harley Quinn. That's the number one outfit everybody wants to see. Thank you.
You're going off her thumbnail, aren't you? There we go.
No, even if I didn't see the thumbnail, which I've seen, that's just the number one because anything else would be hard for her to pull off, right? Like we know she can't. Like first off, her attitude's bad, so she can't be. Like she has to be somebody that's disgruntled, out of control, narcissistic. You know,
She could
disconnected.
Jamie Presley.
that.
She could pull a Jamie Presley if she wanted to,
Or Margot Robbie.
because they're
Which
identical.
is Harley Quinn. So y'all both should come. Matter of fact, you get Margot Robbie on here. I'll say this: in 6 months, she's gonna pull up on the show. You know why? Because I said it, and she'll be here. She'll be here.
She could be like, "Why you looking like me, bruh?"
I love it. I love it. But that's you being arrogant. No, it'll be like you wish you looked like her, but these guys will tell you that because they don't have anything better going on. And I love to lie to a woman to make her feel better, but I won't do that tonight. Sarah, you know what? I'm gonna behave. Marte, you cut off your lights and you disrespected me 3 times. I gave you a pass on 4 of them. And I wanted to speak ill of you, but Powdered Dusty kind of gave me the look and said, don't do it quite yet because he's dealing with confidence issues when it comes to you, Marte. So I didn't want to tear you down because I know you make a lot of money off of doing male porn. So I refused to tear down another brother. I didn't want black on black crime. So for the sake of that, I'm going to give you a pass tonight unless Sarah says I can be unleashed and destroy you.
You have been unleashed.
But he's been unleashed. That's the problem. He's on here unleashing himself. He's around here jacking, whacking off. He has calluses. Any man that has calluses from whacking off should be on your 10 most wanted list. The fact that you have the time to whack off and get calluses and not go to the gym and get calluses, you are a different type of male. So when it comes to Marte, both ways Marte, any woman that sees both ways Marte, steer left of him, steer right of him, don't look him in the eyes. This man has calluses from whacking off. That's all I'm saying, end quote.
That was it?
Yeah, I couldn't. I was not
What a
gonna-
letdown.
Yeah, that
No,
was
that guy's way wrong. No. I'm cleaning cat boxes, but I have to interrupt to say
that was
this.
like a decaf roast.
Is he uses a lot of moisturizer. He doesn't get calluses.
Marte, I got you. Marte, check
Uh-oh,
this right
somebody
here.
got him. There he goes, Zach.
So, Bad Gemini, I just want to say Arsenio Hall and Stevie Wonder had the same baby mama, and they had a child. What does it look like?
Bad Gemini.
Arsenio Hall and Stevie Wonder, right there, wearing the sunglasses. You know damn good and well it's dark outside. Got the nice little flat top. I see you.
Hey, he could at least been Jamie Foxx and Ray Charles. You know what I'm saying? But I'll take
I
it.
want to
I'll
give a
take
quick
it.
side note real quick, though. I am
Hey,
writing
that's pretty good.
on, and if somebody can support that, I have a Give, Send, Go. I put in the link. I want to go to DebateCon, and maybe you guys could chip in, or anybody out there in the audience. That would be good to see you guys out there.
Call it the Moisturizer Fund.
Sarah put me up to it, so maybe I can get some support. That would be great. That's all.
That's all right. I dropped the link in the chat for the people if they would like to help support getting Marte's oiled up ass to DebateCon. Kokomo sends a big 15, says, sorry, Sarah, still too distracted by other stuff. Totally reasonable. We all are. That's why that was another reason I wanted to kind of just go ahead and press forward with this topic tonight. For those who wanted to be distracted away from the Charlie Kirk stuff and just kind of wanted something different to talk about. I know yesterday I spent a very long day kind of enveloped by it. And it was a very, very long, rough day. The fear factor kicks in, the thoughts of DebateCon and all of these other things that we have going on, and thinking like, God, like that could be one of us. I mean, we are at the, the bottom-ish level of what Charlie Kirk did. Like, we support debate and open dialogue and the ability to have the conversations. And, Charlie Kirk obviously is at the top level of what we do. And so to think that, like we're doing exactly what he did. We're promoting exactly what he did. And for somebody to die because of it, it's a very scary thought process, especially in our community, and all of that ties in. So I totally understand. But thank you, Kokomo, for stopping by as well. Hopefully we can kind of take your mind off of things, or anybody who is here. Yeah. Anyway.
Sarah, can I say one thing?
No.
Okay.
You can say
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, you guys, I don't see Dusty right now, but him included.
Yeah, he left.
You guys are legit debaters. I'm a commentator. I drink too much and I jump on these panels, and I'm a drunk commentator. But you guys are actual debaters, and you guys bring up the things that you believe. And with everything that happened in the past few days, I just hope you guys stay safe in everything that you do and you believe in.
I am a master debater.
Oh my God.
You said
Marte.
masturbator and you broke it
That was
up.
Marte.
Multiple syllables.
Master
Well,
debater.
Yeah. Well, jokes aside, with everything serious, I really hope that, because Sarah, you've had Andrew Wilson, you've had big name guys on your channel, and I just, talk is talk. It doesn't deserve a death sentence, and I just hope you guys stay safe in everything that you all do.
Mhm. Yeah, and when you're platforming big names or very strong dialogue, one way or the other, you're still putting yourself in a risky. I'll even say this: like, I get a lot of shit sometimes after I have somebody on, and I'll get comments or DMs or different stuff like, why would you platform that person? How dare you? Blah, blah, blah. Don't you know they're this or that or yada, yada, yada. And, and my thought process is like, I platform everyone who wants to say something, and I think it's fair. I think it's absolutely fair. Like, I could see if I only platformed one side of things, then maybe you might have a point, but the whole purpose of this platform is for everyone to be able to have a place to speak their thought process.
If I may, Sarah.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it wasn't for people like you and Flo, after I left YouTube for over 2 years, that I came back. Because you guys weren't evil like the people I used to hang out with.
Yeah, that's fair. Sarcastic Say says, boot Bad Gemini for that worthless, not funny, shitty roast of Marte. A damn Doc at his worst is funnier than Bad Gemini. Go watch some Marte fluffers. Well, here, I'll give you the opportunity to redeem it. If you can do a better roast, I'll veto the 5 minutes.
Dang. Y'all want look, let me tell you this here.
Okay, now my bad.
Am I roasting him or am I just roasting at large?
You're roasting yourself.
Marte. Yeah, actually, even better if you could roast yourself. But yeah, Marte.
Roast your previous roast.
Jamie Foxx, remember?
Roast. Oh gosh, let me tell y'all. First off, we know tonight is a serious night, so I've already dealt with that. So I'm about to fail right now, and I can feel it in my pinky toe. But let's get right to it. So practically, whenever you talk to a guy that has a forehead like this here, right here,
yeah. I feel you. That thing look like a fucked up NFL play.
Look, this put me on camera, everybody. I don't need a solo, Sarah. Put me on camera. I'd rather roast everybody.
7 head.
Right.
But okay, thank you. Let's get back to this roasting. So first off, don't give me a solo. I don't need a solo. Look, he's laughing about the 7 hood. I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't want to talk about Marte.
That hairline is halfway down your head.
Well, look, I'm on the borderline of success. When everybody sees my head, I'm on the borderline of success.
Is halfway down your head, bro. Come on, don't lie.
Yeah, you do have a 9 head.
I don't know if he's about to play in a movie or fly an airplane. His glasses fucked up.
See, this is better, Sarah. See, let them roast my edge line. This is what I love. Because the fact that I ain't talking about Marte's nose.
Your beard look like a spray on, sir. It look like a spray on. You got a spray on beard, and your ear is big as a motherfucker. It look like Dumbo.
So first off, the fact that I can't see you says a lot. I don't want to hear any man sounding like that. You sound like you're about to get mugged in about 2 seconds. Thank you. I've seen everything I needed to see. Right now, you talking about my beard and my. I see your beard, sir.
You got a graphic T-shirt on with a blazer, dumbass. Yeah, I don't know if you're an anime fan or about to go on the internet.
Thank you. Just call me Mark Zuckerberg. Why don't you? A graphic T-shirt with a blazer. Like, oh goodness, I'm out.
A long head.
Like, yeah, and you like a transgender Pinocchio. Yeah. That's what
First off, you got a family heirloom on your head. I don't know if that's a knitted cloth that's pretending to be a blanket that you're wearing. So I don't want to hear anything about that. That's not even a legitimate hoodie that you got on.
You was the first
this man has on a parka.
They tried to put you on house arrest, but you ain't have a house, so they had to put you on.
First off, it looks like you're on house arrest. Look at your lighting right now.
You be going
a Harlem Globetrotter, like
bitches with homeless people. You take Mondays and Thursdays, motherfucker.
First off, ain't nothing as dusty as your beard. Let's start there. And then when it comes to you, your nose is as widespread as Kirk's reach was. So we know it's global. You got a global nose. So I don't want to hear anything you have to say right now. You be taking a shower with a headband on for no reason, motherfucker.
Tied up looks like an unlocked character.
Get the fuck out of you, a weird ass nigga.
You look like an escaped Eminem right now. Chocolate jump right out the pack. You look like a busted Snicker right now. Let's get it. Let's go. Oh, it's me.
You look like you could headbutt some drywall and make a new peephole. Shut the fuck up. And you're the first
man. Let me tell you, I love you, man. You're always filling in the gap, literally right now. I can see you, man. You're filling in the gap, and you got your nose pierced. You look like a fake. I can't even compare you to Tupac right now. And the fact that you have a nose that widespread and a small earring like that says a lot right now. We're gonna put you on Wakanda. We're gonna put you on Wakanda right now. First off, everything's blurry about you. Your personality is blurry. Your background is blurry.
Your face
everything is blurry.
Shut the fuck up. You're the only person that showed up to your family reunion and tried to do the electric slide, the gospel music. Shut the fuck up. with your
First
big ass
off, you
ears.
doing an electric slide would mean the whole concrete is going to be scraped up. You have a heavy mantra right now. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you the only nigga that went to a dentist for a Bluetooth with your dumb ass. The only
You
dude
look
that
like a
tried to tie
retired
off-
barber right now. Retired barber, your
the
lighting is
sound.
bad. You get bad
and I heard about
haircuts.
you. You tried to rob a gay
Everything.
mannequin.
Bad
You
haircuts
took a
right now.
jacket from a gay mannequin.
Bad haircuts. That's
This
what you
nigga
do
got-
right now.
you got the
Can we
Usher
fix your
3.0
lighting
on.
first
You got
right
the
now?
3.0.
Can we fix it? Is this
Let
the
it burn
summer
in the face,
solstice?
Get the fuck up.
Is this the summer solstice? Can we fix your lighting right now?
No. You a weird nigga. You
You
went to your
talking about
family.
what is this guy
Pull
doing
your
right
pants
now?
down and just set your ass
This
on the
man
grill.
here looks like he's practicing to be homeless. Is that your next
That's
role? A
No,
future
no,
homeless
no,
guy
probably
like
somebody-
this
I probably have more passport stamps than you.
man
You like you got butt.
You look like a fugitive for no reason. How can a citizen look like a fugitive? I know
the
you
type
pay
of
your
dude that
taxes.
jump in the
Do you
ocean and
practice
you come
looking
back
like a
up with a
fugitive?
butt-naked dolphin. Shut the
This
fuck up.
man,
And I heard
this
your
man here
grandmother
look like a
was very
wannabe
tough.
fugitive
That's what
for
I
no
heard. That's the
reason.
type of person you are. You be hiding High School Musical DVDs in your backyard for no reason.
Oh my gosh, you're so
You
random
probably
right now,
Power
man.
Ranger suit in your
Look.
car. Shut up.
Hey, next time I see your brother, just tell
You
him,
the
look,
only
we
person that
already
gotta
know.
stand with your
Dr.
tippy toes.
Umar, Dr. Fumar,
Weird
fake
dumb
Umar,
motherfucker.
Dr. Fumar Johnson, fake Umar,
Yeah,
Dr.
that was good.
Fumar,
That was
hush your
that
mouth.
was all right.
Like, it's like what
You said that you got kicked out of college for hugging random niggas. Get the fuck out
you
of
got
here.
accepted to college because you were extremely black for some apparent
I
reason. So
graduated
what are you
college at
talking
18.
about?
I graduated college at 18. I actually graduated higigh school at 16, sir. Me and you guys.
That's very impressive. And you did all that just to look like a homeless man. That is very impressive. He graduated college at 18 just to practice looking like he's a homeless guy.
Man,
That's
look, man,
very impressive.
They told me
I
that you
love
went to Dr. Dre for back problems. Shut the fuck up. And your mustache
Oh
look like
man, he went with the old school jokes right now, man.
Yeah.
Goodness.
The old school girls. I made it myself. Your shoes got
Man, I know your
You be
neck
rocking
has
shoes with
arthritis
diabetes.
carrying all that weight.
Your watch
Right
got-
now, can we
you look like
get
you
your
be
neck
rocking a
brace,
watch
a
better
back
than-
brace, and some cankle braces right
You
now?
got a multi-purpose room outfit on, bro. What are you about to do, bro?
I'm not going to do what you about to do. It looks like I should throw quarters at you and make a wish.
You
Let me
about
throw
to
some
either
quarters
be a
at you.
substitute teacher, put somebody on punishment, be a PE teacher, a principal, somebody.
Are you going to get on the subway
You
soon?
got all them motherfuckers.
When does your subway
You
come?
like-
It looks like you're in a
I ain't gonna
subway tunnel right now. This man's
that
lighting
robbed
is
your grandmother
bad.
back- You robbed your grandmother on accident back in the day. I heard about.
I'm
that.
glad that somebody gave you an edge line right now because everything else they failed
Oh my
on. Can we
God.
get some real clothes
Your
on you?
beard,
You
you
mad
can
at
draw.
me because I got on clothes?
With your beard, you
Got
make a
on me.
slant on the left. And
I'm
on the right,
scruff
those
right now.
motherfuckers go deep, motherfucker.
I don't mind being scruffy.
I ain't gonna hold you. It look like you be stomping
Bro,
down buildings. Get the fuck
Your
out of here.
hairstyle looks like a
You
yarmulke.
be pulling fire trucks with your teeth. Get the fuck out of here. You be biting on niggas. You be flossing with
You
five
look like a C battery, and they don't even
Fuck
make
outta
those
here, bro.
anymore. Like what is this?
You said Donald
No,
Trump.
he looks like he. No, you bro, tied up. You look like he if you went on a Big Mac binge. You know
You
what I'm
look
saying?
like a ghetto Neo. Get the fuck out of here.
You need
Hey,
to go
tied up,
carnivore.
you look
No,
like
I'm
a-
saying is I'm trying to be real. I'm trying to be real with you. I'm just saying if you go carnivore.
3.0 sunglasses.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you went carnivore. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, tied up.
Ribeye steak is a good steak.
Yeah,
Tied up.
Bro, I ain't gonna hold you.
Tied up.
Fuck the clothes. You know what I'm saying? I just want to talk about nutrition first.
Tied up. You look.
He's a burb. He's a Justin Bieber fan. He a burb.
Zach, maybe we can have a conversation.
Yeah. No, well,
I was-
like your
Do you
fucking.
think that
mustache
carnivore could be
is
the way forward?
Your mustache is thirsty. Your mustache looks dry.
What you mean the mustache? What are you talking about mustache? That's the goatee.
The goatee. I'm not talking about on your chin, like
Yeah.
like Jay Leno chin. I'm talking about your mustache.
What are you talking about?
Dude, do you understand?
Wait, you talking
Jay
about Zach?
Leno?
You talking about me?
Do you speak English or do you speak Irish or something?
No, me no comprende, señor. Translate for me, please, Zach. Translate for me, please, gentlemen.
Hey, let me translate. What he's saying.
On repeat. I'm sure.
Tied up. You look like a flying carpet with a flat tire.
Bro, you
Okay,
like
that is
stole
just
from
way
George
over
Lopez.
everyone's head, bro. You need to stick to the basics. You know what I'm saying? Just stick to the appearance.
He don't
You know
even
what I'm
got the Dr. Dre. He don't got the Dre beats.
Bro,
he got the
it
Dre
looks like I could park 2 double-decker buses up those nostrils. That's the biggest nose I've ever seen in my entire
You're
life.
the only person that you got a pillowcase on layaway.
There are elephants. There are baby elephants with
anyway.
smaller noses than you.
Bro, your hair look like you
Dumbo
put that
had a
shit on
smaller
with your
nose
black-
than you.
like a Halloween costume. Shut the fuck up. And Kazat, First of all, your name don't even match your race. We don't know what the fuck you believe in. You don't know if you want to build a fucking building or go to church. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? You look like the first Mexican offensive coordinator. Get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. This nigga he be jumping in the ocean, coming up with some naked crabs. And you probably look like a weird nigga that be eating alligator elbows. That's what you be doing. And
alligator elbows.
Your grandmother know how to fry.
Dense man, do you know your?
Oh no, I did not. I was just finishing cleaning cat boxes.
If you like a transgender Roseanne. So I hope you don't cam up. Please don't, because that dude look like he be biting curves. Get the fuck out of here. And he probably work at a stuffed animal shelter. You work at a stuffed.
Now I understand.
Get the fuck out of
why,
here. Yeah, you look like you be designing clothes for a Build-A-Bear. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm telling you,
Tied up. Take your hood off.
I want to know what kind of shirt that is you're wearing. Where'd you get that from? Your mom?
It's a flying carpet with a flat tire.
You're the first person with a mom, dad.
That's what he was talking about? Oh my God, dude. You come on the internet looking like that?
Wait, do that again? You breathe like Darth Sidious.
You come on the internet looking like that?
Adam Sandler cast member.
What is wrong with you?
This dude's the first person with clear 3D glasses. Shut the fuck up.
You need to go talk to like one of your younger cousins or something and figure out what social media is, Grandpa.
Hold your microphone up, bro.
I'm surprised the electric's up.
Because otherwise it presses up against my neck because I have a neck. That's why you got that thing on, hiding that you don't have a neck.
You gotta get some new shit and put it on layaway with your broke ass. You're the only person that do that in life. What the fuck we talking about? It's 2020.
But do what?
I remember you now. I saw you in Walmart. You was trying to look for a leash for an anteater. You a weird one.
For my dog boy, yes.
Yeah, nah, get the fuck out of here. I know what people like. He the only person like, you Stephen Hawking's nephew. Shut the fuck up.
See? That's why no one's going to be too hard on you there. I forget your name.
I want to kill you.
At least you're kind of good looking. Look at this guy. He looks like a weird... You look like the guy that kicked out of Wakanda.
Bro, you a gay activist. You show up to a Ku Klux Klan meeting butt naked for no reason, talking about something.
I'm a black Irish lesbian.
That's what you do, motherfucker. I know it. Then you a Star Wars fan. You got all the DVDs in the backyard. I know it.
No.
You're the only person that you went to Dr. Pepper for antibiotics. That's what you do.
I bet you have all the Medea movies, don't you?
I heard that you did drive-bys on hoverboards.
Do you have Medea's Family Halloween on Blu-ray?
Why do you talk while moaning? You moan and talk at the same time.
Sounds like because Marte's up here and I'm all worked up, Daddy.
I'm scared to answer that motherfucker. He said on blue. Do you got that on Blu-ray? What the fuck? What the fuck you be on, bro? This dude the only
First
with
off,
a prescription windshield. You got a prescription windshield. When you drive, I can tell you just a blind motherfucker. You don't see shit. You're the only dude. Why are you breathing like Darth Vader?
You're one of those people that I start to understand why people are racist.
You a scary motherfucker. You be randomly in the bathroom breathing, and your wife be waiting for you to come to bed. You be in the corner when she walk in the bathroom breathing, just to the wall. You a weird motherfucker.
That's specifically what I would do. Yes.
At all. I can tell you be chasing.
Do you have a spouse?
Turtles. Shut the fuck
Are you lonely?
And your grandmother, she be fucking.
Are you on the internet because you're lonely?
I'm just waiting for this nose-on-nose violence with tied up in two-way Marte.
Your hairline's receding, bro. It go back like a little Wayne.
First off, I'm gonna start a smear campaign with both of your noses. It looked like somebody kicked in the door, but it was your noses.
When your nose is that big, isn't it called a bumper?
You're the only nigga over 30 that still use a sponge. He be using a sponge, think he's sexy. This nigga be butt naked in a trench coat.
Obviously, you don't use a sponge at all. You don't use a sponge to take a bath. You don't use a sponge in any capacity. So
like you and Theriac.
Take a sponge bath. I'm talking about sponges.
What are you talking about, bro?
What
are you talking? What's all with these? Why are you talking about all these like homosexual tendencies?
Yo. Bad Gemini, you like Afion Crockett in the face. Fuck up. You got
all right, tied up. Let's hit up.
Like the fadeaway right now, man. Let me tell you.
Tied up. Let's hit up. Let's hit a subject.
Desert nomad. You're the first black desert nomad I've ever met.
and we can talk.
You black desert nomad right now.
A burrito to cook, motherfucker.
You're preparing for a sandstorm.
about to start the fourth
That's what you're
Abrahamic
doing. You're
religion.
preparing for a whole sandstorm in America.
Shut the fuck up.
We don't have any sandstorms in America. But
Sarah, I know I haven't been here for a while, so I don't know all your new people. Is that guy that was talking there with the magic carpet over his shoulders? Is that Khalid, the guy that made that Grinder song? He looks like him. I can't tell. It's a small screen.
No, actually, I'm an inhaler. I'm a sponsor your inhaler. He's like, I guess
inhaler.
Off the Naruto episode. You a dumb motherfucker.
Hey, buddy,
strip out.
When your wife heard the Grinder sound on your phone, were you more mad that you got caught or more mad that she knew what it was? Which one?
You a Severance fan. You be beating off the Severance episodes. That's what you be doing. You thought the Mandela effect was Nelson Mandela's autobiography. Shut the fuck up, you dumb ass. You're the only dude that thought the Avengers was based off a true story. You a dumb fuck.
This man has a
woven
parka and a bow
this
tie
in the morning in the mirror? Is this what this is? Do you see the way you have to think? Do you see the way you actually pause and have to fucking think for once in his life?
That whole room that does this. You're the only person that be robbing gay mannequins.
Yeah, the only person.
Dumbass question.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
I have found mannequins attractive in my past. Are you kink shaming me?
Your daddy is your mama. You a weird motherfucker. We already know what this is, motherfucker.
How can a man be a woman, sir?
Sir,
are you one of them trans?
Yeah, you're one of those. You're one of those people.
You one of them trans? Is that what this is?
Donald Trump gonna make
is your daddy your mommy?
I just asked both of my moms, and they said that you look like you smell bad.
That's it. That was funny to you? That was worth the time to actually project that from your voice, motherfucker? You act like you smell like
what else would he do with his voice?
Shut the fuck up.
He froze right up.
Get the fuck out of here. You not fucking with me, bro. Your girl pussy smell like fucking crocodile armpits. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, tent man.
I'm married to a dude.
Smelled like armpits.
I'm married to a dude. Monogamous for 10 years.
Look,
but he thinks a man is a woman, so yeah, your husband has an armpit pussy.
But you just said you married to a dude.
You're projecting. That last girl that you picked up on the street actually had just a rotten hole there because she was trans.
Oh, bro.
Long as a motherfucker.
He's not wrong though.
That's one of the motherfuckers that Moses.
I think I might have just made it mad. Sorry, Sarah. Sorry.
You have to approve. You were impoverished by having an empty cabinet.
You got 5 minutes backstage tied up. Hang tight. Oh, how do I get us back to? There we go. And Almighty Nate, the hero of the evening.
For the fatigue.
The big Hondo says for the fatigue.
I heard the smoke alarm go off like 10 times during that whole rant.
I'll say this has been the most strangest evening of probably everything. I might have to dump this one off YouTube, Marte. It'll still be on Rumble for you, but I think I'm gonna dump it off of YouTube. just because it got weird a lot. I didn't
think that the Down syndrome Questlove would show up, but he did. And I noticed how I evaded everything by just laughing and not saying everything, and they roast each other. And I was completely omitted from any roast happening. Thank you. So, yeah. That's how you do it.
Oh, look who it is, Ryan.
Let's make it weirder. What's going on, guys?
Now we have the Down syndrome Dane Cook showing up. Welcome.
Thank you, Almighty Nate. You and Kazak have both again given me hope for the evening. It was a really slow night, and I just thought, this just might end up being a freebie, whatever. But the both of you have prevailed and brought hope back to my little twinkling eyes yet again. Thank you. Another.
Tell me, Marte wasn't bringing the big bucks.
You're welcome.
Well,
Marte brought him in.
Marte and 10th Man and Duck and Flow State were talking about fluffing in so many different ways. And
you told me to do that.
The baby oil. No, I just asked you to give a TLDR for Kazak so that he, oh, here we go.
Just for 3 minutes is crazy.
What? Why?
Well, hey, let me tell you why. Because last time I saw him, he was really upset, and he kept bobbing his head. And I watched a little piece of hair hit him in the mouth every time he was really upset. And that's why, I told him take your hat off. But
So
tired of
okay, so he's done 2 minutes so far. So you just want him to do the extra minute, or you want to add the 3 minutes onto the 5 minutes he's done?
yeah, add the 3 minutes.
Adding 3 minutes, so total of 8 minutes backstage. Okay.
And also, how you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing well. I didn't watch any of this, so I have no idea what's going on. But why are we saving porn stars? Who are we saving them
Well,
from?
that's perfect. Perfect. You come at the perfect
All
time.
right,
If you've no clue, then you've caught up.
You know what? Actually,
Marte.
Teriak, your turn to give the rundown of the evening.
Oh my God! Sorry, Marte. It's like
I'm
the
letting
third time
everyone
tonight.
take turns. It's fun. Yeah,
As we've all
We're
known
gonna
when
do
we're
this
young,
like
you
this.
know, bit
And we're gonna
impoverished,
go.
or just short in cash, because even like rich kids can get in tight situations, all this kind of stuff. You never know, rent, all this kind of stuff. And $20 is $20. That's what like Sarah and all keeps telling me. $20 is $20. So my boy Marte here fell on some hard times, fell into temptation, and waxed his buttocks, among other things, by revealed his manliness, to which I believe 10th man went into discovering more detail, even measuring the size. And I think, did we get a rate now, the 10th man? Yeah.
Out of my research, I would say that I would give that a 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. That's what we're working here with, Ryan. We're working with 7 out of 10 work here. Now, for an amateur, that ain't bad. Ain't bad. Okay. But me personally, my story diverts. It goes a bit tragic. I was what one might call a MK Ultra victim. I was unconsenting, and basically, 10th man inadvertently prawn bombed himself, to which I was exposed to such material. And I believe we were unofficially suing for some shit or something like that. I don't know. I think Marte was my client at one stage. I don't know. Shit went crazy because we started talking about, it was like dick jokes for a while. And then, yeah, I think it's just been sexual tension since then.
All right.
Right. So, Marte, what are we saving porn stars from?
Jesus.
I have no idea what any of that was
Damnation. Damnation.
You're muted.
Damnation, porn, and all this degeneracy. But yes.
Well, what does that mean?
So I can be saved if I redeem myself and ask Christ for forgiveness. There's also that. I can also save myself in the world of judgment if I'm in a relationship and I'm coming in honest and transparent and said, hey, I did solo content for 10 years. There's less judgment. I could save myself from the scrutiny of my past consequences, right? So there's two versions of saving I gave you right there.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, porn stars can go to church and get saved, and they can also get in relationships that can be successful. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, cool.
Marte, what's the difference between forgiveness and repentance?
I believe that they go hand in hand. They're different. The reason why is because if you're going to ask for forgiveness, it's something that you can ask a person. You're asking somebody else for forgiveness. Repentance is a self thing. It's internalized. So if you're repenting, it's something that you have to self-actualize and do. And I think this could be a daily thing. But asking for forgiveness, it's not something I would want to keep doing over and over again. Like I'm asking somebody for forgiveness. I think that's the distinction, but I don't think it's that far-fetched. So I repent every day. I think it's what we should do as Christians.
Yeah,
but for forgiveness.
I agree. I agree. I think forgiveness is like, forgive me for I lied. Forgive me for I did this or that. Repentance is I repent of my sins and I'm never going to do that again. You know, that's the difference in my mind.
I think we're closely aligned. Repentance would be not having a pattern of behavior. Forgiveness would be like, oh, I did this again and I keep making the same stupid mistake. But I think repentance is almost the same thing, but except it's more internalized. Like it's, I think about repentance as a genuine way to say, hey, this isn't happening again. And I'm
Marte, hold on, Marte. Why would you repent if you're dropping 1,000 videos? Like after you made it past the first 10 videos, you're like, this is now a career. You can't.
It was 10 years ago.
Your whole career.
But this is the counterpoint of view. What's stopping all these OnlyFans chicks? It's just exploiting this now as just a way to be like a blueprint to be like, yeah, this is just my quote unquote retirement career. I can do the 20 to 30 as OnlyFans, and then at 30 I find Christ, and then it's Jesus swag like Nala Ray's doing.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I think it's good to be genuine about your repentance. I think that if you come and you say, hey,
I like the cat.
Can I repent for this? And you keep doing the same thing, it's not really genuine. So I think if you can leave it alone, put it behind you, and not do this again, there's a big difference. Let's be genuine.
What's the kitty cat's name?
That one right there is Lily.
Hi, Lily.
I have a peach and a lily, and Lily, she's
I have a peach too.
Really?
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, but she's claiming to have a peach. We have to verify. We have to have a couple of black guys to confirm that. But go ahead.
Well, I guess that means I got a grapefruit. But Lily, she's okay. She's a little she's autistic. She doesn't know social cues very well, but she's okay.
Most of our panelists are too, so she'll blend right in.
This shit get more and more ridiculous every day, dog. I swear to goodness, man. Look, it's because clear difference between repentance and forgiveness. Repentance is when you have regret over the sins you did and you make changes to support that.
Try to fix your fucking hood, man.
You like the first dude that did a book report on an obituary, so you shut the fuck up. All right. So anyway,
can you spell obituary? Spell obituary. Spell it.
Yeah,
you're
it's
Mexican.
literally
I'm
not
sure
a
I
book,
can spell
so
way better than you. Spell onomatopoeia.
Spell obituary, tied up. Spell it.
Say obituary. You still use
obituary.
The eyebrows from Mexico.
OBITCH.
All right, so anyway, yeah.
Just like a Black Panthers reject. He's so mad he didn't get accepted. But continue.
He didn't qualify for the Black Panther, right?
Sure.
He's so mad. He's like, I was vengeance upon all of you.
Shut the fuck up. All right. So anyway, forgiveness is when really forgiveness is just for yourself, because it's really a selfish request. Because you only ask for forgiveness to feel better about yourself. They don't need your forgiveness. You already had the deed done. You're asking for forgiveness to make yourself feel better.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Tied up. No.
Selfish request. That's what it is.
No.
Think about
it.
You ask for forgiveness and you don't want to feel better about yourself.
Well, you ask it through God, through Jesus Christ for forgiveness, so you can be forgiven for your sins. So is that selfish?
So you never sin against a human, or you never do any human bad. You didn't want to ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, you do. Let's say I yelled at a mother, or I got pissed off at the guy at the grocery store. I say, God, forgive me. I had my earthly desires control me, and I want forgiveness through you, Christ. And then God forgives you. That don't mean that you're a stupid fucking person.
Do you ask that person for? You didn't answer my question. Do you ask that person too for forgiveness, or just God?
Hey, I've done it many times. I'm a 34-year-old man. I have upset people, and I pull them aside one-on-one. And I say, hey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted that way. I'm sorry. That's what you do as
ask that person for forgiveness.
Well, there's a big difference between
those. Don't save him. Don't save him.
Yeah, don't save me.
Person for forgiveness.
You don't want to be saved.
Well, I have to say this is
I have.
I'll end up cooking all of y'all if y'all want.
No, hold on. This is the difference.
Tied up. Have you ever been a supervisor in a career field?
Yes.
Okay, me too. And when I have a subordinate that I might have been a little rude to, I pull them one-on-one. I talk to them. I say, hey, I'm sorry. Maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted that way. And you talk to them, and they're like, what?
You say baby?
We're going to complain to HR on you if you call everybody
your
baby.
Subordinates?
No, I never called subordinate baby.
You just said, I'm sorry, baby.
We don't know who taught him English. He's like debatable for anything he say. Let's go back to your original illustration. That guy
let's hear it then.
You ask God for forgiveness. Why do you ask that guy for forgiveness? that guy. Why do you ask him for forgiveness?
Oh, I asked God for forgiveness when I sin
No, the
against
guy,
him.
not God. The guy, the gentleman.
Oh, if I have a subordinate or someone that I was rude to, I talk to them one-on-one, not in front of other people or other subordinates, and I talk to them one-on-one. I say, hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have asked what you were going through. Let's talk about the situation. And that's how you get a common ground. When you get common ground, you move forward, right?
Cool. Still, answer my question, sir. Why do you ask them for forgiveness? You're re-explaining the situation. Why'd you
have to bring God into it?
Oh,
I never talked about it before I even came on.
Hey, you don't even have to bring God
down, Ghetto Neo. Hold on, I'm going to get to you later. K-Zach.
Yeah. Why do I ask them for forgiveness? I asked them to accept my apology. That's not forgiveness.
So you don't have to ask any human for forgiveness then?
No, never.
Okay, you just contradict yourself within 2 minutes. Next person. This nigga's an idiot. All right, now
all right, Gerald. Let's hear what you got to talk about.
Dude, trust me. I will fuck you up with any ideology. You don't want to go there. Trust me. 2-way.
Yes, I do.
You're up. He already contradicted himself. 2-way. You're up. Why would you ask a human for forgiveness?
So you can
Did
feel
Jesus
better.
not promote asking your brother for forgiveness?
So you can heal your soul, your sinful soul, brother.
Two-way. Not Tyrac. You look like you the first person.
Two-way, Marte.
I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm answering questions.
What's your definition of forgiveness?
I'm a light bringer.
What does
I
that
ain't
mean?
never gonna speak. No,
I'll let you define it, and you still won't make your point. You define it.
What? What are you talking about? I just did.
I can define this.
I'm talking about George Lopez's niece. You define it.
Healing a sinful soul, brother.
In simple
George
terms,
Lopez.
repentance is what the offender does, while forgiveness is what the offended party gives. You can't give repentance to somebody, but you can give forgiveness to somebody.
Totally agree.
That's
Totally agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
You heal your soul.
Totally agree. Thank you. That's exactly what I said. It's for yourself. It's actually a selfish act. But people, they associate selfishness with a bad
Not selfish. It's
when
needed.
actually selfishness is actually the ultimate form of love, which is why Jesus said you got to love yourself first before loving your neighbor. All right?
Tied up. Did you have forgiveness when you were eating your dreads last week as you were so upset and talking to everyone?
That's I don't know. It's the same reason why I asked your mom why her nails were like alligator toenails.
Mama G's and then talking about his mama.
You like alligators a lot. Everything
Wash that
is
tongue with some
affiliated
soap.
associated with alligators.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think about.
How did you know my mom was an alligator, you asshole?
Yeah, if I can maybe pull it back, I'm just curious.
Alligators' lives matter.
That's true.
Go ahead,
We love
Ryan.
gators. Yeah, I guess I'm curious. You know, I guess I agree with Marte's analysis. Like, somebody can be saved for these. Do you think these people have an obligation to be quote unquote saved in either of those ways?
They can forego their obligation and say, no, I love this. Porn is great, money is good, and materialism is good. I think we have free will. I support it.
Word.
Okay,
Look,
so wait. I asked if they do have an obligation. You said they could forgo their obligation. So you're saying yes, they do have an obligation too.
They do have an obligation, but they throw it away and they throw their soul into damnation because they refuse to seek redemption. But I would say that everybody should seek redemption through Jesus Christ.
Who's the obligation? Is the obligation to Jesus Christ? Sorry, Ted, hang on. Is the obligation to Jesus Christ?
To yourself. You're given a choice. You're given a choice either to seek redemption or not. And that's what baptism is for, through seeking salvation through Jesus Christ. If you don't want to do this,
why was I baptized at 6 years old?
We can decide whether or not to seek redemption or not. People have free will. So
that's cool. I'm gonna let Ryan. Ryan.
No, go ahead. I feel like I haven't gotten a very satisfying answer, but go ahead, Tied Up.
Why did God make it so that we need Jesus Christ to seek forgiveness from Him? Why didn't He just forgive us? Do you agree that Jesus can read hearts?
Fulfillment of the Hebrew scriptures. Tied Up. Nice job.
Again, He chose for that to be the rule. Do you believe that Jesus can read hearts or not?
Wait, what?
Do I believe? Wait, hold on. Say it, because you asked two different questions.
I asked one question.
Jesus
sir.
a triple G? What?
Can Jesus read hearts?
Oh,
yes.
Read hearts.
Okay.
He created our hearts. Yes.
So Jesus is God. God knows our
Well,
heart.
this thing's part of the
Okay,
Trinity.
if he
So
knows
that
our
was
hearts,
saying.
why do we have to ask for forgiveness? Why don't he read our hearts and forgive us anyway based on our heart?
Because
Just like he did the dude next to him in the cross that he said, "You're
Acknowledgement.
forgiven. You'll be in heaven with me."
we have to make this decision ourselves. We have free will. He can't make us do anything. Otherwise, if you don't have free will, you're just a puppet, and this defeats the whole purpose of us seeking something.
Yes.
It's
So why
called
would he skip
surrender.
us making a
You-
decision
Y'all,
and read
y'all,
our heart
y'all
to determine
capping.
whether we will make that decision?
It's called surrender. That's why. Whether you got your
That's
free
my
will,
question. Why
whether
doesn't he
it's
just read our
called
hearts to see if we're
surrender.
going to make that move?
I didn't hear what you
Surrender.
said. What are you saying?
Why doesn't he, when Jesus was on the cross, he said to the person next to him, "You are forgiven. You will be with me in paradise today." He didn't know the nigga. Why can't he do that with all of us instead of us taking action?
That's an actual
Hold
quote.
on. Because the thief
The
on the
person
cross,
confessed.
Christ,
Said that, you know.
the thief on the cross made the decision to submit to the Christ. The other person on the other end said no. He basically called them fools. Basically, the other person, distinction, he gave his life over to Christ.
Surrender.
He said, "No, can I submit to you, Christ?" And Christ said, "Yes, you can be in heaven with me." Literally, that's what I'm saying. You have to
Exactly.
submit yourself to
So that
Christ.
person was able to say that verbally without any proof of action, correct?
No, well, Christ knows our heart.
Exactly. So
he
why
was-
would he wait for us to take action if he could already read our heart?
Christ was an exception to the rule. The thief on the cross, I could say, is an exception to the rule.
Oh, so now we got people that are exceptions.
No, I'm not gonna go into all of that. Look, y'all go with these sidebars. The reality is this: if you
Yeah, it's what
surrender,
religion does,
regardless
man.
if you flawed and all of that, because we throwing so many nuances into religion, and you can go down this rabbit
The
hole.
religion, you
The
all are
thing
doing.
is-
You all are doing nuances. That's why you don't believe in the same thing as other Christians.
First
Sometimes
off,
it's
that's
the flat
not true.
earth.
Because
very
first
simple,
off,
very
there are
simple.
people
You
not
know there's different
Christians,
versions of Christians.
Let me
and
me
you
say
have
something.
people who are
Gemini.
not Christians altogether.
Tied
Bad
up, you got
Gemini.
another,
Do the money. Do
tied
the
up,
money.
you got another 5 minutes backstage.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
gentlemen,
insane
just
donor
explain the Bible
sarcastic
real
scene.
simple, right? You have like it's how to raise children because you're a tyrant in the early years, and then in the later years you're willing to take to go on the cross for them, essentially. Do you know what I mean? That's like the whole like main message. That's all you need. Good to go. You know what I mean? But like the whole aspect of where we because like a lot of people say it's like, oh, once we fix this, then it'll all be utopia. But like I remind you, like look at Northern Ireland, like that was like it was purely just religion. I mean, and shit gets crazy, you know.
Yeah,
It's crazy shit.
I guess like why would any of this, all the stuff you guys are talking about, like if to a secular person like myself, like why should we care about anything you guys just said for the last like 30 minutes?
Well, the last 30 minutes we talked about in Bad Gemini, I really expect you to talk about tied up, say, why do you have a 90 degree haircut? But the big part that we talked about was Marte and his masturbating pornography. Or yeah,
Okay, but
you got
were
what I'm saying.
asking, right? Like all the stuff about repentance and all the stuff about forgiveness from God and stuff, like an obligation to get saved or whatever. Like I all this is kind of like frankly kind of vapid to me. Like a lot of it's kind of esoteric, and I don't
there's
take
two
it
sides
very
of this.
seriously, unfortunately.
Right, there's two sides of this.
But
I
do
think
you even do you believe a nation can be demoralized?
Yes, I guess. Like to some
Yeah,
degree.
so
like
you
the
believe
people in it can be.
yeah,
people in it can
in
be,
that
yeah.
essence of morals. So it's like the reason why we had PTSD and all this kind of stuff. It's because there's only so much stuff like a human can actually go through, like mentally, before their brain just or their mind just flips out, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it's like the same kind of like aspect.
So
I mean, it's called human decency. I think sometimes we get caught up in religion, but regardless of what you believe, I don't think Ron wants anybody pulling up them, Christian or not, you know what I'm saying, hey, we're going to hold you up. I need all your money. Because if they're not Christian, then you're going to say, okay, they're just like me. They're secular. And if they are Christian, you're going to be like, what kind of Christian are you to hold me up and give my money? So all that doesn't matter. It comes down to being a decent human. That's how I look at it.
So I agree with that to some degree. Hang on, Teriyaki. I agree with that to some degree. Like I have my own like morals that I believe in. I have my values that I kind of derive my morals from and stuff, and that would include, that holding someone up or taking their money, robbing them, etc., would be a bad thing to do. Would be harmful. I don't know where the harm necessarily is in somebody like deciding to do like OnlyFans, for example. Like I'm not sure where that. I mean, there can be negative externalities from that for sure, but I don't know that it's inherent to it. So I guess.
Are you a parent?
Not yet.
Okay, so the thing is, when you become that, that's when you can ask that question, because now the question becomes, am I okay with my daughter doing acts that, you know, guys are lurking in the background, even women too, and she's around here self-promoting her body, not her mind, not her beliefs. Everything is sexualized. And if you're okay with that, then yeah, this doesn't bother you. It's like, yeah, I'm okay with my daughter being an OnlyFans model. She makes tons of money. She's successful. And then there's no matter for you to look at religion or anything like that. So that's a different discussion, but you don't have to worry about that right now, right? And so but
there are tons of people. There are tons of people who do have kids who also and again, like, I don't know why. Well, not again. I guess I'm making this case now. I don't understand why. Like I mean, parents don't have to endorse every single thing you do as an adult. In fact, they usually won't. So I don't know why that's like a.
But it's called legacy and attached to your name, because people still have values for their family collectively. So yes, individualized, but they still extend that towards the family name. So if your daughter were a prostitute, then you're like, yeah, baby, you out here doing it, you're making that money. Everybody else may see you as worthless. Everybody else may see you as ran through, and you out here getting money. You may even risk the risk of, you may suffer disease. You may even go to jail because of what you're doing, because it's illegal. But you know what? That's the choice you made, and I love you because I'm your dad and I'll support you. That would be a great answer. But realistically, people are like, hell to the no, not my daughter. What you doing? That's crazy. Diseases out here. Can't have you going to jail. How is that going to look for the family? So it just depends on how your family structure is.
Well, you brought up like the risks of like sexually transmitted diseases, and I mean, like we're now moving on to sex work, specific, like, or more like explicit kinds of sex work.
What's up, Ty?
Than just posting, you know, naked pictures online.
It's all involving morals. That's why I threw it in there.
Demoralize the kids. Like we're talking about
yeah, but like I mean, like your parents, like if you have like
one sec, I'll let you rest.
Let me finish my statement, and then you can go.
Because tied up, I want to tie you back. I actually want to tie you back to tied up.
Let me finish my sentence.
Let Ryan finish.
You can tie up your balls or whatever you need to do after I'm done. Okay?
Because he was talking.
Let Ryan finish.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Let Ryan finish his thought, and then you can go back to tied up, Terry.
She had a nice ass.
Yeah, so it seemed like the point that you were making was you were kind of weaving between like moral values that like an individual might have, and then moral values that you have like as in a responsibility to your parents. Like, because like parents might be like my parents are conservative. They might be disappointed in my progressive values, but they're not disappointed in me holistically. Like they seem to be quite proud of me. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of kind of double speak going on in a sense.
Yeah. So to tie it back to what Tied Up was saying when he brought up like for certain aspects of religion in terms of like forgiveness thing, but also being against prostitution, is there's certain things that is like it damages your soul, and the reason why you're saying forgiveness is about why you need to do that to the person and not just the God, because that like relinquishes your soul, like that heals your soul, like the whole aspect of confessing your sins, the bad things that you've done, that gets it off your soul. That's the healing process. That atheism does not have any sort of solution to this. This is why people are on so many pills.
Yeah.
Well,
no.
Doesn't it come back to the idea with the parent thing? If you are Christian, you would be following the honor thy father and thy mother kind of concept, and you would be wanting to listen to them, and you would be taking their thoughts into consideration. Doesn't matter which way they say it, whether they say I support you, baby, or get the fuck out of there. That's unacceptable. But it would come down to honor thy father and thy mother. And I also think, though, a lot of people fail, and the Japanese are really great at this. The family name is your family reputation, and they carry. You're going backstage for that one. You carry your family name, and how you carry it is very important. So if you bring shame upon yourself, you bring it upon your family name, and people Like, we don't operate that way out here, at least not anymore, and not that I've seen. You would probably see it more in more the higher wealth class and so on and so forth, where your family name is very reputable. The eyes are on you. There's reason for it. But for the average middle class whatever person, like your family name isn't like out there in the reports and the headlines, or so on and so forth. So we just don't look at it that way as much as like they do in Japan. In Japan, they speak like, this is the family I'm from, and it's either a good thing or a bad thing, and that depends upon actions of the family members.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you could be a healthy Christian, poor Christian, sick Christian, rich Christian. There's absolutely no benefit of being a Christian. You could be anything. There's no benefit of being a Christian. When you ask most Christians what's the benefit, they're like, "Oh, see you in hell or heaven." It's like, so you're basing your Christianity off of something you can't even prove. There's no benefit whatsoever of being a Christian.
There's a lot.
Have you ever heard about Christian morals?
I have morals of the same. I have the same morals as a Christian.
All right, let's hear them.
Oh,
let's hear your morals. What are your morals?
My morals align with Christianity.
What are your morals? Tied up
with Christianity.
Then you have Christian morals, stupid.
So I don't have to be a Christian. I don't follow Christ. I have a moral.
But you have Christian morals.
No,
all this
isn't it possible?
Well, hold on. You can still follow
Christianity.
you could still follow Christian ethics. You could still be adjacent to it without being a Christian.
I don't even think Jesus did miracles.
Like thou shalt not kill. Like, you could still follow that morality system without taking the prescriptions of everything.
All right, and that's kill. But what about the other ones tied up?
Like what?
Well, what other morals do you have? That's
you tell me what aligned? I don't have. You tell me.
All right. Do you steal?
No.
All right. Do you obey your mother and father?
Yes.
You steal from your mother and father
as you do yourself.
Why you asking me?
Don't commit adultery.
Because you asked me. Do you?
No, I asked you what morals I don't have, and you're asking me questions. Are you retarded?
So it seems like a lot of these moral values.
Representative for a Christian. The point is, there's no difference between being a Christian and not being a Christian. You could be happy, sad, rich, poor, crippled, healthy. There's no difference. You guys have no answer for that.
There's a big difference because one involves accepting Christ as your Savior.
When He's the reason why I need forgiveness, because of His rules. That's
also,
like me.
I'd argue.
Bear with me.
I'd argue even in your own Bible, Satan's the good guy.
That's like, real quick, bear with me. That's like me building a Walmart 2 miles away from my house, and I could build a Walmart close to me, and I give myself a car, and I say, thank God for this car. I wouldn't need the car if you ain't built the fucking Walmart 2 miles down the street. So if God is making the rules, why should I be thankful when it's His fault I need Jesus?
I quit listening to you.
You saying His fault, or is it our fault for sinning? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
He didn't cause us to sin.
We need
tied up is retarded.
We need Jesus because God said we need Jesus.
That didn't make any sense when you talk about the Walmart. The thing is,
it makes sense.
Please start over, because if I'm the reason of sinning, He gave us. He said, "Look, because this Walmart 2 miles away, I'm going to give you a car, or your tail would have had to struggle not deal because we sin like that." That's why I'm like, I'm hearing you, but then you're okay to that last point.
Okay, now on that same topic, why don't you just build the Walmart right next to me?
Yeah, tied up. You're kind of stupid.
He actually did. It was called the Garden of Eden, and we sinned and we got booted out of Walmart. If you want to be,
You're missing the whole analogy. You're missing the whole analogy.
No, I don't care what analogy I'm going with. I'm just making.
This is what Christians do. They don't care now.
I'll tell you the difference right now.
All right, let's go another way.
Morality and belief in God and Christian scripture. Seeing these as absolute guides, we could say this. A secular person, for the differences, however, they derive their morality from human reason, social constructs, and evolution in the pursuit of human well-being. Christians derive this on belief of God and Christian scripture. There's a massive difference when you talk about these. That's the difference. When you say that there's no difference, I've just explained that to you. This is for
wait, hold on, wait. Say that you talked a little fast.
Massive difference. We derive.
I'm trying to genuinely listen to you. Hold on, wait. Two-way, just slow down. I'm genuinely listening to you. I just slow down. Slow down.
So a Christian bases their morality on a belief in God and Christian scripture, seeing these absolute guides from a divine source. You, a secular person, I would assume, however, you derive your morality from human reason, right? And societal constructs, evolution in the pursuit of human well-being without recourse to a deity. That's the biggest difference. Is that simple enough for you?
Yes,
So when
that's
you say,
simple.
Why does
wait,
that
hold on.
matter?
You say we can't tell you.
I got. Trust me, Ryan. I got it. Now, what benefit do I have of following that other than following my own moral compass?
I'm glad you asked that. So we see a benefit of seeking redemption through a savior. You don't see this. So we see
Okay, what benefit is it? What's the benefit?
Yeah, what benefit?
Our benefit is eternal salvation. You guys won't see this.
Thank you. So your benefit is something that you can't even.
Literally, you bad news.
What do you, well, hold on. I'm debating two people. I don't mind. I'll crush
No, I got him. Hold up.
Two people. I don't mind. Bring it on.
Let me talk real quick, Ryan.
Go ahead. I got a two-headed demon I have to deal with. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. Yes. You said your benefit is the redemption of your Savior. Did you not say that?
No, not the redemption of my Savior. Redemption of myself and my soul.
Okay. What benefit does that have different than me living this earth where I reject what your thought is and I'm living the same earth life as you?
You may not see this. I'm telling you that you're a free spirit. You have the freedom of choice. However, we don't believe that. We believe in the divinity, right? A deity. That changes things wholeheartedly, for sure.
Yes.
So again, your answer is something you can't prove.
God, let's say you don't believe in God or any of these things. You could just go to nothing. If you're an atheist and you believe nothing created everything, good. Your God is nothing.
No,
you go
I just don't believe.
Let's say
I just don't believe in your Christian God. I just don't believe in your Christian God.
This dude is not answering my question. Wait, hold on. What benefit do you have over me? I'm not an atheist.
What are you actually?
Don't know. Answer the question, sir.
He doesn't know.
We have to know. We have to be focused when we talk about benefits. Now
that's God.
Your worldview.
That's all that's relevant.
Sir, this is so sad that you
first off,
even tell me. You guys have served your whole
I
life
can tell you what
Christian.
benefits.
You
First
can't even
off,
tell me
hold
the
on,
benefit of
tied
being
tied up, because Nick is about to say something. Hold on.
He's all hyped up on. He's all hyped up on Red Bull, so he's ready to go for tonight. So just do one at a time.
You're getting
so
it.
Gemini.
No,
tied up. You got it.
Tied up in Gemini. Tied up in Gemini. Let's go.
4 of you all to answer it, but go ahead.
No, I don't care about whoever 10 of us. My whole thing is for me when you talk about what benefit. The thing is, when it comes to life, a lot of the benefits we have, you can see them directly. If you're talking about I'm in the American system, this is a benefit doing this. But when it comes to religious beliefs, morals, there's not going to be a tangible belief all the time. So sometimes the belief is I feel like I'm a better person because I operated like that. Do you get rewarded for that? No, but that's something you feel within yourself. So when you talk about Christianity, what my belief is, or the benefits for people who are devout Christians, they feel like, okay, I have a place after this earth is gone that I can go and can call home, and it's called heaven. Some people won't have that. It's that simple. Now people are like, oh, why would you believe in heaven? Well, that's not for atheists or seculars who don't believe that. But for Christians, if they believe in heaven, that's the benefit. The benefit is heaven, and you can't discourage them for believing that if they believe that. You can believe, because you can believe what you want to believe, but they can be like, your belief is trash, but I'm going to stand on my belief. So that's all.
So we don't have any difference in benefit.
Kazak has officially upped the ante as the sponsor of
Shut Up,
Tied Up. Has officially upped the ante as the sponsor of the show of the evening. Kazak, are you wanting to do a full boot for the evening?
We got the same benefit, bro. You didn't know. You didn't say anything I can't.
Shut up, Tied Up.
I mean, if someone brings him back, they bring him back. I don't know for the whole evening, but yeah, boot. He's retarded. Boot him for now.
Cooking his ass. He ain't no.
Right.
Yeah, cook.
Well,
what's up, Eli? What's up, Eli?
What's up, Kazak? How you doing?
I'm living the life right now, as best as we can.
How's it going, Sarah?
I'm well. It's been a weird couple
days.
It has,
hasn't it?
Yeah,
hasn't it?
It's been
they made up for us, Sarah. Hush your mouth. These people come in clutch and save the day. Continue.
There you go.
Tied Up can come back when he chills a little bit. He just
you just let me know when, Kazak. You have the power to say when he can come back or when he
Well,
can go back out.
Well, I thought
Sarah,
people.
before they continue, can I say this? I know why it's been a weird night. Like, I feel that way too. When you have a group of gentlemen, right? Some of them sophisticated, other are degenerate. Some of them don't know how to talk to ladies. I don't care what faction you are. The point is this. When I see this group, this collective of guys, and nobody has given you a compliment, it's just, I would feel a certain way if I were women. It's like, what kind of guys am I dealing with? Nobody's going to acknowledge me being semi-cute. I got y'all on the panel. They ain't going to look at my smile, my blood. Like, this is terrible. So me as a guy, even though I'm claiming taken for, I'm going to say, you know what? You're a pleasant woman. And as mentioned before, none of these guys are qualified to date you, and all the guys that are watching you are
Gemini,
also
keep
not
it in your
qualified
pants,
to date
bro,
you.
okay?
Bad Gemini.
I didn't give her a compliment.
Ryan, you're
I didn't
up as
say
the next
anything positive.
atheist because Tied Up was the atheist. So you're
I
the
didn't
next
say
Let's
anything
go.
positive.
All right, yeah. So okay, cool, awesome. So
It said Ryan does have a
believe.
crush on you.
I think that a lot of the morality stuff you guys are talking about. When you
wants to
guys say,
put
that, oh,
look
you
on
so
you.
you have Christian ethics, even if you're an atheist or whatever. No, I don't think that's what's happening. I think what's actually happening is that Christian ethics are actually largely, not entirely, largely derived from reason as well, right? Because reason existed before Christianity. There were people who were processing information.
Yeah, how do you
It doesn't
account
matter.
for
It's
reason in
irrelevant.
your worldview? Wait, it doesn't matter? Oh, then it
We
doesn't matter
can get into
that
that's
we
a
believe in
second
Christ.
conversation. We can talk about that next.
Ryan, that's your flaw. You
finish.
can't
Let
go.
me land the
you
plane.
can't go
Before
deeper.
we go into just first principles or whatever.
Let him try.
Let me let you.
Look,
There you go. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you exist in the world, then you can observe how your actions affect other people around you. You can experience empathy. You can experience sympathy. Whatever. You can observe people's pain. You can observe people's reactions to your actions and other people's actions, etc. You can observe these things and decide, okay, if I hurt people, then I'm going to feel bad about it. If I get hurt, I'm going to feel bad. So I might decide I don't want to hurt other people because I don't want to make other people feel like how I felt when I'm being hurt, etc. Like, this is a reason. This is using reason. We can, it's a different conversation to talk about where reason comes from. You guys are deflecting to that because you don't want to engage with what I'm putting down right now, which is that a lot of the Christian ethics that you guys point to can be perfectly derived with just existing as a human being and observing the world around you. Okay. What Christians did was unify a lot of these things and add some extra stuff that they wanted for various reasons. But none of these things are exclusive to Christianity. Christians will tell you over and over and over that they own these ethics, that you're using Christian ethics. No, bitch, you're using our ethics, motherfucker.
Oh, that's
Ryan's
great.
about to get
That's great.
gangbanged. Okay.
No,
So I'm
let me
just
get in
gonna
on this.
Let that happen.
Because wait a minute, you say that it doesn't matter where reason comes from, but the entire spiel you just made is based
Deflecting.
off reason. So how's that deflecting? I'm talking directly about what you're talking
Because
about.
what do you
You're
disagree?
gonna
Do you
cite
disagree that
reason.
you can? Do you disagree that if you exist in the world, you can observe people around you, you can feel pain, you can observe how other people feel, or how other people
can't go
respond
deep
when
enough,
they're
Ryan.
feeling what you perceive to be
can't
pain?
ground
Do you
Define reason,
hold
Ryan.
on. But not everybody responds the way you do, Ryan. So you may.
Absolutely.
So, for instance, if somebody says, Ryan, you're stupid, XYZ, bad thing, shame, bad, you may say, man, that made me feel really bad. And it didn't change anything about anything. It just made me personally feel bad. Whereas, like, somebody may tell Eli the same thing, like same exact words and everything. And Eli may take that and say, man, I think I can do better. How can I do better so that I don't have to hear stuff like that? So while you say, like, yeah, I felt this way before and I don't want to make other people feel that way, that is still my perspective is my reality concept. And not everybody has that same reality as you. And some people learn from it. Some people grow from it. Some people harm themselves from things like that. So on and so forth. People, that's the one thing about humans is, like, we're unpredictable. You never know how somebody will respond to anything.
I totally agree, Sarah. I think all those things. Let me just respond to Sarah real quick. I agree with all those things as real problems that emerge, but I think these are problems that we have to engage with. This is why I believe that morality is an ongoing project, right? Like, you might run into conflicts where it's like, well, I don't want someone to smack me, right? But if like, there are some people who might be super excited when they have someone smacking them consensually in the bedroom or whatever, and like, so yeah, there are going to be contradictions in how I might feel about something and how somebody else might feel about something, and we can engage with those by talking through our ideas, right?
So,
And that's not a flaw that's not a failure of my system. It's actually the strength of my system.
So,
Get 'em,
well,
boys.
hold on. But if everybody has a different perspective of, per se, getting hit or getting called names or getting made fun of, and everybody has a different reaction, then how do we find the baseline where we can find a common denominator in all of it to make a decision on what is good and what is bad?
I don't know anyone who wants to be hit when they don't want to be hit, right?
How do we ground it in a decentralized system?
But how somebody responds to not wanting to be hit and being hit is all going to be very different. Some people hit back and they learn their strengths out of that. Some people get hit back and get knocked down again, and they learn to get back up. Some people get hit and hit back and then get put on their ass and learn to never talk shit again to the bigger guy. So again, these are all variations. Like, these are all, like, you could walk one route in one person's shoes and have a completely different route in somebody else's. So that's all differing variations. It's like taking 3 different scoops of ice cream flavors and how many different combinations can you make, right? You remember that math problem, right? So how do we baseline it, Ryan? Where do we find the baseline?
So there might not be, for every single moral conundrum, a satisfying, perfect moral baseline. But in general, we can make assumptions about, most people might not want to be hit, but some people do want to be hit. But the context is that they are asking, or they can communicate that they want to be hit, right? Or they're, like, obviously we can engage, like, there might be some people who do something and they get hit for a variety of reasons, and then they react positively to that because they learn a lesson, whatever. All these things can exist within every, there's no contradiction in anything I'm describing here. You're just describing like complexities of the world. And the world is complex, and I'm never arguing otherwise. What I am saying is that all of these moral complexities, all of this moral reality, the moral systems that I perceive, you can create a moral system you can decide on some baseline arbitrarily, and you could call it Christianity, and that's kind of what happened.
Ryan,
you could say that about most religions, though.
Hold on. I want Eli. I think Eli was picking up what I was putting down. Can you carry it from there?
Yeah, I mean, so if your whole entire standard by which we're able to derive morality is reason, and then say you have 2 situations, you have, we have somebody who walks up to a guy on the street and punches him in the face. Reason would tell me that it would be ultimately fair to sock him right back, and then, no harm, no foul, eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then there's another form of reason that would say it's actually better for society if we, notify the police, you don't respond in this kind of way, you do things in a different way, or even not just socking him back, but let's say getting him back twice as good so that he doesn't do it again, right? There's a lot of people who could use their rational faculties in order to say, you know what, if he socks me in the face, I'm going to break his kneecap so that he knows to never do that to me again. There's a lot of rationale that could go into that, because guess what? That guy's probably never going to punch you in the face again if you bust his kneecap broken after he punches you in the face. However, our legislative system, our legal code says, you know what? You can't respond an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. There's self-defense, but you can't do twice the amount of damage in order to ensure this person doesn't do it to you again, which actually sounds very reasonable to me. I think if I'm using my rational faculties, if someone hits me in the mouth and I break his kneecap, he's not going to hit me in the mouth again. That's rationale. Now, morality comes from why you shouldn't do that. That's what we talked about in conversations we've had in the past. An ought from an is. There's what is the case and what our rationale dictates, and then there's what we ought to do as human beings. So where do you get your oughts from in your system?
I mean, you have to feel them, to be honest. I mean, you feel that you can outsource them.
Do you understand how that's not a satisfactory answer, because everybody has?
I'm not arguing there's a perfectly. I'm not arguing there's a correct morality. There's a perfectly
no, but I'm talking about a very
establish a real baseline of morality. I don't believe in moral realism.
Hold on.
Why are you asking me a question and talking over me?
Hold on. So let me ask you this, Ryan. If everyone believed that, let's say if a majority of people came out and said, you know what, I believe that if we punched more people in the face because people learn lessons, because I learned a lesson from that, and everybody had this similar experience. And we're like, yeah, I learned this lesson. We should just start doing that. We should punch people in the face for opening their fucking mouths more often, right? More people will learn lessons, and more people will have some more common sense when they go out into public and open their mouths. And the majority says, yep, I had that experience. I agree. I learned that way. We should do that more often. And we just kind of change that baseline of morality for we should punch people in the faces. Like, would you be okay with that?
Personally, no.
So that's why I say again, if everyone just it comes from their experiences and says, well, I did it this way and it worked for me, and I did it that way and it worked for me. Well, I did this way and it worked for me, and this is and this is what I prefer, and this is my experience and that's mine. We can't get that baseline because everybody's different. And if the majority had a certain experience and agrees on something that is actually probably more harmful to society than good, then we will allow something bad to enter that baseline of morality, right? So that's why
I believe that happens.
Is the baseline.
I believe that what you're describing is a reality of life. I don't like it. You might not like it. I don't like it. I don't like that there's the possibility for people to establish a societal moral baseline that would be immoral in my view. But everybody feels this way. Like this is, and again, this is just like part of existence. Like I'm sorry that it's unsatisfying to you. Again, it's unsatisfying to me too. But that doesn't. But that's not an argument against the descriptive reality, right? If your descriptive reality is like, well, I don't like it at the end of the entailments of that. Teriyaki, shut the fuck up. If the entailments of your descriptive reality are, well, I don't like these entailments, that's not an argument against the initial facts. That is just saying I don't like the facts, but like too fucking bad, dude. Like, I'm sorry.
Facts in this case. What do you mean by initial facts in this case? What is
the initial facts is that everybody has to exist and feel their way through what they feel is moral or immoral. Yeah, and sometimes they might decide. Sometimes they might make a decision to outsource that to God, like you guys do. I don't.
No,
before case
let me one sec. Just let me explain it to Ryan. He does not get the concept, right? Ryan, when you say you're a moral relativist, you're essentially saying all statements that Trump is immoral essentially becomes pointless to you. That's like saying, like in the middle of a debate, my favorite color is blue. Trying to make an argument that Trump is immoral is pointless in your worldview.
Yeah, that's not true because can I respond? So what I would say is I believe that these actions he's doing are immoral, and then I would explain my reasons for why I feel they're immoral, and someone can disagree with those. That's fine. They're allowed to. That's why we live in a democracy. What's up, K-Zach? How you doing, buddy?
I don't know. I think we're about to butt heads here for a second. So
that's okay.
Tell me everything you think about that happened the last couple of days, huh?
I think it was a terrible thing that happened.
I agree. And you're on the left, right?
I sure am, yeah. I would consider myself a part of the radical left even.
And I think I'm pretty much on the far right. And I want to say one thing is that I would never consider violence. I'm a supporter of you and everything you do. So it's kind of funny that, like, as being far right as I am, and then being on the far left as you, how do we find a common ground?
Well, it seems like right now we have a common ground, and that is that we don't want anything like that to happen to either one of us or to people we care about or to anyone else, really. Like, we both agree on that. So we have some common ground right now on that.
So,
right?
So what's it going to cost? Because every time something happens, and it's always the right, because if this was the tables were turned, there'd probably be 3 or 4 cities burnt down right now. And the fact that a member on the right, a big member, and there's not cities, nothing is burnt down. Why is it that we can cool ourselves and take a step back, but you guys can't?
So I'm going to say 2 things here. Number 1, I don't think any cities burned down a month or 2 ago when Minnesota lawmakers, not pundits, Minnesota lawmakers were murdered and attempted murder, right? This was a thing that happened a month or so ago, and there were not cities burning down. The left was not burning down cities. And also, the president was not putting the flags at half-mast for these U.S. these U.S. lawmakers who were murdered in cold blood. Secondary, you say that the right is toning things down right now. Libs of TikTok posted on Twitter, "This is war," all in caps. Elon Musk tweeted, "If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die." I don't know who they is here. We don't know who actually did this crime yet. We don't know if they were part of the radical left or whatever, like Trump asserted in his speech about it. Like, we have no idea who this person was. If you know anything about Charlie Kirk and his history with the online spheres, he has had a deep war with the far right, with the Groypers and stuff for better part of half a decade now, right? We have no clue what the person who attacked this guy came from. Like, sure, it obviously had to do with Charlie Kirk's ideology, but we don't know what their perspective was on politics in general. And the fact that the right is asserting over and over and over right now, and loudly and aggressively and violently, might I add, that the left is responsible for this and that it is war now, that's terrifying to me. And the left was not doing this when Minnesota lawmakers, U.S. lawmakers, were murdered just a month ago.
You're talking about the lawmakers in what was it, Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I don't have an argument to that. I was actually kind of surprised that Trump in his speech didn't mention them. I thought, death is death, so I'll concede to that. But the thing with Charlie Kirk is he was a big figure and a big political voice and a big political figure, and he wasn't a bad guy. Like yesterday, out of respect for him, instead of listening to everyone talk, to support or badmouth or whatever the case, when I came home yesterday from work, I watched his last video that he posted, which was 13 hours ago when I got off at 12 or 10 o'clock p.m. And it just made me realize that, like, watching him talk, he was an open-minded guy. He talked to everyone respectfully. He didn't argue. I mean, he argued his points, but he didn't force it. You know what I mean? And pretty much everything that gets me is that he died yesterday, and it was a bad situation. And I hope nothing to you guys. Like I said earlier, that I'm not a debater. Every now and then I get a little bit too drunk. I jump on these panels and I make comments. That's my thing. Is I'm a commentator. I make comments. You guys debate. You guys debate your points, and I wish the best for you. And I hope that you all stay safe. But pretty much, he didn't deserve what happened to him. You agree?
I 100% agree. I want it to be extremely clear especially before I say what I'm going to say next, right? I want to be 100,000% clear. I do not endorse what happened to Charlie Kirk. I do not want to see this happen to anybody else. I think it's absolutely unacceptable. I think it's despicable. I think it's disgusting. I think a lot of the reaction to it has also been disgusting on both sides. Okay, for different reasons. But what I will not do, I will not personally pretend that Charlie Kirk was a good guy. I don't think he was. I think he was a bad guy. I think he was a racist and a liar and a propagandist who was working with the regime, the current Trump administration, advocating for absolutely disgusting things. He was arguing that the children who died in Texas were their deaths were, he blamed them on there being a black fire chief. He said countless times that every time if he gets on a plane and sees a black pilot that he's terrified. He's said that he is in extreme. This is just a few of the right, like, extremely racist, vile things. But that does not mean that violence is the right way to engage with him. That does not mean that, and I will never endorse that.
Right. You have no proof that he was a racist, period. He was not a racist. A racist is someone that says, hey, go do this, go do that. That's not what he ever did. He wasn't a racist. He was a Christian nationalist, which means that he had beliefs in religion and the beliefs that the United States puts their country first. That's not racism. It's not racism. You can be black and be a fucking Christian. It's not racism.
That's fine. At the end of the day, we probably do have very different working definitions of what racism is. The examples I gave are a few things that I do think.
What's racism to you, Ryan? Radical coder. What's the racism to you?
Yeah, so I believe
Yes.
racism is it's a kind of a synonym to racialization, which is this idea that black people or some other group of people are fundamentally different. There are these biological groups of people. There are these real biological categories that include things like personality traits, intelligence, etc., and that you can attribute a lot of the differences that we see in racial outcomes, for example, like healthcare, education, policing,
And Charlie
stuff, we
Kirk
can
didn't give a
attribute
shit
these.
about none of that. If you were qualified for a job, or if you are qualified, if you were at the top of your class and you were a black male, Charlie Kirk never gave a shit. If you were qualified, you were qualified. What does that have to do with racism? Racism is
That might be
Go
true
ahead.
at the end of the day.
Go
Like, he
ahead.
might hold that belief, but additionally, he believed that black people in these positions of power must have been necessarily less qualified. And he's asserted that over and over by giving all these examples of pilots and the fire chief and all these things where he's accusing them of being DEI hires, not because they're unqualified, because they're not unqualified, and he has no evidence.
That's your
they're
Donald
unqualified.
Trump. That's your
He's
Donald
asserting-
Trump DEI.
He's asserting that maybe he's asserting they're unqualified because he doesn't think that a black person could possibly be in that position.
Say that one
That's
more
his
time.
belief.
Say that one more time. He said
He asserts that those people were
no.
unqualified.
I said
simply
that
because
was
they're
Donald
black.
Trump's DEI, and you said maybe.
Okay, so what he said is that if I see a black surgeon, if I see a black pilot, if I see a black woman on the Supreme Court, and he asserted these people are
Nothing to do
they're
with
unqualified.
Charlie Kirk.
He
Nothing
assumes
to
they're
do with Charlie
unqualified.
Kirk.
These are Charlie Kirk's words.
Never. No.
I mean, we can like go through and watch clips. He said I've
Yes.
heard all the clips like dozens of times in the past few days, like, or in the past day or so. Like, and by the way, for what it's worth, I also after it happened, I saw the video and I was deeply disturbed by it, and I stayed offline for most of that day. Like, I didn't stream until the next day, and I was going to stream that evening. I decided not to. I took time off to just kind of sit with it and process what happened. I thought it was a disgusting thing. I don't endorse violence like that, and I do think that this is being used by people like the president and others to crack down further on the quote unquote radical left. They are wanting to suppress other people's free speech based on something that someone did that they don't even know why the person did it yet.
I respect that, because I was at work and the job that I do, I don't have really outside connections. So I was doing a round and I saw on the Fox News that Charlie Kirk got shot and was in critical condition. And that made me sick right there. And then I had to, I did my round real quick. I went back to my computer and I happened to find the video. And when I saw the video, I knew right then and there he was gone before he hit the ground. That was a professional hit.
It seems like it really may have been. I mean, it was obviously an incredibly good shot.
And it makes you think.
The wrong word there, but yeah, you know what I mean.
It was something that and I don't know YouTube TOS or nothing like that, but it made me wonder if more things were in play than just an assassination. Ryan, because me and you can disagree, but then me and you could probably go out and find some Mexican food that we like or something and BS about everything. There's no hate here,
Yeah, no doubt. And actually, that's something that's kind of the closing thought on this topic, at least for the moment. Like, something that I feel very strongly about is when I see libs of TikTok saying this is war, when I see people saying that this is like people calling for escalatory reactions to this, I find that absolutely disgusting, because I come on these panels all the time. I fight with you guys all the time. I do not consider you. We're not at war with each other, right? I would have a beer with anybody here. Any single person I've ever talked to on these panels, I would sit down and have a drink with. Every single one of them, right? I am not at war with you guys. I hope that you don't view yourself as at war with me, not, at least certainly not in the traditional sense. And I find it abhorrent that people are using this as leverage to lean further into their violent tendencies, and I don't endorse it at all.
One thing I would like to point out as well with this, sorry to interrupt, just one thing, because it speaks to like Ryan's language in terms of like the South Park, because you're starting to see a lot of backlash against South Park and like them getting accused and all this kind of shit. But when you actually look at like South Park's thing, like the fact that they done the Charlie Kirk Awards, all like that was them honoring him, like he like that was his favorite show kind of thing, since all that kind of shit. So when you look at the most recent episode, it literally has Jesus, like all these girls are doing these like demonic rituals on TikTok, and it literally has Jesus pointing at the screen, like surrounded by all the teachers, saying that shit's not normal. The shit that you see on TikTok, Ryan, is not normal.
Okay, I didn't watch the most recent South Park episode, so I can't really speak.
Tariq, I'm sorry, I don't mean nothing bad by it, but
Yeah, no
were you
worries.
talking about South Park?
Yes.
Okay. Well, South Park, they do what they can for views and entertainment. It's what they do. It's a fucking cartoon,
When they finish the ritual, it summons Trump. So like that's the whole thing. It's like this whole like shit that you're doing on TikTok, like cheering on an innocent man.
I'm getting kind of old nowadays, and I've seen a lot of videos that were probably shouldn't been on the internet, but nothing made me more sick than the video that I saw yesterday. I mean, even Ryan, like, you got to admit, like, when you saw that up close video, I don't know if you saw it or not, but if you did, it hit home.
Yeah, it made me sick. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think
not just like sick, like that's a human body. I mean, it's sick as in, like, I saw this guy talking yesterday.
Well, not just that. The thing that really hits my heartstrings is when you see his daughter run up to him in the video. That hits me the hardest. Like, you ever have anything hit you in the throat and it's just emotionally just hits you somewhere?
I didn't see that video.
That video hits me the hardest when you see this man's daughter run up to him and says, "Daddy." Like, that's the hardest.
Yeah, intercepted before she can get to her dad.
I didn't see that, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, that's because the loud noise scared her, and she went to the thing that was going to protect her, and he wasn't able to be that. So, but I'm gonna kind of step in just with a small little thing here, and Ryan, I agree. I could sit down with everybody, even tied up. I might have to, slap him in the mouth, if he goes a little psychotic with his words. But in the reality of this situation, there is some differences in the terms. So I'm going to ask you a few questions in the terms of what the right calls in the situation of you, in the terms. What is the worst that they would say about you?
Well, I'd say a few days ago, less than a week ago on this panel, I was being screamed at over and over, being told I was a monster, a baby murdering monster, right?
Okay.
That I was a evil person. This was being screamed, right? Like by Rob and a little bit Eli and other people on this panel were calling me a monster and saying that I loved baby murder. Okay.
Okay.
Now, really, let that sink in the context of what just happened.
It was all good fun. It wasn't. No one wanted you to be hurt.
I never said that you loved baby murder. You just think it should be legal.
But no, not. Let me kind of just stay down my line of logic here with this situation.
I know where you're going with this, Ryan.
So ultimately, in this situation, being called a monster, I can tell you right now, I've been called worse than a monster, and I have not even done any political stuff in the terms of it. Okay, but now we look into the world of this, and on both sides of the fence, people have an issue with mental health. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that it was somebody from the left that did it, but in the terms of looking at the words, even after he's been passed, you called him a racist. You called him what else?
I said he's a bad guy. I don't, and I'm not. I won't apologize for that. I'm not going to pretend that he was a good person because something terrible happened to him.
See, I'm asking for simple, straightforward words. Okay, so
I think I'm being pretty clear.
The problem with this is you have no basis for what good is, because when we were talking to you, I don't think that I don't remember exactly what Rob Noir said. However, what I said was deplorable is that you say, and this is your own words and your own argument, that yes, I recognize it's a human. Yes, I recognize it's a human in its fetal stage of development, a human fetus, which the Latin term is offspring. And you think it should be legal for them to be killed. So we're not saying that you love baby murder. You just support baby murder, and it should be legal. And I mean, I'm not even taking you out of context here. This is literally your own argument out of your mouth is, yes, baby murder should be legal because these babies are in the womb, and I empathize with mothers who have babies in the womb, so therefore we should be allowed to kill them. So this idea that, you know, you got attacked somehow, I'm literally just quoting you verbatim here. You said that babies should be killed on account of them being in the womb.
And
That's your
Eli.
argument.
But here,
here's, I want to know.
Let's add something else that I said.
Hold on. No. Let me keep going. My problem is when you say that, and we say that that's evil and that that's wrong, and you shouldn't hold that view. We have an ought claim, and whenever I criticize your arguments and I say, look, you don't actually have a basis by when you say what Charlie Kirk did is wrong and he's a bad guy and this is morally wrong. And yet you can turn around and say that babies should be killed because they're in the womb because I empathize with the mothers. We're saying we have a standard by which to value human life. We have a standard by which to call good, good and call evil, evil. And the whole argument that I was getting into you before you had the 1v1 with Kazak is that your whole standard by which to call anything bad is first and foremost your own feelings, and then second off, how many people agree with them. And as Sarah was bringing up, if the whole world started doing something you deemed immoral, you have no basis other than your own feelings to call that immoral. And if everybody agreed with you, you would call it moral, but still based on your own feelings, not based off an objective.
No, you're adding a bunch. In fact, Sarah asked me an example earlier of if, you know, everyone agreed that something that I personally found to be immoral was like the moral baseline, I would still disagree with it. So no, my position is not the side of the pond by the majority. You just said like a whole speech there, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So also, I never said I endorse baby murder. I don't consider it murder, right? That's an important thing.
I said
I
killing.
use that. You said murder multiple times there, and you said in my own words, and then you said the word murder, which I never use. I don't use that word for what we're describing here. I might grant it to you. I might grant it to you in an argument because I understand what you're getting at, right? I understand what you're but I want to add. You guys may think that it's morally wrong for me to endorse the possibility of women getting abortions. I equally find it morally wrong for you guys to prevent them from getting abortions, to force them to stay pregnant against their will for the full 9 months or whatever, and to potentially give birth to potentially risk their lives, right? In even cases where the mother's life might be at risk, and we might have some like weird legal issues, which this happens all the time with these current abortion laws, that there are women and doctors who are unsure if they can treat these women who are in extreme medical emergencies because these laws are so poorly written and there's no good legislative baseline to approach these sorts of things.
No.
Let me ask you this, Ryan. Would you find it morally wrong if in that fact, if we say, fine, abortion, do your thing, okay, no problem, but we're also going to tell you not to have sex, and we're going to promote the like anti-casual sex, and that women shouldn't be like, we're going to promote that propaganda to keep your legs closed and stay a virgin. Would you be against that then?
I mean, you guys do that now. Right. I'm not. I mean, you're allowed to do that. I don't think it should be illegal for you to advocate for those things. I personally, and I said this many times in those past conversations, I don't like abortion. I don't think it's a good thing to happen. And I think the way that we reduce abortion, I believe it's a supply and demand problem, or the supply, right, or the demand is that there are people who are pregnant who want to not be pregnant for a wide variety of reasons, right? And the best way to alleviate this is by giving more access to birth control, better comprehensive sex ed, and yes, encouraging people, if they don't want to go through that moral quandary, to not have sex. I'm totally fine with people saying that.
Here's the problem, Ryan, is that everything that you posit as far as a moral prescription is based on your personal feeling.
And so is yours, Eli. So is yours.
No, it is not. Now let me talk for a second. No, it is not, because it is not, because when we make legislative prescriptions, we don't have a sole emperor whose personal feeling we're applying it to the situation. Whenever you say
the creator of the universe.
No. Yeah, exactly. That's not a human being. Listen to
the alleged creator of the universe.
No, you see, now you're doing a bunch of interrupting. Now let me talk about what your problem with your worldview is here. Okay. is that whenever we are making prescriptions, we're doing it based off something outside of ourselves that we can bind the conscience of the human race to in an effective way. Radical coders' personal feelings can't bind people's conscience on a human level. It's not apt enough to make legislation where the lawmakers aren't going to turn to radical coder and say, what does radical coder feel is the best way to do this? There has to be a why that is not reduced to one human being's individual feelings. When we apply the Christian ethic, yes, we are talking to who in our worldview is the literal creator of the universe, the source of which we have derived morality in an ancient way outside of one person's opinion, you see. So even if you believe it or not, you can still subscribe to an ethic that has been used long before you've been around, long before I've been around, long before anybody and everybody on this panel's great-great-great-grandparents have been around, because it works and because it's been applicable. And we just so happen to have a view that has a supernatural take to it, that actually these things are also the foundations of the universe, you see. Whenever I ask you, why should we believe the things you believe? You're always just going, well, I feel. And that means jack shit on a legislative level, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're wrong about that, because we live in a democracy or of some sorts, right? And we actually vote on legislators. We vote on policies, and to some degree we vote on policies at a state level, a county level, etc. We also vote on representatives to represent ourselves and push for policies that we want. So they actually do go to Radical Coder and they go, hey, what do you think about these things? And I check some boxes and I go, I want this person to represent me here. I want this person to represent me here. I endorse this policy. I'm against this policy. They actually do ask me personally.
Ryan. You want all the authority with no responsibility, and you want the cessation of human life. That's premeditated. That's literally what Eli is saying right now, in a nutshell.
He's not able to explain it.
What I'm saying is that even if we can take people's opinions and we can have a consensus vote, that the reason for why we believe something are just, this is why, us Phil bros or whatever, always talking about justification. Justification means justified true belief, meaning I have things to back up what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And whenever we trail down your argument and it just ends to, well, I feel a certain way, that doesn't back anything up.
Actually,
okay?
My way doesn't.
Well, let me read this and then I have a thought. Kazoom says tradition isn't a rational reason either. It's basing it on a man-made fictional book.
True.
Well, so that's again somebody's assumption that number one, that it's based on a book. Number one, the Orthodox don't hold to that. Number two, that it's man-made. In our worldview, it's not. And you know what? You're just making just as much of the assertion that a Christian makes that God is real is when you make the assertion that he's not. And again, my whole argument is that you couldn't even make that statement if it weren't for a created being to institute a created order. So,
yes, you can.
So two totally different worldviews.
So in Christianity,
in terms of the aspect, Ryan, 1 sec. In terms of the aspect, right, like the aspect of like, because all things in reality are by definition like they undergo change. Nothing in reality is eternal.
Hold on, sorry. Tied up. If you're still watching, jump backstage again. He did step out. But if you're still watching Tied Up, you can come back. Thank you, Kazak. Go ahead.
I wanted to yell at somebody besides Ryan, which I support Ryan, so I feel like a bad
Ryan
father.
Let me say something about Ryan.
Easy target. Stop it.
Ryan is a very good trooper in a lot of these scenarios. He takes a lot of verbal lashings across the panels always, but he comes in good faith to have the conversation, and he's willing to continue having the conversation. He doesn't rage quit. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't hate people. He doesn't talk shit. He gets right to the argument and he stays on it. And that's the argument he chooses to have. I have a lot of respect for that, especially as much heat as Ryan gets here, especially on this panel. And I've seen him take heat on many other panels as well.
And that's what kind of upset me is the fact that, I'm sorry, real quick, this is as a fan of both you, Miss Sarah, and Radical Coder, Ryan. I'm a fan of you both, and it kind of upset me because I also follow this guy named Rob Noor.
Mm-hmm.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, we know Rob.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think he's pretty conservative. He has a good point, but you know, today I jumped on his live and I saw him really bashing Ryan. I don't know if Ryan, if you saw it or not, but
I did not.
I guess he was upset because he's like, well, you know, Ryan said that he's going to be the next target because of people like me, and I don't know, man. It's a mess.
I'm sad to hear that, because I did talk about Rob a little bit on my recent live, but it wasn't because I think he's making me his next the next target or whatever. It was because of the same thing that I brought up here, like the way that the rhetoric surrounding me on that recent panel, where they're calling me evil, saying I love baby murder, all this stuff. I think that if we have this escalatory situation where people are saying it's time for war, blah blah blah, I think that we have to reckon with the fact that these sorts of assertions about people, like they could escalate, especially if you're arguing that the left, especially if you hold the position that the left calling someone a fascist, etc.,
but
is putting a target on their back. I don't necessarily agree with that, but like even if I think Rob does agree with that. And so, yeah, I think that what I was saying on my live, sorry, real quick, like what I was saying on my live is that I would like to sit down with Rob and talk about the implications of calling me an evil baby, like someone who loves baby murder and stuff in this context. And I don't think that Rob would.
Wait a minute. What's the difference between you calling Charlie Kirk a bad person and us calling you a bad person for your beliefs and your worldview?
You can call me a bad person. It's about the ramping up of the rhetoric, and like you can say Ryan has bad morals. I don't like Ryan's morals.
Eli, I'm a far right. That's not a good comparison.
Well, no. I just really want to understand, because you'll like, and I'm not trying to get like. I totally agree with everything Sarah said. I think Ryan's very good faith. I think anybody who comes up here and doesn't rage quit and actually argues and does what you're supposed to do, we're all in the spirit of, especially what Charlie Kirk, God bless his soul, would have wanted, right? But what I do want to say is that this is kind of a double standard where you'll sit there and with total ease of breath say, you know what, I think he was a bad person. He was racist. He was this, he was that. But look at what these people are calling me and all the implications surrounding this. So I'm asking you, where do you get your basis that you get to call one person immoral, but when other people call you immoral, now all of a sudden this is some kind of hateful rhetoric towards you. You need a justification to say, well, I'm actually not immoral, and this is why you shouldn't do this to me.
Ryan would never wish death
It's
on
about the tone.
him.
It's about the tone. It's like it's okay to call me immoral. I think you guys think I'm immoral. That's okay. You can say that I have like bad morals. Like you can say that. You can have that position. It's when you're yelling that I'm a evil monster who loves baby murder. That's what I'm saying.
People who are racist,
Ryan, you have bad judgment. You're not bad morals. You have bad judgment.
But
no, first of all, Rob's not here. I don't know that I used the word monster. I brought up specifically, and I talked to you about this later in your stream, is that it's specifically the logic train that I disagree with, and I don't think that you have a moral basis. I never said monster, evil, this, that, and the other. I think it's an evil take, but I don't think that you yourself are thus an ontologically evil.
Rob did say all those things, and again, I don't think Rob's an evil person either. I don't think Rob wants anything bad to happen to me. I don't think.
Do you think that racists are evil people?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
So, well, okay. So here's what we're getting at, though. Then you have to at least understand the point I'm drawing, is that this is what we're talking about when we're talking about an actual basis, a fulcrum by which to gauge what is good and what is evil, because whenever one side is thinking that the other person is evil and the other side thinks the other people are evil, we're going to have what is considered an ideological warfare. Sometimes that's rhetorical and immaterial, and sometimes, as we've seen in the past 24 hours, it has real life consequences. And it's not good on either side. I think everybody here can, in a mature and adult way, condemn that. But what we're saying is, at least in this realm of debate, is that if you're going to make those claims that somebody is immoral, whether or not you call them ontologically evil or not, that's in the tonality, as you just said. When you called Charlie Kirk immoral, the leap to evil is an easy one, and it's fair. I understand if you really believe that, as I really believe your opinions have evil connotations, then you can make that. But if you're gonna do that, you need to be able to back it up. It's a strong claim. And that's where the Christian position comes in and says, hey, we kind of have a ancient rule book for how to discern between good and evil. And even if you don't want to believe in the sky daddy fairy tales in the sky, at the very least, we could all say that if every Christian acted like a perfect Christian, and if every non-believer also continued to do so, we'd be in pretty good shape. There's very few people who think that the Christian ethic in its purest form is actually leading anybody down a bad path. But at least we have this kind of metric to at least try to a goal to aim for whenever we're trying to make the right call. But whenever we criticize your view in the spirit of debate and say, hey, you're calling other people evil, yet here's all these flaws in your rationale that we're pointing out the logical holes, that your justification is just based off your feelings, in a world that just bases its morality off people's feelings is going to end disastrously, which we're pointing to the exact situations we're seeing today. It's a world that isn't governed by a Christian ethic, but is governed by a relativism. This is what we get. So I'm just asking you to really think about your position and your justification. How do I know that this is right outside of my own self and everybody who happens to agree with me?
Yeah, and I don't believe in this external justification for morality that you do.
We won't ever have any. That's
fine. I'm not saying there has to be. You're the one asserting there has to be.
Right.
I believe that I can be a good person without the external justification.
No, you don't know what you don't have any metric to base what good means.
You don't have morals.
Good is just a flavor of ice cream to you in your worldview. I'm not being personal. I'm attacking your ideology.
No, and I can explain why it's not right, because I don't characterize someone's taste in ice cream is morally wrong unless they like mint chocolate chip.
No, but it's
like,
no different.
But so
as simple as that.
That was.
It's
What?
as subjective as that. To you, it's as subjective as that.
Yes.
It's not. I don't think it is.
How is it any different?
I don't think it is.
Because you always go back to personal choice.
The only way they're similar is that they're preference based. I agree they're preference based, but I also agree yours is preference based. You prefer the Christian ethic. I believe the Christian ethic largely is derived from human preferences.
Can I tell you so? Can I be honest? Wait, real quick, sir. I just want to say one thing. I am a man who has a fuck ton of problems. You don't want to know what my preference is? If I had my fucking preference, I wouldn't even be on this stream right now. I'd be in some dive bar getting fucking shit hammered, doing cocaine off the fucking thing, fucking every woman I could fucking see. If I had my fucking preference, I had to battle my preferences to go, you know what? There's something outside of what Eli wants that's better for the entire world. So no, it's not just based off my preference. My preference would destroy me, Ryan.
My preference. My preference.
You have a stronger
my preference, Ryan.
Let me ask a question, Ryan. Do you think that if everyone all agreed that, you know what, we all shouldn't have to work for a living, we should just have people let's just choose to have let's say slaves, right?
I'm already disgusted. I don't want to hear the rest of this.
Let's just choose to have slaves of all sorts who can bring us food and take care of all the stuff we don't want to do. And I can just go lay on the beach and drink margaritas. And if a good large chunk of a majority said, yep, let's do it, that sounds good. Essentially, if we all agree on it and that's our preference, we can make it happen, right? We could technically really make that happen if we really, really wanted to. And the people who we decided to just be our minions of food and bringing me margaritas all day wouldn't have a say in it. But what keeps us from doing that?
Well, first of all, a lot of American history did have an underclass that was quite like that, right? And it wasn't because the Christian ethic finally made its way through, right? A lot of those people were Christians who were doing that, and they were using Christianity to justify it, right?
Who in history was drinking margaritas on the beach?
Okay,
I'm
maybe they were definitely drinking wine of some sort. They were drinking alcohol and sitting back while slaves did all the hard labor. But what?
They weren't working?
Okay,
I think most of Americana is
listen,
filled with a lot
the
of
point
work.
I was making is about the slavery part, right? Anyway, I would, as I said earlier, I don't think the majority agreeing to something means that I'm going to find it moral, because I have my own moral values that aren't based in whether or not the majority agree or disagree.
And you have your own favorite color, and I have my own favorite color, and no one gives a fuck about that. No one ever has a debate on favorite colors. They do have a debate on morality.
That's true, exactly, and there lies the difference, right?
Demoralization. Go ahead.
I'll debate you on colors. Is it Magi, Magus, Magus? For Ryan, I agree with what you're saying. Will you admit the left does the same?
In many cases, yeah, sure.
Okay. And Kazak, are you still with us? Oh shit!
What
You
the-
sent another one. He sent another one. All right, lovers. Have at it.
Hey, let's go. How's it going, buddy?
Well, hey, how you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Pretty much. I think me and you are probably in the same boat. We watched a lot of people talk about, you know what, the last couple days, but here we are on Raging Tomato, right?
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I figured in my own, you know, just like everybody, I totally floored. But you know what? Debate is one of the many things that made Charlie Kirk great. So saw the stream was on and said, we ain't quitting now. Let's keep up the discourse. That's the right way to go.
Well, let's keep it up because I'm not even close. I think I said it earlier that I'm not a debater. I'm a drunken commentator.
Yeah.
You watched it.
I
That's what I do. I make comments, and then the comments that I make, usually people talk upon it. But I don't think, you know, the shit that happened to Charlie. I don't think it has to do with people like Ryan. Like, I don't think Ryan is that bad of a cat. You know what I mean?
No, and if anything, that I don't think anything I said construed that it had to do with people like Ryan. And if I did, I don't think that. Again, this is the problem with all of this debate thing. This is a rule that I personally live by, and I want to make Destiny. I think a lot of people know who that is as an example.
Destiny's a far left purple hair guy.
Yeah, I got a point to make. Like the way he lives his life, you know, because he lives a very public life, so we all know about the sexcapades and the absent father and all this stuff. But when I have a brother who is as much of a fan of him as I am Andrew Wilson. We're two sides of two different sides of a coin, right? And what I try to do, a rule that I try to live by, is to never bring up the person. We need to attack the idea, the ideology, the argument, the logic behind what they're saying. Instead of attaching their, you know, maybe what they believe to who they are. I think it makes a difference in who you are. What your belief definitely makes a difference in how you act. But when we're in this discourse, when we're in this battlefield, we're not going for each other's kids. We're not going for us as people. We're wanting to say, where does this belief system lead to? What if we follow this trail to its conclusion, where do we end up, and can we back that up? That's what I try to attack. So it's not about Ryan. It's not about me. It's not about Destiny per se. It's about what worldview. Real quick, last thing I'll say, the worldview that they live by, the way they see the world, where does that get society if a majority of people were to believe that way?
So last week, if you and Corinth, that's who you were debating, if you guys found common ground, where would you be at right now?
Well, I mean, that's a really loaded question. I mean, I would hope to convert him to Orthodox Christianity if I had the common ground I wanted, right? But I think the common ground we do have is exactly what I just talked about. We don't have to, you know. I think it was a super respectful debate. And I'm not a white knight kind of dude. I think that there's time and a place for blood sport. If somebody is being intentionally, you know, hard-headed, if you need to call them a fucking retard, you should call them a fucking retard. However, if two people are giving their best in order to make the case for why, as I was talking about, their worldview leads to the best ultimate conclusion, then these things, as Sarah wonderfully puts on for us to do, then we have this space to do that, and we can do that without tearing each other's eyes out. So I think we had a common ground, is to answer your question.
Yeah, and I think that you guys have too. I mean, you've had numerous shots at Ryan. I'm sorry, Coda Ryan. But yeah, you're right. You got to shoot the shots, and but my biggest thing is just like, where the hell do we move from here as conservatives with the bullshit that we have to deal with? Because I mean,
dude,
who,
I'm not
who
gonna lie, dude. I'm out in the community every day working. I have a job that puts me very
you
much.
do, Eli. Eli, you do, and so does Speakeasy,
I
and
just
so
want to say,
does.
I'm not. I don't sit here and claim that I'm putting up with a bunch of bullshit in my day-to-day life. I think that in general, I would like to believe that the common, average, everyday person you see on the street probably, wants the same things as you to some degree. I insert myself into the bullshit in order to pick apart the deeper, more fundamental things that entail a person's entire worldview. When we use the word worldview, it has everything to do with how do you think we got here? Why are we here? What's the point of us being here? How do we as a group best tackle all the things that are entailed in the human experience?
But Eli.
Yeah.
What was your juice? What was your bait? What made you come into this community of debating?
Because I think it makes people's lives fundamentally
No,
better.
who made you come into this field of debate?
Nobody made me.
So you just I want to debate people, and you just jumped on
Yeah.
YouTube. There was somebody that you watched, Eli. There was somebody that you watched that made you.
Jay Dyer.
Be honest.
Was my first,
Jay Dyer.
Yeah, he was my first big streamer that I got into,
and Jay Dyer led you to who? Andrew the Crucible, right?
And Jim Bob, yeah.
And Jim Bob,
who led me to the Crucible.
And then you watched Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, who led me to the Raging Tomato?
Oh, the Raging Tomato was probably J Bob.
Yeah. It was both. But
Or
yeah,
Jim Bob. I'm sorry, Jim Bob.
It was, yeah. It was actually Jim Bob and that guy about if rights exist. I forget his name, but there was a Cloud dude who came in and was
the rights.
The first episode I watched.
Yeah, do the right exist? That's actually Andrew Wilson debate, because Andrew Wilson is a big he's a big with the rights. He says rights don't exist because he can't prove them.
They're a social construct.
Yeah, but it sounds like, Eli, it sounds like me and you are in the same boat, that we kind of follow the same people here that followed us to Raging Tomato.
Sure.
But the thing is everything that led us to where we are right now was yesterday not a sickening day.
Of course, it was a very dark day for America.
But why?
Because somebody was murdered, assassinated for nothing more than speaking their beliefs. And
was he a rude, mean? Was he saying, "Oh, you stupid bitch, you don't know what you're talking about, you cocksucker"? Or was he "Talk to me"?
No, he was a very decent man.
Yeah, he was very respectful, and it's a goddamn. It was a sad. I don't know.
It was unprecedented, to be sure.
I'm almost 34 years old, and I've seen some ugly videos the last, 11 years that we had technology. And I never watched a video that made me so lightheaded and so sick than the close-up that I saw yesterday.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment, K-Zach.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Sarah, if I crossed the lines. Well, I didn't.
You're right where you belong.
Amen.
Yeah.
Lasagna
Thank
Killer
you.
says Kirk advocated for Jim Crow segregation. That's evil and non-Christian. And then he follows up to say, quote from Evil Kirk, "I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it, and I've thought about it." Kirk said, "We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. Would anyone like to follow up with the thought?
I think it was a disgusting thing to say. Absolutely doesn't justify anything that happened to him.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Marte. Looks like you got a thought on your tongue.
No, I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Well, there's two super chats. I want to go to the first one about segregation. If I remember correctly, because I've watched a lot of this Charlie's content since 2016. He was one of the first people, I think, a lot of us who took the red pill in that decade, saw. and there's explicitly people who were advocating for black-only dorms and white-only dorms. And he, on a stage in front of thousands of people, said, "You understand that you're advocating for segregation, right?" And the person was kind of dumbfounded. So I've quite literally seen him use anti-segregation rhetoric, pointing the segregation needle towards his opposition and what they believe. Now, to the next, so that totally debunks that first one from Lasagna. The second one about the Civil Rights Act. Now, I don't know every last piece of American history through that time, but what I can attest to is that there's a lot of people, albeit people whose voices don't get elevated as much, but these are African American individuals who will point to a time where, before the Civil Rights Act and before all these leaders who were telling them, giving a huge oppression narrative, right? That they should be fearful of the white person, that everybody's out to get you. And instead of having a more building them up kind of a rhetoric, and how, you know, we can maintain, Martin Luther King, for example, he said, maintain our decency. We need to have nonviolent protest, right? Civil disobedience. We're going to maintain our integrity as a community. And through doing this, we're going to cause change. And then somewhere along the way, through different quote unquote civil rights activists, it turned into actually the same kind of rhetoric that we hear from that the left is opposing on the right, which, you know what, I'm willing to disavow it if it gets to a certain point where they say, hey, everybody's out to get you. This is what your lives are on the line. The whole reason you have any misfortune is because of the white man. And then there's this resentment embedded within the community, which maybe there's some decent reasons for that, obviously, but as a general rule, this is counterproductive to what MLK said, right? So I think that we all need to be calm. I think that yes, we are in an ideological war, but it's just that, it's an ideological war. Obviously, until it's not, as we saw in the past 24 hours, it's very complicated. It's hard to put a pin on it, but we need to. The last thing I'll say is that we're going to do a lot more good by finding something that we can band under. And my camp side says, hey, we can look to God. We can look to Christ. That's what we band under. It's not going to be a policy prescription. It's not going to be a vengeance prescription. It's going to be an ethical prescription. And we find that in the Christian ethic.
Ryan, I have a question. What's the difference between segregation and nation-state borders except scale?
Segregation was on the basis of race, for example.
And nation-scale borders don't arbitrarily kind of separate any of this?
They kind of do. They're kind of like legislatively established, and not through like racial differences. Through civic national civic values.
Segregation kind of did the same thing arbitrarily, right? There's no difference, Ryan. That's the answer. So yeah, can you tell me how?
I think there is. So segregation explicitly put blacks as a lower black people as a lower caste of society, and there's this whole idea that there was like separate but equal. There was never equality under segregation. So if there was, we might be having a slightly different conversation. I would still personally find it wrong.
So nation-state borders don't do this.
Not inherently, not in the same way.
They do this. They do exactly this as well too.
I mean, what if it's not necessarily segregation via black versus white, but what if it was segregation via cultural? We see a lot of different cultures, even Hispanic cultures, the Asian cultures. There's an area in Maryland where it's very oh my God, it's the like Eastern, whatever. Anyways, but there's we even have like Greek culture here in Maryland. Like there's a whole Greek town where it's just like we have Little Italy, where like you have to be Italian to be even like live there.
But you don't legally have to be Italian to live there.
Amish people, so segregation. There's no difference, Ryan. So that's basically.
Well, again, Sarah, you don't legally have to be Italian to live there, and also if you're not Italian, you're allowed to go there, right?
It's passed down via family, right? So it's like legacy oriented. But even yes, the Amish, they have their little culture. Now they still mingle, right? But they're like they have their grouping, and then they go to town to mingle, and then they come back, right? So what if we had an instilled sense of segregation that is culture based?
Why is this desirable, and why do we think this is like the conversation we need to have right now? I think we need to be talking about not about segregating people by whatever means. I think we need to talk about how do we integrate more, how do we become more comfortable with each other's and our different values in a world where we are explicitly seeing escalating violence, not just in the past 24 hours, but in the past couple months. We saw multiple Minnesota lawmakers. One was assassinated, one was attempted to be assassinated. This Charlie Kirk thing is not the first of its kind. In fact, I would argue that it was worse when we had lawmakers, U.S. elected officials being assassinated. That's a very and also we know that person was doing it from politically motives. We don't know the motives of this person yet. And additionally, I find it quite frustrating that we're having a conversation about why actually segregation might be okay instead of talking about like how do we tone down the
let me ask you this,
Ryan. Right now.
No, look at the UK right now. Islam is coming in.
Talking about how to segregate things more, guys. This is disgusting.
Well, I say it because when people try to integrate too much, it's like fitting a square peg in a circle, whatever, or vice or whatever way it goes, right? Because this is how you come up with more, like not even just disagreements, but now you're like people are integrating in the same areas, the same schools, the same grocery stores, the same neighborhoods.
Thank God.
Have completely different value systems, and you're expecting them to just accept each other's cringe, right? What they think is cringe, and be okay with it. And this is actually what would cause more dismantling of the community, because that community is already divided among their culture, their belief system, their religion, that like X, Y, and Z, so on and so forth. And that could cause more potential harm than good, inevitably, only because you're so off balance. Like there is no middle ground, and it's not always just a live and let live. Like if I believed in I don't know. I'm trying to like think of an example off the top of my head. My brain is fried right now. But even something as simple as I don't know. Maybe somebody else can pick it up.
Well, let me give him an idea. Like, would you rather have Christian law?
Chime in for a second, if y'all don't mind. It's a
yeah,
pleasure.
sure, Jose. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, everyone. I'm very new to this type of media and debating. I just came off of a shift in the courthouse. I work in New York City in the courts. And yes, court is open very late, 7 days a week.
Really?
Yeah. I work as a social worker in the courts, but that's neither here nor there. It's definitely a pleasure to be in this space with everyone. Sarah, I briefly asked you how this actually works. Thank you for the information. Yeah, that was me. So just briefly, chiming in a little bit on that with the topic of segregation. When you hear that word, that's a trigger word. And I believe there's a fundamental issue when it comes to the definition of words and what triggers or what pulls on a person's emotional cords. And there shouldn't be an issue when it comes to that type of discourse. As soon as someone hears segregation, they chant they ring the bells. Racism here, racism there, racism everywhere. I'm Latino American. I'm Dominican. Both of my parents are immigrants. One thing I could tell you is you got to have thick skin to have a good conversation and good dialogue. That topic of segregation, in reality, when you really nail it down, there really isn't much of an issue with it. If you think about it, there is a distinct community for each ethnicity, each race of people. You have I was born in the Bronx. I was raised in Connecticut, but I'm very familiar with both of my areas. In the Bronx, you have a Latino community, you have a black community, you have a Hindu community, you have an Asian community. They have their own neighborhoods. If you tell someone from the Bronx, oh, I'm from Davison, or I'm from Bruckner Boulevard, you'll know, oh, okay, this area is Puerto Rican, this area is Dominican, this area is Haitian, this area is Jamaican. It'll be distinctive communities there. Guess what? They have their own communities. They have their own non-spoken, non-verbal rules of engagement. And guess what? People are freely able to go in and out of those communities without an issue. You could be white, you could be Eastern European, Western European, you could be Indian, you could be Asian. No matter what the culture is, there's still a distinct separation of community. Now, I come to the understanding of, if you're a white person in this country, a white American, what's an issue of a white American person having their own community? I could understand that, because guess what? There's their own Latino community. There's an individual Latino community in many states and many districts and many cities. So, it shouldn't be a triggering word for conversation. I understand where you're getting at, Sarah, and I'm sorry if I don't know anyone else's names on the platform.
No, I think you're hearing exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
And I think so. I'll even put it this way. Like, I had some Romanian friends down in Virginia many, many, many moons ago, and these people partay. They party till like 5 a.m, but they all have their own little community of people. Like, they all live within the same couple blocks of each other. So them partying out until 5 o'clock in the morning bothers no one. Like, nobody's calling the cops. Nobody's getting mad. Why? Because all of the neighbors are literally at that one house doing exactly that. Right. And that's it's part of their culture. Like, they all listen to the same crazy, like, hype music, and they all drink vodka straight out of the bottle, and they all have these specific food that they like to eat, and all of these different things. And like, that's part of what they do. And they party for any reason. Like, oh my God, like, baby took first steps, party. So, and that's just like a simple example, but culturally it follows that we like our own people, the same people who follow the same structures as us. Now, not to say, Ryan, that there aren't people out there who like to blend and like to do those things. That's why we travel to other countries. We go experience the culture, but we come back home to our people, right? We come back home to our towns. We come back home to our familiarities and what we like to be around. And there's
Mr.
nothing
Bill,
wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
What is Mr. Bill?
Can I engage with this a little bit before we move on?
Yeah, sure.
So I think one of the important things that Jose said there, obviously I agree that there are these different cultural pockets of America that like different cultures manifest in. I think one of the really, really important things that is distinct from what we traditionally think of as segregation is that this thing you added about being able to freely travel in and out between these things. This was not a feature of segregation, and we should be 100% clear about that. And when people talk about it being a trigger word, we're putting all of the blame for that trigger, that reality of it being I agree it is a trigger word, but we're all sitting here outsourcing our blame of that to people who are reacting to that, instead of understanding that when we use that word, we are triggering this emotional reaction. We can say, I wish they didn't have this emotional reaction, but we have to engage with the reality that they do. And also we can rationalize that they come to that emotional reaction for actually a good reason, because segregation, this word, is tied to a lot of legal structural violence that was imposed against people in America, not so recently, or I'm sorry, quite recently, actually, like to people's parents, like who weren't allowed to go to school with white people, for example, who were murdered by police and stuff, and the Ku Klux Klan, and like this is not distant history. This is within our life, within our parents' lifetimes. And yeah, I think it's really important to acknowledge that. Like, obviously, I agree that people have cultures that they prefer to be around. There's this. What I don't agree with is this entitlement to your neighbors having that exact culture as you. You are not entitled in America, at least. Maybe somewhere else you can set this up. In America, you are not entitled for your neighbor to share your culture. It's just not how we do it here.
It'd be a pleasure.
Ryan, why does that affect you?
One second, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me.
Oh,
Ryan,
yeah, let me turn your.
I'm
gonna.
it was a very emotionally charged rant, and that's what I just mentioned in my rhetoric. That's where the issue is. When you hear the word segregation, yeah, the connotation is, there's a history of negativity behind it. But when you follow logic, if you're trying to have a proper discourse, and you're trying to understand the word, the actual meaning behind it, without truly using your emotions and using negative hit. Of course, history is negative when it comes to segregation. There have been negative events tied to segregation. However, the meaning behind it doesn't change, and that's how you could have.
But I don't think you know the meaning, though. I don't think you know Jose. You don't know the meaning.
I agree.
Like the fact that you're saying that what you're discussing. What you're discussing is people organically. Nobody forced them to be that community. It's like organic, just like Sarah said, right? Like she choose, like where I live, right? There is like Chinatown and stuff like that. Nobody told them to do that. They just did that, and when you want to, you could visit them. Segregation is actually telling people you cannot hang out with another type of person, or you can't congregate with another type. It's like me saying, "Oh, you guys can't go to the same grocery store. There needs to be a black grocery store and a white." But wait, we need to define the word first, though.
Let me ask you a question.
Let Lasagna land his plane.
Hold on. Jose, did your mic move? Because it's hard to hear you now. Like you're coming in really faint.
Is it better?
Maybe. Start talking.
How about now? Much better?
Yes. Yeah, we got you a little better.
There we go. Well, I just have a quick question. Let me. Who was that was speaking? I just couldn't see my phone real quick.
Lasagna was speaking, and then you interrupted, so he couldn't finish.
I don't know if he can hear.
Well, yeah, I do have a question because it's on the same thing as you're doing also. I do have a point. Let me ask you: are you able to eat in African American community, the Black community? Like you able to?
Yeah,
go to,
but that's because the segregation doesn't exist, though. That's because segregation doesn't
hold
exist.
on. I got to follow up to that. I got to follow up to that. Okay, you're able to go into a Black community. That's fine, but they have their own community, though, right? So
okay, but that's not segregation.
They would look at you like you have 20. Doesn't exist. They'll look at you like you got 20 heads on you, though, right?
Okay, that's fine. But that's still not segregation.
It is to a sense because they're not used to having.
No, you don't know the difference of segregation. Segregation is the government forces you not to be able to go to certain places where other races are. That's segregation. What you're talking is just about preference. Like people obviously have a preference. Like the majority of white people hang out with white people, black people, black. They might have friends of other races, but if statistically they hang out with their own. That's fine.
Well,
people can do that, but like segregation is the government saying black people cannot go to the same grocery store as white people, or they can't drink at the same fountain, go to the same bathroom. That's segregation.
Well, I don't think it has to be that the word's definition must imply the legal. There's legal segregation, there's government enforced segregation, and then there is organic segregation. So the argument that's being made here is that there could be, in fact, positive ways to organically do so for pragmatic reasons.
Yeah, and people have the freedom to do that.
Right, but to say it's kind of unfair to say that he doesn't understand what segregation means, because if a coach says, okay, girls go over here and boys go over there, a good author would say the kids began to segregate into their different groups. I mean, the actual meaning of the word
separation.
Yeah, well,
we were talking about it in the context of the 1960s civil rights. That's the context, because that's
exactly
the quote that we're talking about.
It doesn't necessarily have. I think that the argument that's being made is it doesn't necessarily have to be, and this is
we're talking about that.
No,
right?
You're talking about that.
That's not how this started. We started talking about borders and the difference between that and segregation, not racial, not a certain era. I gave Ryan a question and asked him what the difference was, and he couldn't give me a delineation or what the difference was. He diverted to race and made it a race thing when I didn't make it that way.
So again, you didn't have to make it that. Lasagna's super chat was what we were talking about. We were talking about the specific.
Yes, and also
no, that's my question, not the super chat, Ryan. Pay attention.
Your question emerged from that conversation. Go ahead, Lasagna.
And Eli, the definition of segregation is the action or state of setting somewhere or something apart, but that's usually through like the quote that she brought up. That's the way I was talking about it.
I know. That's why I said it's the way you're talking about it. But to say that,
but Kirk was talking about it in that way as well. That's what he was referencing.
Right, but I kind of changed the context of segregation into cultural segregation overall, and then we've been working off of that baseline.
Well, no,
don't you guys think that in a moment where we're concerned with political, I think everyone here is concerned with political violence, right? Political violence and escalation of political violence. That maybe the conversations that we need to be leaning towards are not how can we safely talk about segregation. Maybe we need to talk about how can we actually live together without fucking killing each other.
No, well, let me ask Lasagna and Ryan a question.
Well, how do we do that, Ryan?
No,
Maybe that, hold on. Maybe that's
About
the
segregation.
issue.
Really, that's how we do it.
But the suspect is a white guy.
No, but Ryan, do you think
What?
that when black people on campus say
The suspect
we
is a white guy?
No,
Why
no,
is that a
but-
problem?
Hold on. But culturally, that guy is completely off path of what Charlie Kirk is.
We have no idea what that guy's ideology is. We have no clue who he was.
Wasn't it?
What about the-
Yeah, we have an
I could be
idea.
wrong. I don't know if it's confirmed, but it was some transgender or
No, that's a
something.
lie. That was a lie. Yeah, that was a lie that
Okay.
was spread through Tim
No,
Pool and
hold on,
Steven
hold
Crowder,
on.
and yeah,
To
from
say
a
we don't
lie.
have an
Yeah.
idea is kind of
A lie from Crowder on the cartridges of the bullets.
No,
That was a
no.
lie.
Yes, they
No,
were lying
listen,
about
listen.
that.
How do we
haven't-
know?
Because that hasn't been confirmed by any reliable source except for Tim Pool and Crowder, who are not reliable sources.
Well, we have an idea of what his ideology was. It was, I don't like the shit Charlie Kirk is saying. I think that's pretty clear. I think we can kind of understand that.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, there has been a 5-year war. There has been a 5-year war between Charlie Kirks of the world and the Fuentes and the Groypers and stuff. We have and if you look at this guy, he doesn't. I mean, frankly, he looks a little bit more like a Groyper.
Ryan, who does Fuentes?
Possible. He didn't look like some blue-haired SJW.
Hey, who does Fuentes have the issues with?
Charlie Kirk?
No. Well, maybe, but what is Fuentes? What's his biggest
He's
issues?
a white supremacist, white nationalist.
So he doesn't like to get along with what group of people? It starts with a J.
Jewish people.
Yeah, and why is that?
Because he's anti-Semitic.
And what does the Jews have to do with America and Donald Trump?
Donald Trump has been endorsing and supporting the genocide that the Israeli state is committing in Gaza.
Well, it has to do with Netanyahu, and that's who Donald Trump is supporting it with the genocide of the Palestine, right?
Sure, but that's, I mean, like Nick Fuentes was not. Nick Fuentes didn't. I've been familiar with him for a long time.
No,
He manifest his animosity towards Jews because of he has concern for the Palestinians. He doesn't give a shit about the Palestinians, to be honest.
And what did Charlie Kirk used to support? He was supporting Israel, right?
Sure. Yeah. So this guy might have been a Nazi. Yeah.
And then a little bit, maybe Charlie Kirk started having second thoughts and started feeling about Palestine. Is that true or false?
I'm unaware.
Okay.
And Kazak wants to give his closing final statements. Go for it, Kazak. The floor is yours.
Well, I'll just give him the closing statements. Is pretty much exactly what I was talking about with Ryan. Is I think that this whole thing with Israel is really influencing America. Maybe more than we think about it. And the stuff with Charlie Kirk, I think is pretty sad. I think that a lot of us who are on the right, it makes us sick. It makes us feel a little gross. And it really makes us look at all angles of what do we do next, you know? And that's kind of where we're at. But Sarah, that's where I'm at right now. So you can take me off the big screen, but you know, I'm just, I don't know, you know, it just everything makes you consider what are we doing as American, and where are we at? I mean, we can have left and right, and we can argue, and we could fight it, and we could argue it, but is that a death sentence? No. If I agree or disagree with Eli, if I agree or disagree with Ryan, does one of us deserve to die? No. I don't think so. I think that we agree to disagree if we have opposing views, but I don't think anyone deserves a death sentence for what you do on the political road. You know, does Eli, Ryan, you guys are pretty big guys, like Sarah, you too. What do you guys think about it?
I think we're at a crossroads right now, and I think that we all need to take a deep breath and harness our composure, give some thought, and I think we need to really think about who we are as Americans and how we want to show our ass to the rest of the world over the next few weeks. I think that's going to be very important, and I think that we need to be very wise how we proceed forward, because if we make ourselves look and appear entirely divided, that is a weak point, and that is a vulnerability, and we don't need to express. We don't need to like air out our dirty laundry. I think we need to come together as a society. As I'm going to mute your page, you're loud. I think we need to come together as a society, and I think we need to work through this as one and get to the bottom of it, obviously, in terms of finding the shooter and solving that mystery, because we don't want another JFK release the files crap later. But I think more people need to really sit and think about why we got to this point and how can we prevent that going forward.
Okay, Zach, I
wholeheartedly agree. Real quick, because Zach mentioned me in that closing statement as well. I want to add. I agree completely. Like we don't need to be. I don't want to see anybody here or anyone, any of the political pundits who were, you know, I don't want to see any people killed. I don't like that. I don't endorse it. And I want to apologize. My information was out of date. So this is still somewhat unconfirmed, but the ATF bulletin did say that there were engravings that were interpreted as expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's like a transgender. I mean, we saw the guy doesn't.
Ryan, can I ask Zach a question? Can I ask Zach a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Zach, do you I don't know, because it seems like I've heard you talking. It seems like you don't know much information about Kirk. Do you know when you know how Pelosi's husband got attacked by that hammer? You know when that happened? He went on his platform and he laughed about it, and he advocated for his followers to bail that person out so then they could interview him. And this is a person that was trying to kill someone.
Oh my God!
Kirk himself advocated for people committing these crimes against people that do not hold the same political beliefs, and you're over here.
That mean he deserves to die? I heard you say that page. Hang on, let him finish. He didn't say that. Live on TikTok. This is disgusting. That nobody deserves to die. I don't.
Stop putting words in his mouth, Paige. Shut the fuck up.
Can you shut up for a second, Ryan? I know you've gotten
No, you just interrupted him in the middle of that and to put fake words in his mouth, to lie on his fucking name.
What can you just shut up and let me make my point, and then you can decide whether or not.
Go into your point where you say that someone that he, like Lasagna here, is calling for the murder of Charlie Kirk just because he's pointing out something Charlie Kirk himself did and said.
That's what I'm saying, Ryan. I'm saying I don't care if Charlie Kirk went out there and said like everybody should have a gun without training. That doesn't mean that he deserves to die.
Yeah, but Lasagna didn't
I didn't
that.
say that. What I said is that he advocates for hate and also he advocates for violence.
Where are you going with this, man?
That's only that I know. Because Zach is basically saying, oh, like Kirk was this like person that never wanted violence when he was obviously.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So what?
I just gave you an example.
Example. Watch his last uploaded video before he got fucking shot in the neck. There's nothing about Kirk that wanted violence. Period.
I just gave you one.
No, you didn't.
You disagree. Bailing somebody out. How is wanting somebody that might be innocent, might be guilty, bailing them out? Didn't Kamala Harris want to bail certain people out?
No, he was happy.
Are you going to call them out? Are you going to call Kamala Harris out for wanting to bail people out?
She bailed out protesters, or she didn't even bail out anybody. She retweeted a bail fund. It was for people who were
that were in jail. Bailed out people.
Here's the thing.
Kirk advocated for bailing out someone who took a hammer to Nancy Pelosi's husband.
What does that mean though? Do you think that even if he said that, does that mean
it means that he did a disgusting thing, and that doesn't mean that we endorse violence against him. But we can say that he is one of the people who was turning up this heat. We can condemn him turning up the heat. That's what we're doing. We're condemning him turning up the heat
in front of his kids.
Yeah, we all know. We all said it was disgusting. Everyone here agrees it's disgusting. Okay, Paige, you just hit a virtue signal.
No,
everyone,
right?
everyone, pause. All right, here we go. We doing it. Paige. Speak your part, Paige, please.
Yeah, even if he said something like that, does that mean he deserves to be brutally killed? And Ryan said no. Ryan said that behavior is disgusting. So what is the point in bringing it up? Are we just gonna literally piss on this man's grave and bring up every little thing?
I'll tell you why it's relevant.
That's disgusting.
I'll tell you exactly why it's relevant. It's relevant for a very particular reason, okay? Because we are talking about how do we de-escalate? How do we de-escalate the rhetoric right now? And what we have to acknowledge is that Charlie Kirk is one of the people who was contributing to cranking up the rhetoric, and we need to be able to talk about that.
He was a polarizing figure in politics. Who isn't?
Here's the thing.
A polarizing figure who was advocating to release people who just committed political violence, explicit political violence, assassination attempt.
If you actually look at the context of what he said in there, he also mentioned that, hey, in Chicago, these judges are letting murderers out the very next day. So why is it okay when that happens? But yet whenever we have a lot of questions about what happened in this situation, this guy's being held without bail because it was against a specific political leader. So a murderer can go and kill somebody in the city, but because that wasn't a politician's family member, they get let out the next day. But when it happens to a politician's family member, they're held without bail. That was,
or maybe there are degrees of evidence that contribute to whether or not someone is released on bail. Maybe there's degrees of evidence.
To Paige's point, you're saying that, well, he didn't deserve what happened to him, but yet within you guys saying, well, we're going to cite all these things he said because he was adding to the escalation, you are in effect kind of saying, unless
you're putting that on us. You're projecting that onto us, and we don't appreciate it.
What saying is, why bring it up? Why? What does what he had to say?
Because we are trying to talk about how do we de-escalate, and we have to acknowledge that Charlie Kirk is one of the people who's ramping it up. That Donald Trump is not mentioning that Donald Trump in his response to Charlie Kirk's murder is not mentioning Donald Trump in response to Charlie Kirk's murder is not mentioning the Minnesota politicians who were murdered 1 month ago. He's not mentioning them. These are all people people follow Charlie Kirk. We're laughing about the attacks on Nancy Pelosi. What?
You know what's interesting about that, Ryan? Whenever someone takes a political office, in the course of basically any type of government leader throughout history, I'm not justifying what happened to them. Any loss of human life is bad.
However, it sounds like you're justifying just as much as any of us were.
Let me finish. Whenever you take that office, do you agree or disagree that you understand that by doing this, I am taking on a certain level of risk, right? By the virtue of taking office. Okay, now what Charlie did is literally no different than what you and I are doing right here. Dialogue. That's it. That's all he ever did was dialogue. And he campaigned, he was involved, but he didn't take an office that said, I'm going to be the political leader that has a historical connotation. Again, it's not a justification. I'm telling you why this is unprecedented in comparison to whenever there's political assassinations. I would say the same thing versus the Trump assassination, that this is more unprecedented because what this person was doing, sitting in front of a microphone, just like me, just like you, saying, come debate me. That's what we come on Raging Tomato for. Okay. And that's all he did. And that's what he got killed for. So that's the difference. That's what I don't like about people bringing up this.
Nobody comes on the Raging.
Damn. Well, anyway, so look, that's the difference that we have here. That's what makes it so unprecedented. That's why it's such a big deal.
Okay, so I can't imagine there hasn't been any other political pundit assassinated at any point. Or attempt on a political pundit's life.
But, dude, what I'm
especially
saying
not one who's so tightly associated with the.
I mean, can you point? You're talking about what you can.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's possible.
Can you even point to one? You're going to say I can't
regardless,
imagine. Regardless,
I could be wrong, and I'm saying I can be wrong. So we can.
Okay, fair enough.
But I want to add that again. We are talking about a situation where a month ago we had lawmakers who were assassinated, and you can say, "Oh, well, they take a risk. They take a risk by being a political pundit." But we need to talk about the de-escalation. Like we can't say that right now the left is escalating things, which is what the president of the United States is saying, man. The president, he has the largest platform in the fucking world, and he is not even mentioning. He's not even mentioning the U.S. lawmakers, the people that he helped, his peers were assassinated a month ago.
Okay, dude, what I'm talking about is you. On one hand, you can't say, well, you know what, nobody deserves this and this shouldn't have happened. And then on the other hand, cite the things that he's saying, like Lasagna did, as well. This is also adding fuel to the fire because, again, anybody should be able to say anything and not come to this conclusion. It literally does not matter what he said. Even if he had a freaking pointy white hat and was saying the most horrendous, awful stuff, this stuff shouldn't happen. So
yeah, and I've agreed with that this entire. I don't know why you're just asserting this over and over. I agree. I've agreed with you 100%. We've all agreed. No one on this panel has said Charlie Kirk should have been killed. Nobody has said that at all, even once.
Listen. What we're saying is, whenever Lasagna comes up and goes, but what about when he said this? And it's like, wait a minute. Look, whenever you talk about escalation, now you're getting into a point where you're saying, well, anybody can say whatever they want. However, when they say certain stuff, they're actually making what happened yesterday a lot worse. Okay. And it's like, dude, these things shouldn't happen regardless of the air and mouth movements that come out of people's mouths.
So you have discussed when people are saying things implying that, you know, Kirk was no angel, basically. You're upset at people implying that Kirk was no angel. Do we not still have every year people are making jokes like George Floyd is now 5 years sober? Every time a black person gets murdered by the police, people are making all these excuses, talking about all these horrible things. Yes, I agree. There's different. Well, isn't that different? Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Both are horrible,
that was
right?
George Floyd's fault. That was his own fucking fault.
It's George Floyd's fault. He was murdered.
Yes. No, he wasn't murdered. He
was murdered. Legally, he was murdered.
This road if you want. We can go down this road if you want. But if you're going to be
and the right has joked. More importantly, regardless of which I mean, obviously you're wrong about the facts of the case. But even if you weren't, the right has been joking about this and memeing about it ever since, right? And lying about it, which is why you believe that he wasn't murdered.
That's what I'm saying. This is two totally different situations.
And Charlie Kirk has contributed to that.
Dude? Again, none of this has to do with the type of, like, again, what you saw yesterday, that was murder. Equating that to what you saw in the did you even watch the body cam of what happened to George Floyd, by the way, the whole thing?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, so you saw him resisting arrest, acting out of line when the cops were being so cordial, so nice, trying to help him, until
the knee was on his neck for 9 minutes. Yes.
Oh, okay. So people who I don't even want to go down. So it's not even on topic. We can have that debate if you want. You can.
It isn't topic because it's a murder that then the right wing has been memeing about ever since. The right wing's been joking about, celebrating, making jokes constantly, not taking seriously ever, and they've been lying about it, which again is why you believe that he wasn't murdered.
For the audience, Ryan is saying that a guy who has a lethal dose of fentanyl in him, who is resisting arrest while a police officer is executing a method that is trained by police officers on him, is the same thing as what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday.
Didn't say they're the same thing. I said that they're both murder. They're both murder.
Yeah, he's saying they're both. That's both.
Yes, they were both murder. Yes.
Both with premeditation.
Not in the same way. Stop adding that bullshit. Stop putting. Why do you always have to add extra words? Just like you've been putting words in other people's mouths, saying that we're justifying bullshit. Nobody's justifying shit.
Does murder imply malice aforethought? Yes or no?
Yes.
In the legal. Okay. Yeah. Premeditation. So you're saying that the Charlie Kirk shooter had the same premeditation that the Daniel Chauvin.
There's a wide variety. There's a wide variety of ways that murder can manifest.
It might be manslaughter. It might be manslaughter then.
No, he was
where's the malice? Where's the malice? Where's the malice?
Cop who murdered George Floyd was convicted of murder, not convicted of manslaughter. He was convicted of murder.
You cannot equate the two, is what I'm saying.
I'm not equating them. I'm saying that in terms of murder, they were both murder. They were both killings, unjustified killings of people, right?
What degree of murder did Chauvin get?
I don't know.
First degree murder.
Okay.
What degree of murder do you think that the Charlie Kirk shooter should get?
Probably first degree murder.
Okay, so they're not that fucking different.
So first degree murder can encompass a large amount of different scenarios, right? You agree with that?
No, I think we have first, second,
and we're not even talking about whether or not it was. What we're talking about is the response to it, right?
No, right now we're talking about what constitutes murder. You're saying.
Well, now we are, yeah, I guess. But
Yeah,
before,
yeah,
the whole point we came up, the whole reason we started talking about this was because we were talking about the responses to these
dude.
things.
You're all over the place, bro.
I'm really not. I'm really not.
You need to think about the shit you talk about, dude. I'm telling you.
I think I'm thinking about it just fine. I'm thinking about it as much as you are.
You're thinking about it
at
on the
least.
fly. You're thinking about it on the fly, and that's why it's not making any coherent sense.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, actually. I disagree.
To you, subjectively, like all your other fucking opinions. I need a drink.
My. All right.
that might help
We got, sorry, I missed these. I wasn't paying attention. We got 5 minutes for Ryan, and then we got 5 minutes for Lasagna Killer from Sarcastic Saint. Kokomo says he wants the horse video. I think it's a good time for the horse video.
This message is sponsored in part by...
And then shout out to Kazak, the official sponsor of the evening, all the way through and through. Again, bringing back my hope in terms of why this is a great idea to be a YouTuber. Thank you, Paige and Tomato. We're here to agree to disagree. I am far right, almost to the point of right supremacy. I believe some things don't mix, but I love and like Ryan Radical Coder, it's what makes us American. Yes, I still think that the great thing about disagreement is that we can filter out what's right and wrong and what's good and what's bad and so on and so forth. I think it is beneficial to all of us to be able to do that. But I still think that there has to be a baseline from where we get where we filter it from. I still think there needs to be a baseline. All right, we're going to do the one-on-one with Ryan and Jose. And then after that, just a heads up, we'll go maybe about 15, 20 more minutes after this. And then I do need to shut down because it is getting pretty, oh my God. Oh, wait, I'll bring you back up for the, because that 5 credits back.
Yeah, all good, Jose. What do you got for me?
All right, Ryan. Well, like I said, I'm not a debater. I'm just a regular Joe Schmo. I listen a lot. I pay attention a lot. One thing I do pay attention is, I do appreciate you coming on, allowing me to even have this debate with you. I know you probably have a big platform. I've never followed you at all. I don't even know who you are at all. You know what I mean? Same goes for you regarding me. I'm a regular Joe Schmo, but it's a pleasure. But I'll tell you this. You can have a Discord without having to be so emotionally charged. I look through the comments. Everyone is calling you, a demon, saying that you make some good points. You just speak very fast and you articulate your words very well, matter of fact. You actually are very intelligent. Me, myself, I have a regular education, bachelor's degree in criminal justice. One thing I could tell you and one thing I could advise of you to do is to pay attention to people's mannerisms, to their own opinions and where their opinions are coming from. And to do that, you don't have to live in a person's shoes to understand what the words that they use actually mean and the context behind it. In this case, God bless Charlie Kirk. His rhetoric, it wasn't of hate. If you actually listen behind I'll tell you this, I'll give you this. I disagree with certain points that he said. There was one point he actually made about hip hop. How it was dangerous, hip hop and rap. I disagree with that, but I agree also to an extent. Hip hop and rap isn't good when you allow your own children to listen to the message that's being said without context. If you don't have a parent at home, a mom and a dad, how are they to decipher that it's not good to slang crack on the corner, or that it's not good to hang on the block drinking and stuff with people above their age bracket? How are they supposed to decipher that? That's what I'm trying to say. There's a message between every word that's being spewed, and his rhetoric wasn't of hate. You just got to listen clearly. Got to get the dust out your ears and listen.
Yeah, so I mean, again, yeah, you're right. You don't know me. I do come on these panels all the time. I'm not some big creator. I don't have a huge platform. In fact, most of the people who watch me are people who disagree with me quite drastically. On my tiny YouTube channel, it doesn't even have 1,000 subs, but we're getting close. With regards to I think I
We'll
you know
get you there,
I
Ryan. I promise.
appreciate it. Yeah, it's true. I do get emotional on these panels. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think a lot of people do. I think I wear it a little bit more clearly on my sleeve when I am emotional. I think a lot of people they don't demonstrate like visually
But if
quite
you're
how
too
emotional they are.
if you're too emotional, you'll miss the message that's being said because you're actually your own biased person if you do that. You can't. How can you be an emotionally charged person having a proper debate with someone? You'll never understand the person's shoes. You'll never get to that person's level or common ground. That's how we have a proper discourse. You can't do that by being emotionally charged. It's impossible.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think that understanding and being in touch with your emotions, understanding and being able to communicate why you feel the way you do in the moment, which I think I often do on these panels when I might be extremely flustered or frustrated. I think I can generally communicate why I'm feeling that way and logically communicate like what words are being used and why I feel those words are being used in a certain way, why I think the actions, or I'm sorry, why I think the rhetoric that's being used is making me and probably others emotionally
Well, let me ask you this:
and dysregulated. I think that's very reasonable to do. I don't think you have to
show emotion if you break your leg.
What?
Obviously, my leg is broken. You don't have to feel pain. You could have something in your brain that you can't, something's missing and you can't feel your leg broken. Oh, obviously you got to get it fixed, but you don't necessarily have to show emotion if you break a leg. You could be.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that anyone should have to show emotion. What I'm saying is I do. I'm not scared to show my emotions in any way.
That's fine. I'm not saying you could do whatever you want in the debate, but that's why I'm also pointing at. You could do whatever you want, but at the same time, I'm almost contradicting myself. But it is true, and the nature of my contradiction is where you lie. That's where the realm that you are in. If you're emotionally charged, you can't have a proper debate with somebody else. It's impossible because you're neither going to back up on your position and the other person is going to try to convince you otherwise. But it's nearly impossible to do that with an emotionally charged person. And that's what you usually see. And I'll give it to both sides on the left and the right, but you usually see it on the left side. They're way too emotionally charged.
Yeah, I don't agree with that last part at all. That it's the left. It's primarily. I think we kind of have this has become kind of a truism in political discourse that the left is the more emotional side. I don't think this is the reality. I think if you look at the reactions to the Charlie Kirk shooting, the people who are calling for war, the people who are saying they did this and assigning that to all the left, and we have no idea who did this yet. We have a picture of the guy. We don't know anything about him other than that. I think this is an extremely emotional reaction that we're having. I agree that there might be moments where I'm emotionally charged, where I might double down on something that I might take a step back and reflect on moments later. But that is something that I tend to do is moments later I will go, okay, maybe in that moment I was emotionally charged, but here's what I'll retract this part, but I will not retract this part. And I like to make those discernments, and I think I can so I think we can still have these conversations even when people are getting dysregulated, because I think that unfortunately the reality is that having these hard, challenging conversations causes dysregulation, emotional dysregulation in most people who
let me say this. Let me just say this. I'm not going to be too long-winded with my response. All I'm going to say is this: the country is in an emotional state right now. But let me ask you this important question: without emotions involved, was it right that he just got assassinated without emotions? Logically speaking, based on the law, based on what we know as morality. Well, I'm a Christian Orthodox man, but based on those factors, I base my factors on Christianity, and even outside of the Christian realm, if we're speaking in legal terms, what occurred without feelings involved would you say it was an illegal action that occurred?
With or without emotions, I would say it was absolutely disgusting and morally abhorrent thing to do.
So you could see how even
as I've said over and over tonight,
you could see how even in that case you could still have dialogue even without emotion, and you could still make a point. We could still find common ground. We found common ground right there. That's the point that I'm trying to make, that there's many discussions, most, if not any, I'm pretty sure actually any conversation can be had. A logical conversation can be taken place without emotion involved, because you distort the reality, you distort opinions with emotion. You become biased. Come on. I've seen judges in the courtroom let a person go off just because they felt good about it on a day, and that was based on emotion, even though they shouldn't have been released. They commit a crime the next day. That's based on my own point of view, which it's a bit skewed, but still without emotions, it's an issue. With emotions, it tends to be an issue when you're trying to have a rhetoric, or when you're trying to have a proper discussion or proper dialect with somebody. That's just, come on.
I understand what you're saying. I don't buy into the idea that this whole phrasing of without emotion, I don't necessarily believe in that there is, especially about these topics. I don't think there is dialogue without emotion. What I think is important is people are able to process those emotions in real time and understand why they might feel a certain way about things, which again is what I try to communicate about why I might feel upset by a certain conversational topic, like the whole thing about segregation. I was kind of trying to communicate why, like, it's reasonable for someone to try to abstract it and have this high level conversation about how, well, maybe technically not all versions of segregation are evil, but then you have to, if you're going to have that conversation, you have to rationally understand that you are activating a lot of people emotionally when you say those sorts of things, and you have to have both sides of the coin.
Then how can you move past even any type of dialogue if they get that type of emotion from, or that type of trigger from the word? You can't get past anywhere. You're literally creating a border if you don't make yourself as biased as possible. One person can never be truly biased, but you could damn well try to be there. That's the proper way to have a discourse with somebody. And I'm not trying to make a platform, a name of myself on here. I'm just trying to tell it as it is. You got to be as biased as possible to get to the reality, to get to the truth. And that's that.
Yeah, and just to put a pin on it, all I'm saying is that if you're going to have these conversations, you have to recognize how certain words that you might use are going to activate people and dysregulate them, and you have to engage with that. That's part of the rational discourse of it all.
Well, let me ask you all this.
And understanding how your rhetoric impacts the people around you.
Let me ask you this, and everyone included. Has anyone ever asked somebody, and this is just me, I've had this question for a while. I never had the chance to actually ask this question to I would consider this a big panel. But who here has asked somebody if they believe in horoscopes? Who here has asked somebody about their sign?
I have asked somebody that.
I'm the girl here. I have to be the one that says yeah.
Oh, really? See how
no, never. Never. No one here asked anyone what their horoscope fake astrology is.
I'm a Libra. I'm a proud Libra. I'm new to space racism, but I like it.
So
I'm a proud
Jose, how long have you been watching the debate?
See how emotionally charged.
I hate you so much, Ryan.
You see how emotionally charged everybody is just because I said, who hears this thought?
No. Wait. Why are you deeming your perception of emotionally charged and projecting? Hold on. Jose, hold on.
Be involved.
You're being very self-righteous right now. You're using your determination and perspective of emotionally charged, and you're projecting on everybody, sir. How long have you been watching debates?
Okay, you done chatting, yapping it up? Or can I?
Well, I'm asking you a question, sir. How long have you been watching debates?
I couldn't even hear your question because you kept yapping, and I didn't even finish the point.
Okay, I hope you can hear me now. How long have you been watching debates?
Debate? What? This debate?
No, not this debate. This would be just a singular debate. What are you talking about? I'm talking about debates in general.
Debates in general? I'd say for a good year, 5 years, good 5 years.
Okay, cool. Which debate have you seen in which someone walked away and said, he changed my mind, never mind, I was wrong?
Oh, there's been actually a couple debates.
Actually, yeah, that is.
So,
okay, cool. That's fine. Jose, name me one.
Here too.
Name me one.
Let me see. I definitely listen to a lot of Andrew Wilson. Definitely love The Crucible. I've listened to Kevin Samuels. God bless him.
Okay, name me one.
I can give you a few here.
No, don't save him. I'm asking him.
No, because it's a bullshit question tied up.
Let me answer it.
There's people who everyone can shut the fuck up now. When I talk, what's my rule? Hold on, please. Hold on. Because it's a stupid fucking question tied up, because we've had several people come here, and even Ryan I've heard who's open to having his mind changed. I've heard Ryan say, okay, well, I can consider that. Tied up, we've had Misfit Patriot here with Andrew Wilson before, and even Misfit Patriot is open to dialogue. He's open to you changing his mind. He invites it. We've had Gnostic Informant here who even came and asked the question during a throwdown Thursday. Oh, shut up, Tied Up. You're so stupid. Sometimes I don't even think you realize it. Go ahead, Jose. Defend yourself now.
No, wait.
Shut up, Tied Up.
Ma'am.
Boot him again. I'm sorry I brought him back.
Please let me finish my point.
No, Tied Up. Shut up. Tied Up. Shut your mouth. Jose, you're welcome to defend yourself.
Oh, I was welcome to hear him yap a little bit more so I could answer him. But that's
okay. My question is this. I have changed my mind on debates. My point is, when did you see that debate when somebody changed their mind and you feel like it wasn't emotions behind it?
There wasn't emotions? Oh, when logic is actually based on facts that someone else brings up to the point. So, for example, if someone had the stats wrong about a certain population, for example, that they can't read or that they're impoverished, the other person will concede and they'll be like, oh, I never knew that. Well, I'm wrong.
Right. Okay. So you brought up logic, but you didn't answer my question. Okay,
question. You're just trying to ask me another question. So
no. I'm asking the same question, sir. So
Okay.
there was no emotion in that debate that you're referring to?
No, because I was trying to add logic to the sentence, because you can't have emotion if you're trying to find common ground. If you're using your own emotions, your own beliefs, your own opinions, that's emotionally based. That's emotionally charged. How can you have a proper discourse with somebody if they're on 100 and you're trying to come from 0% to there? You got to match it somehow, some way. So you got to come in a bias in a neutral space. You can't be emotionally charged. You got to leave your personal emotions out of it so you can have a discourse. See, right now you came in all hot and headed, and right now we're having a chill discussion.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Good.
See how that's the point I'm making. I wasn't emotionally charged. I didn't imagine energy going all ramped up and everything. No, we're having a proper discussion the way we are. We don't have to bring our feelings involved or our own, our own predetermined conceptions of the other person I'm speaking to. No, let's work our way on a common ground, and let's not be emotionally charged. I have my beliefs based on Christian morality. So if I tell you I don't believe in LGBTQT, that's going to trigger you. Am I wrong or wrong?
No, I'm not. I'm a heterosexual myself. The Christians are stupid to me, but my emotions tell me that I have a love for my beliefs, just like you have a love for your Christianity. Yes or no?
Okay, yeah, of course. That's my emotionally based response to that, because it's true. That is an emotional response. But I could also take it a step further. Christianity, in my belief, and I'm talking on logical terms, it is the truth. Not just because it's an emotionally based train of logic that I'm using, but it's because it's true.
Okay.
Hey, Jose.
Okay.
Jose.
Yes. But you just said, hold on real quick. You just said that you still have a love for it, which is an emotion. And then you said,
I'm going to explain the logic behind it. I'm
not denying that. Yeah. But what you're doing is you're demeaning the emotion behind the motivation of you defending it. There's an emotion of love, which you will know as a Christian, the emotional love that we have behind certain beliefs, sir. So you can't sit here and tell me the fact that people go on panels to debate is emotionally driven based on their love of their beliefs. So what you're doing is
why can't it be a logical response?
You're interrupting me, and now I could claim you're being emotional.
I know I'm actually asking you a question. Though. Can I go into
But you interrupted me to ask the question.
That wasn't emotional. I'm asking you why.
But you interrupted me to do that, and I let you talk, sir.
I'm trying to ask you a question, boss. Come on,
sir. Let me finish my thought, and we can do it. I just look like
you never finish
this
your
dude
thought.
This dude sound dumb.
Saint said to boot you. Goodbye.
He's tied up the
And
entire
I can
panel.
honestly say the first logical one is philosophical cat versus Andrew, where there was absolutely zero emotion. It was all logic on that one.
Can I ask
that
Ryan?
was Dragon? I'm sorry, Dragon Rage.
Yes.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Dragon Rage.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Can I ask Ryan a hypothetical? I just want to
maybe.
Maybe.
Hey, I'm gonna have to head out.
So there's been a lot of discourse before we got into the
sorry, gotta work.
Gotta do.
Yeah, relatively calm discussion that Jose had with Ryan. Thank you for that, sir. And obviously, blessed peace, you're also an Orthodox Christian. Ryan, are you familiar with Dean Withers?
Dean Withers, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Dean and Parker. They actually have a counter movement against Turning Point USA, which is the organization that Charlie Kirk regularly speaks on campus for.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay. I just want to say a hypothetical here. Let's say tomorrow that Dean Withers was tragically unalive while protesting a Turning Point USA event, right, by a right winger, a mega supporter. He was just unalived. Would it be okay for me to go on this platform or any other platform and say, well, you know what, Dean Withers said a lot of bad stuff online. You know, like he said a lot of stuff against the right wing, and I don't know. Like, look, I don't think that he should have been unalived, but, you know, he did say a lot of stuff, you know. Would that be okay for me to do that in your view?
Yeah, so I think that not only would I might not like it, but I think a lot of right wingers would do exactly what you just.
I would never fucking do that. That is disgusting. Okay, just testing the logic.
But again, the fact is you're allowed to still hold your positions about who Dean was and what he advocated for, and you can find those things disgusting, much like I do Charlie Kirk, and still disavow what happened to him. And you can do that without doing a wink and a nod thing, like your tone suggested in the way you just described it, which I'm not doing. I wholeheartedly I wholeheartely reject the implication that I am doing that wink and a nod. Fuck you for even implying that.
All right, hey, real quick, Ryan. Tables are turned, kind of like what Paige was saying. If the tables were turned, and if it was a right wing individual that assassinated, I'm sorry for lack of better terms. Anyways, let's say the situations were reversed. There'd probably be about 3 cities burnt down right now. Am I incorrect?
I think you are incorrect, and one reason I think you're incorrect, as we talked about.
Well,
earlier
they burned down.
Sorry, let me.
They burned.
Respond, right?
Hold on, let Ryan go.
I was just gonna say they burned down more for less.
You say they burned down. I don't
Yeah,
know
liberal.
Exactly what you mean by that?
Liberal.
Maybe. I mean, I think a lot of arsonists and people who do looting tend to be opportunists who are probably largely apolitical. They're just taking advantage of chaos, and I don't think those are necessarily all political statements. But secondary, as we talked about in our 1v1 a month and a half ago, there were left-leaning Democratic lawmakers who were murdered and attempted to be murdered, and no cities burned down. Absolutely nothing
Ryan,
like that happened.
Ryan, are you assuming that that was done by a right winger? Are you assuming that was
He had a
done by
list
a
of
right winger?
45 Democrats that he was going after.
No, 45 Democrats that were on a piece of paper. That could mean that he went to visit him, right? That's not necessarily verification that he's a right winger. You keep assuming just because they were Democrats that they were done by a right winger.
Regardless of whether or not it was.
We get the information.
I'm actually. What I said has nothing to do with the right winger. I actually didn't say he was a right winger.
But I'm going to speak on this.
You assumed it. That's why you keep bringing it up.
So what I did say, what I actually said, was, since Mr. Bills, again, like people are constantly mischaracterizing me, this happens all the time. So what I actually said is that a month and a half ago, like less than 2 months ago, there were Democratic politicians, one that was murdered, one that was attempted to be murdered, and no cities burned down. That's what I said. It had nothing to do with the political leanings of the murderer. What I said is that there were Democratic politicians, because again, in the moment right now, we don't know the political ideology of the person who killed Charlie Kirk.
But it was 3 months ago. It was a situation of, yes, multiple Democrats. It's a state that I live in, so I'm going to just flat out say this whole situation is, in the terms of it, yes, there was a Democrat that ended up dying, another one that was attempted to be killed. Now, in the situation of the whole part is, unfortunately, the hatred wasn't there in the terms of it. Just because
Marte,
it was
Marte, what's your view, Marte?
Hold on, Kizak, just.
I think Ryan's lying out of his ass, and I can tell him why. But go ahead.
Looking forward to that.
But this whole situation is, you're applying two different aspects of it. It's 3 months ago. And so in the situation, no. And where Marte was going with the whole situation between what happened to Charlie Kirk to what Derek Chauvin was charged with, no. By the Minnesota state laws, no, he should never have been charged as a first degree. If anything, it should have been manslaughter or less, or the lesser version of degree of murder. This is flat out premeditated. That is the biggest difference.
Yes.
So there's straight up 100%, no way to wiggle out of it, Ryan. I do respect you, but in this situation, they are not the exact same. There's no way it can be the exact same. Yes, political pundits should never be killed. Nobody should be killed. Great. Now, as you're speaking about everything, you're not giving a prescription of what needs to be done to churn down the rhetoric. I'm going to push you on this. You need to stop saying we got to do this. Say what you want to be done.
Well, there's an important aspect.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure he was asking me specifically, right, guys? So let me respond to that. So number one, I want to, if you want, you should later roll back the tape, and you're going to find that I said word for word in that conversation we were talking about the George Floyd thing. I said they are not the exact same. So when you go down this whole thing and go, Ryan, they are not the exact same, I agree, and I agreed in that conversation. I said explicitly over and over they are not the exact same.
And I need to clarify this. I'm the first one to say when I say something wrong. He was not charged with first degree; it was second. However, the clarification is with second degree there is still intent. Once we get to third, it's synonymous with manslaughter. So the point still stands. And the original point that was brought up for is that what happened to George Floyd happened because of his actions. And I think anybody that watches the body cam will know that that police officer did not intend to kill that man.
Yeah, okay. So what I would say is that the officer did not care whether or not he died, but that's, again, this is a whole separate conversation. I was just pointing out that in that conversation we had, I did not say they were exact same. So anyone putting those words in my mouth is misrepresenting me, as happens all the time here.
Well, but you brought up the hypothetical as if it was something that could be.
I didn't bring up a hypothetical. I didn't. It wasn't. There was no hypothetical.
Or not hypothetical, but the comparison.
Yeah,
Well,
what I was comparing though was the reaction. I was comparing the reactions.
It's apples to oranges. Because how well were the Democrats that unfortunately got attacked compared to Charlie Kirk? It's like it's two different animals. Even though it's the same thing and it's equally bad, it just Charlie Kirk was known like across the world, whereas those Democrats, I personally had never heard of them before that, and a lot of people hadn't either. And yes, it's a terrible, horrible thing, but like the comparison, there's a better parallel with George Floyd because he became so well known so fast, and it affected so many people with the polarization. That's where there's a similarity.
Well, but again, I don't think
that's because the right wing media is in charge of all these narratives, right? The right wing sets the narratives in the United States constantly. That's why the president did not put the flags at half mast when he
isn't most of the media
left. The president did not set the flags at half mast. The president did not set the flags at half mast when his peers, Democratic lawmakers in America were murdered. He did not try to turn the tone down when that happened.
Isn't most of the media left wing though? The right wing can't control like boo for the narrative. It's all left wing media.
Fox
they have
News
the biggest
is one of the most watched program. Fox News, Newsmax, all these things like no, and most of the algorithms lean right. You might not be aware of this because maybe you listen to a lot of right wing media that tells you otherwise, but actually most algorithms steer people into right wing rabbit holes.
I mean, I wouldn't assume that. I actually listen to a lot of like alternative media as opposed to Fox, and not specifically
alternative media is like pretty.
It's usually like Al
people,
Jazeera and like other like moderate from other countries looking at the U.S. type stuff.
You guys are making a lot alternative
of
media.
Shooter. We don't know what the fuck maybe he ain't like Charlie because he didn't fucking like Pokemon. We don't know yet. You guys are making a lot of
Pokemon is based.
Right,
you contradict yourself a lot. There's been fans of singers that shot their singer and they were fans of the singer. Like, what the fuck? You guys are making so many assumptions, even though we know that Charlie was a fucking dick.
Well, Ryan's a contrarian. I'll say that. He's not only a contrarian, but he's also a liar.
What'd you say Charlie was?
Yeah, you're a coward who's lying on my name right now. I stand on business and I speak my truth every single time I come out here. I'm never lying about shit. Fuck you, Marte, you cowardly bitch.
You haven't seen the debates he had with Vivek. With Vivek, that's why Vivek stopped fucking with him. Vivek had to stop him so many times on college campus and say, hold on. Because he was
here we
go.
All right, Eli, let's settle this once and for all, you and me. And, okay, here's what I want to say. Eli. I appreciate you, okay, first off, because I think that you and I do respect each other. We respect that each of us are coming at these conversations in good faith. Unlike Marte, who is a coward and liar, we don't think that each other are lying, right? Maybe he's not lying. Maybe he truly believes I'm a liar. But anyone who's watched me for a while and listens to me when I talk can tell you, or can probably tell you that maybe I'm wrong sometimes, and I'll own that. But I'm not a liar, right? I speak very. I speak straight from the heart.
What you believe, yeah, absolutely. I think you're very good faith about that. I don't think you're saying anything disingenuous toward what you actually think is the truth.
Yeah, and to build on that, I think that what my prescription, because someone was asking about my prescription for moving forward, what we need to do. I think what we need to be doing is having a lot more of conversations between people like us, right? People who are having good faith disagreements, who believe that violence is not the answer, who will disavow it, like not with a wink and a nod. We firmly stand on business that we will not ever endorse that, and we will have honest conversations about real disagreements because we live in America, and this is a value that we share.
Sure. You know what the new saying I've been hearing through the grapevine is, people are going to, and you'll probably start hearing this, is Charlie tried that. That's what we're hearing. So to the point I was making about the rhetoric thing, and again, I'm not trying to, call you out your name, call you a bad person, whatever, but what I think Paige and I, our argument, let me present this to you, is that yes, debate, discourse, coming to each other when we disagree. This is what we ought to do. This is rhetoric, right? That's what Charlie did, and that's what he was killed for. That's why
we don't know why he was killed.
Well, no, I mean, here's the thing. Again, using logical intelligence.
For all we know, it could have been a scorned lover, or his wife ordered a hit on him. We really just don't know at this point, right?
Dude, come on, man. Come on. Come on. If we had to, do we know that it wasn't one of his crazy ex-girlfriends? No. But is that really what you want to hinge it on? Let's be real. Somebody killed him at his event because they didn't like what he was saying. For whatever reason. Like you said, could it have been a groiper? Could it have been a blue-haired tranny?
Sure,
Who knows?
I agree with that.
However,
I don't agree with the use of a peace word there, but yeah.
Sorry. Well, if at least we can at least logically assume it would not be out of pocket to say that they didn't like his rhetoric. Okay. And what so when I hear other people in the panel say, what's the prescription for toning down the rhetoric and that we need to tone down rhetoric, I actually kind of hold a different perspective. I don't think I'm a free speech absolutist. I don't think that rhetoric is the problem, because I think that rhetoric should be able to just go freely in a marketplace of ideas. Again, outside of yelling fire in the theater and, making threats on people's lives. Okay. And that's why when we were bringing up, and again, to be fair, you didn't do this per se, but you were defending Lasagna, who brought up and said, well, what about when he said this, when we're talking about rhetoric that leads to this stuff? I think the deeper, more fundamental argument is that why are we in a culture where whenever people say things we don't like, there's certain fringe people who get so riled up by it that they go to violence? And frankly, especially in the wake of this Charlie Kirk thing, it's starting to look like the people who really take rhetoric to violence are on the left. Not saying that there hasn't been right-wing killers and people like this. However, even if you just look at Andrew and Brian Atlas, I just got done watching their stream, and they were pulling up whenever Brian used to do on the street live streams with Jake Rattlesnake, and they went out here with microphones interviewing people from their kind of dating culture perspective, whatever. And it was a male feminist type person who came up and legitimately tried to fight Jake Rattlesnake in the streets. And Brian was saying, yeah, we knew at an early point that if we were going to say this stuff, we needed to get security, because the kind of stuff that we say, for whatever reason, makes these people fucking angry to the point. And that's where, even when Kazak's talking about, yeah, you have George Floyd, and whenever that side gets mad about whatever they're mad about, violent shit happens. And maybe it is just an arsonist who's apolitical. But if he's an apolitical arsonist taking advantage of a situation, what situation he's taking advantage of? The rage of the left. Meanwhile, whenever you look at people who embody the kind of things Charlie Kirk embodied, it's actually, you know what? We're going to tackle this through rational discourse. We're going to tackle this through maybe civil disobedience and boycotts. I always point to MLK, who was a Christian, okay? A Christian with a Christian ethic, who was saying nonviolent protest. This is not the ethos of the left. This is not the ethos of Maxine Waters, who tells people to storm into the restaurants and get in their face. This is something we have heard time and time again, not from Charlie Kirk's side of the field, but from the other side of the field. That's what we're pointing out. So I don't think it serves any purpose.
And I think you're just before, since I think it's going to be just you and Zach, I want to say that you're cherry picking a whole bunch of examples of things that you're pointing to the left, and you're saying, wow, this is primarily coming from the left. I think that's again, maybe your media diet has convinced you that that's the case, but I think if you dig into this, you will actually find there is a lot of escalatory rhetoric happening on the right, and I really encourage you to reevaluate that position. But I'll let you two go at it.
Let's burn the MLK as far as it goes to Charlie Kirk. Well, MLK and Charlie Kirk, 150 different things that they did differently. They were not the same people. They didn't do the same thing.
I'm not making that argument, but I'm drawing parallels, which I think are perfectly fair to draw. I think that especially when it comes to MLK, and I don't know everything about the guy, and I know I'm kind of, sometimes I have a pet hobby with conspiracy theories and CIA stuff. Won't get into that on this stream. However, in general, he was a Christian. He used his Christian ethic in order to say, hey, if we want to see real change, if we just burn the shit down and do what they did later down the line in history.
MLK right now.
Yeah. And I'm saying that this was involved by a Christian ethic. This is parallel to somebody else who, Charlie Kirk, who never said, hey, let's go, punch these people in the face. He said, "You know how we're going to make change? Under this tent. Here's your mic. Here's my mic. Let's talk." And what it seems to be, again, assuming it's not an ex-lover, as Ryan's final cling to an argument is that it could be, is that actually the person who killed him probably didn't like what he was doing. They probably infiltrated that event in order to carry out an assassination because he didn't like this public discourse thing that Charlie Kirk spearheaded, which is, I think everybody at this point, not to get on a soapbox or anything, but like we can't back down whether you're on the left or the right. We got to keep coming to spaces like this and keep the torch going.
All right. Well, real quick, Mr. Eli, I just want to say real quick, I'm pretty sure I might be a couple. I'm 33. How old are you?
I'm 28.
God damn, are you really 28? I thought you were older than me.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little road hard and put up wet, but yeah, I'm 28.
All right, so you're 28. I'm 33, and I grew up in a place called Panama City, Florida. And the thing is, I had family members who used to go out to eat, and even the early 90s, there were still places in Panama City, which is a tourist point. There was places that didn't allow blacks.
Okay.
And that's a shame. It's a shame that, you had Martin Luther King and everything that he stood for, and you're gonna tell me that 30 years later, Panama City didn't allow people to enjoy restaurants, and it was a real thing.
Okay.
The thing where I'm getting at with Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk was for one, very nice and polite person, but there was a lot of transgender. That's the biggest thing, and gays and LGBT. A lot of them they just took advantage of Charlie Kirk, and it makes me sick. What do you think about the whole shenanigans, for lack of better term?
Man, I'll probably cover a little in my close. We've been talking about it. It's terrible, and it's unprecedented. And I hope that this is the American Christians watershed moment. That's what I would say.
Elaborate.
Well, like I said, I mean, there's assassinations, especially to politicians. It's always terrible. Nobody has to come up here and make the argument why it is or isn't terrible. I think maybe not some of the people on the fringe left that we've seen that are celebrating it. Those people are just demonic. However, for the rational, generally rational person on either side of the aisle, it's easy to disavow an assassination. However, what makes this special, what makes this different, we're all kind of having this shared feeling of going like, this is historic and this is different. And the reason is, look at this panel. Look at the Raging Tomato. Look at this place that Sarah, this sweet lady, made for this thing to go on. What is this thing that we're talking about? Discourse, debate. I've got an idea. You've got an idea. I've got an ought claim. You've got an ought claim. Let's clash it out and figure it out. That is all. Hold on. That is all Charlie did outside of basic political campaigning that tons of college students volunteer to do. His main deal was discourse. Here's your mic. Here's my mic. Let's talk about it. And now we understand that you can be killed for this. And I think that what we need to do is be brave, keep it up, don't stop, because clearly the people, whoever it is, for whatever reason, the reasons they want that to stop is nefarious and evil.
But Eli, the thing is Kirk would have been on this panel and he would have owned every one of us. I'm not gonna. Would he not? Would he not?
And so,
good. And the factor of that is he would have owned us, and not one of us would have considered taking this kid's life.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I mean, majority of people, I mean, that's not really what's in question. But what's in question is, where do we go from here, and what does this mean? What does this mean for the future of discourse? What does this mean for the future of our country? And I think, from our perspective, what we're saying is discourse is a good thing if and only if the two people engaged are sensible enough to not kill each other over it. And what I think we're pointing to is, guess what? We can have a dialogue and a worldview clash about this. Is what kind of ideology, what kind of worldview, and I want to be very careful, because I think a lot of these people who commit these things are insane. Probably, I don't think it takes a pretty crazy person, unless it was like a some kind of hit job paid millions of dollars, which I'm not saying it is. But most of the time, these people are insane and they don't have a lot of rational thought. However, it's driven by a hatred, a resentment. Guess what Charlie did not have for his opponents? Hatred and resentment. I don't care what you say. It was clear in how he conducted himself that he loved his enemy as Christ taught him to do. And
here's the thing: is his enemy is the one that I think it was 30-6 that hit him.
What the fuck does that matter, dude? I'm sorry, bro. What the fuck does that have to do with jack shit? Okay, Zach,
no,
I love you.
What I'm saying.
I don't give a fuck if it was a bow and arrow. Everything I'm saying is still relevant, man.
Yeah, no, I'm actually agreeing with you.
If you dehumanize someone, you don't have to contend with their ideas. That's why they did it. That's why they do it.
I'm agreeing with Eli. What I'm saying is it's a bullshit situation, because
I know, man, but we can't. It's like it's sad, and we're all feeling the same kind of. Look, every single one of us who saw that video, congratulations, you have a trauma response going on in your body right now. I tend to not like to get into that deep psychological speak, but it's a fact, and I think every one of us can relate to this. We have a trauma response from seeing a man in front of his children have his throat split open, but we don't need to continue to go over that. Yes, it was sad, but if we're gonna be on this panel in the wake of this, let's talk about what we do going forward. Let's talk about what this means, what Charlie stood for, and what message he would say in the wake of all this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump your ass, K-Zach. 30-6, whatever. We all saw it. We all know it's terrible. I don't think that's up for debate in this panel. What's up for debate is, why did we get here, and what do we do about it?
What do we do about it, Eli? Because I'm in the same boat.
First of all, don't fucking listen to me for them answers, because I'm a dumb hillbilly and I don't fucking know. But if I had a guess, it would be don't back down, don't stop, continue the discourse, and also cling to decency, and ask yourself the proper questions of where we derive that decency from. And I think if you listen to me and the people in my camp of where that is, it's from God. So I encourage everybody who's feeling this way in the wake of this to, whatever your God is, whether it's the Holy Trinity or it's your fifis in the closet, turn to it and ask the right question.
Well, it was Charlie Kirk's love of country and his fellow neighbor that led him to want to engage, to bridge that gap, because he would often say again and again, when two sides can't talk or even argue, it leads to violence. That's really what the core of his message was, and it shined through with, like, people would like swear at him, they'd attack him, and there's a few times he got heated, and there was that like thing he did with like Cenk Uygur or whoever it was, where he was like yelling at him outright. But like most of the time, yeah, it was, but most of the time he was very, very centered, and it was from a position of love. And if we could find a way to have that in ourselves and extend that in discourse more frequently, I think that would probably be the best reaction that we could try to have.
I'm going to say it loud and say it proud. As I just brought up to K-Zach, Charlie himself, I'm not trying to say like I speak for the man, but it's obvious why he acted that way. It wasn't some radical idea he came up with himself. It's because Christ said, love thy enemies. And what I think a lot of us are really shaken by that is this guy. I preach about, Christianity all day long, but I don't live it the way he did. And a lot of us
I have a problem with your terminology. He didn't see them as enemies, though. That was the thing. He didn't see them as enemies. He saw them as his
What? No.
neighbors.
No, he said, love thy enemies. Pray
Yeah,
for
I
thy
know, but
enemies.
Charlie Kirk didn't see the people he talked with, the college kids that would argue with him, the people on the street that would yell at him.
Bro.
He didn't see them as enemies, though. is what
Now
I'm
you're
trying
getting
to
into hippie
communicate.
Jesus stuff. I disagree with
No,
that.
I'm not even
He-
saying that that's what Christ said. I'm saying that Charlie Kirk, with how he treated people, he didn't treat them as enemies. He treated them as his neighbors.
Sure. Well, that's what happens when you love your enemy. You don't treat them like one. So in that sense, I agree with you. However, we do have to realize if our camp has a notion of the good that is something separate from ourselves and actually exists, that's a good that needs to be defended, and that good actually has enemies. Okay, and I think that Charlie and plenty of people from our side would say that there is an ideology oriented in an offensive fashion to what we hold to be the good, and they are our enemies. Now, what we don't do is we don't attack them and conquer them by some kind of brute force, but we do it with love, with engagement, and with actual discourse until we actually change the mind and change the heart of our enemy till they're no longer our enemy. That's the ultimate goal. Now it's easier said than done, and it's kind of a rose-colored glasses look, but by God, I think that man tried his damnedest to do so.
Well, you know what you can do? I don't know if any of y'all have TikTok lives right now, but there is a disgusting amount of just pro unalivement of Charlie stuff out there. If you have access to a TikTok live and you're able to run a panel in respect for Charlie and discouraging hatred and discouraging discourse that blames the right unnecessarily, do that. I did that last night. I will be doing it again tonight. We blocked a lot of horrible people last night, and I don't freaking care. Just do it and just be the force for good, because for every TikTok live that there is out there saying that it was justified, that he fucked around and found out, like some of the leftist people are implying, there is one TikTok live that says he was a father, he was a husband, he was a Christian man, and guess what? Christians are going to be persecuted for all of time, but we do not think that that justifies them. Even the worst sinner does not deserve what Charlie Kirk went through. And that's what I'm going to say on that.
Oh, hey, everybody. I didn't know I jumped on so quick.
Yeah. So again, as I've said over and over and over, I also agree that was not right. What happened to Charlie? It was disgusting. As for I don't know what was in Charlie's heart of hearts. At the end of the day, what I do know is that he was an extremely divisive figure, and his business model was creating division in this country. Okay, we have to be able to acknowledge that fact. We have to be able to talk about that.
Creating division.
Otherwise, when Charlie Kirk is raging on stage saying, I live like a capitalist every day, he's being honest. I agree with that. And his capitalist product is the division that he sows, is the division in the way that he engages with people. It is oftentimes very calm, and he is oftentimes doing a lot of bad faith debate tactics, engaging with people in very dishonest ways, lying about statistics, making extremely egregious comments, arguing about about bringing back Civil Rights Act, all this sort of stuff. We have to acknowledge that this is the reality. That,
he had effective
opposition. No, I don't acknowledge because that's a lie.
Well, you can be wrong. That's fine. You don't have to.
No, Danny, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
You can't say on one hand that you don't know his heart, and on the other hand that he wants to sow division.
He had effective opposition, so of course you're going to label it as divisive to weaken it. That's in your nature to do that because it was oppositional the way that you see
that's
things.
cope. I'm analyzing the way that he engages.
You're the one that's emotional and coping, dude. Like you need to calm down.
You can say that. I believe that. Brian, what I'm communicating is that he was an extremely divisive figure, and you guys are denying it. I don't know why.
He was oppositional to you, so naturally you would attack him to say he's divisive.
I'm not attacking
weaken
him.
his position.
It's a fact.
Ryan, I got a question. What makes him divisive? If he's telling the truth and they don't like the truth, is the truth divisive or is what he's saying divisive?
I don't think he was telling the truth. I don't think he was an honest interlocutor.
Well, you said earlier, you said you stand on your truth. I heard you say that earlier when you were talking to. Yeah. So it's not even the truth. You're standing on your version of something that you believe is true, but not the truth. You said your truth. I said Charlie Kirk is standing on the truth. Is he wrong for standing on the truth? And they're mad at him. Does that make them divisive? Or is it that he doesn't stand on their truth?
Like I said, I don't know what's in his heart of hearts, and it's possible that he's speaking his truth, but his truth, the way that he's spreading it, is based on misrepresenting statistics, is based on dishonest argumentation, and that's what I'm pointing out.
Can you prove all that? or is that an assumption?
I mean, we could go through a bunch of clips and stuff. Is that if that's what we're gonna do tonight?
Well, I was
it's an assertion right now. Right now, I'm making an assertion.
No, I'm just asking you, like, do you have like exact, like, oh yeah, I have this thing, I could prove it, and then we could go down another day.
I'm just come on your panel another time. We can walk through it. I'll
I
bring
can
examples.
shut this down right now. I mean, do you think he wanted to bring people over to his side or keep them on their side?
I think he wanted to bring some people onto his side. Yeah.
Do you think he had a specific methodology by picking out those people? Like whenever one college student came up, he's like, I want to keep that person on our side. And when another one comes up, he goes, not that person. I want to keep them on their side. Do you think he was methodically 4D chess?
I don't know about that, but I do know that the way he talked about DEI and the way he talked about black people in general.
No, I'm asking a general question here. I'm saying,
and I'm speaking generally about the nature of his rhetoric, right? When he talks about how he's scared of black pilots, when he's talking about how he's scared of black surgeons, I think that this is extremely divisive rhetoric. Yes.
But do you think that he wanted people to agree with him?
I think he wanted to. Yeah, I think he wanted people to agree with him that he believes that he wanted people to believe that black pilots are unqualified. Yes, I agree.
Do you think he wanted? Wait, real quick. Do you think he wanted more people to agree with him after an event than before the event? Do you think that was a goal of the events?
Probably more. I don't know why.
Okay, even if you disagree with it and you think it's the most evil rhetoric in the world, that by definition,
I didn't call it evil.
It's no, I'm not saying you. I'm saying even if you did,
okay,
that is not wanting to create division. That's wanting to create unity under his belief. So
he wasn't talking.
Yeah, it's selective unity. Yes, it is selective unity.
He wasn't talking about being afraid of black pilots. He was afraid of someone who got the job that wasn't qualified or was less qualified.
Affirmative
That's
action.
what black people are those people. Yeah,
and that is the demographic that most likely benefits from DEI. So he would cite.
Actually, that would be white women.
How is
him that as well?
White women. I'm going to read a super chat. Shazzy Bear says, "Too much blasphemy. You guys should grow up and follow the morals you all know." Damn.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Shazzy Bear.
pretty much. Thou shalt not kill.
Sarcastic wants to give you 5 minutes in the back. Ryan, let's go
Can
ahead.
I real quick? Just to the next donations also at me, and yes, I agree. I am divisive as well.
Oh,
yes.
Isn't Ryan divisive as well? Anyone with a strong ideological opinions are divisive.
Does he deserve to be unalive? No.
Yeah,
that's the question,
again,
Brian.
I never said so. Stop when you counter. Hang on. When Paige sits here and counters, does that mean that he deserves to be unalive? That's implying Paige is implicitly suggesting that I said that on Charlie Kirk. I don't. I understand. I fucking heard you, Paige. What you're implying is that I was asserting that about Charlie Kirk, and I've never ever made any
maybe he
assertion
didn't,
like
but
that. I've been so fucking clear.
Shut up. At the very beginning of this, and I know not everyone was here, Ryan came on and made it very clear when the question was asked him about Charlie Kirk, when this was brought up, he made it very clear that he was completely against the assassination and everything that encompassed it. Like, we don't have to try to throw it at Ryan to that he's not promoting that rhetoric at all. He's been against it since the beginning. I think his general stance is that is just discussing Charlie Kirk alone, not inside of the assassination. I think he's just talking about Charlie Kirk as a person and what he stood for. That's all.
And Sarah, I completely understand that, but what I don't like is saying like, well, he did certain things. Like, to me, that seems like implicatory as well. It seems like you're saying like, well, if he wouldn't have done those things, maybe he wouldn't have been unalive, which to me implies that his behavior was like an asking for it type situation. And Ryan, if that's not what you're implying, please clarify that. And I would hope that you would clarify that, because I don't think that anyone, I don't even care if they go and spout like schmatzy-ish rhetoric, and I think that that's horrible. I still don't think they deserve to be unalived. I just don't.
Yeah, and since you need me to clarify this again, I will. I also agree that does not mean that they deserve to be unalived.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So it doesn't
matter.
And
in 5 minutes when I come back and I have to clarify that again, I hope you hear me that time as well. When I clarify once again that I don't believe that Charlie Kirk should have been unalive, that I don't want anyone to be unalive for political
you need
rhetoric.
to stop nitpicking at things that he posted online or whatever throughout the years. If that's your
I'm allowed to critique people regardless. If you stop talking long enough to listen, say that violence against women. I can say these things.
Hold on.
Sarah.
Shut up for a second. Here's what I think it is. Here's my honest opinion, because I think everybody's really very upset. Not at you, Ryan, but I think everybody especially conservative, right wing. Most people that are right leaning, even some left and center people are upset as well. But mostly the right is we're still grieving. Okay, so I think when you're in grieve mode, the last thing you want to hear is anything negative about the person you're grieving. And this is not a shot at you, Ryan. I think the whole nation just needs to chill out on critiquing a dead man for a few days, right? I think essentially that's probably the crux of it. It's not what you're saying, because they're probably going to happily engage in this conversation 3 weeks from now and openly debate it. But I think right now it's fresh for all of us. And I think if you avoid the critiques right now, they're probably not going to be as temperamental. I'm going to give you that thought to take to the back before.
Can I add one?
Yeah, I just
one
think it's
thing to that.
insensitive. It's like my grandfather died from like health complications because he was he had an addiction.
You're still gonna be up in 5
And
seconds.
it would be like somebody at the celebration of life being like, "Well, George shouldn't have drunk so much alcohol throughout his life." Like if he would, I would have been like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Like,
no, we're not at a funeral right now. We're not in a safe space. We're having a political conversation on a
funeral,
platform.
Ryan, like shut the fuck up. When like if you don't think that anything is justifiable, don't say it, bro. Just don't say it. Just don't say it, man. I wouldn't be doing this if it was Dean Withers.
What I want to clarify, because Paige is freaking out again, and yeah, I understand she's emotional. I understand you're all very emotional about this. I'm also emotional about this, and I'm about to go to the back. So let me just.
You're too busy talking to listen.
One of the reasons that I'm bringing all this stuff up is so that you guys, because I empathize with you being activated by the things that I'm saying. I do. I understand that. One of the reasons I'm saying this stuff is to get you guys to also empathize with a lot of the people who see what happened to Charlie Kirk and they don't grieve as hard as you do. I want you guys to rest on that, okay? And it's not because they're horrible. It's not because you might not think it's relevant. It's not because they're horrible, evil people who love it when people get shot. It's because they are running out of empathy, right? For people who have been advocating against their rights for years.
You are too busy talking to listen.
He just made Paige's point.
He's justifying bad shit.
Hello.
Yeah, I was giving him like the out there, and
it's fine. It's
Thank
fine.
you, Sarah.
No, the issue with it is when you say that something is divisive, you're going to end up going into it and being like, well, he said bad things and it made people angry, so there was a justification for why they were angry, and then the fringe got so angry they did something. And it's the idea that language of that the person's a fascist or they're a racist, or when you say it again and again and again and again and again as a term, it dehumanizes them and causes the violence. And that
I agree.
That is the single greatest problem in American politics on both sides. But when you're salting the wound, it's like going up to a vigil and being like, well, Charlie Kirk said some not good things. People are going to get mad at you, and then you're going to get all huffy and emotional, and it's just going to, he must be a glutton for like the attention that it gets. It's like feeding his ego or some like I don't even know what or why. It just, he needs to, see, the left has so much empathy that they're so busy trying to get you to empathize with them. They don't take a second to think about how their actions are affecting everyone else and how polarizing it can be.
I agree. I think people need to be more concerned about whether or not what he's saying is true, or over how that makes it feel. Because if it's true, then your feelings are more mad about you to either measure up to the truth or you're trying to reject the truth. But if he's lying to you, I can understand why people would be angry if you know it's a lie. So, but not about how people makes it feel. How it makes you feel is irrelevant. Whether it's true or not is more important.
And that's, I just want to say, every argument that I was making with him about Kirk being divisive, I would make that argument if Kirk was alive or passed. It's not something I'm doing out of pearl clutching because I'm in a heightened state of emotion, which I am. I think a lot of us are. But I told, the reason I wanted to even come on is because I think that now is the time to continue discourse and to continue debate. And that's why I brought up, hey, if you're going to say that him debating whether what he's using is good facts, bad facts, things you like, things you don't like, what makes that divisive? But when anybody else debates for whatever reason divisive, I don't actually think people debate on either side of the spectrum to be divisive. They're trying to recruit to their side. They're trying to form some kind of unity to their team And this is, I think, the only people that are being divisive are the ones who don't want us to dialogue. And whoever that is certainly the person who committed that heinous act. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of is, like I think I brought up earlier, which is a good point, if I do say so myself, is that there's one ideology that says, hey, you know what? Any sin is unjustifiable, from the smallest one to the largest one. We ought not sin, and when we do, there's zero reason to do so. The other ideology says, well, there's enough things, like if you make somebody angry and if you say enough of the wrong things to stir things up, now all of a sudden there could potentially be a justification or a rationale behind certain actions. And that's what I'm saying is like, these worldviews are incompatible because one is stuck in an infinite loop and doesn't have any kind of reference outside of humanity.
You mean like an echo chamber?
So here's the thing to be mindful of.
Oh yeah, very much.
This will be the last I'm going to say for a little bit. With Charlie Kirk, there was the thing that there was the, change my mind that Crowder did. And then Charlie Kirk started to do something similar. Back then, it was really, really difficult for the two sides to even be able to talk. Debates were at an all-time low. And what happened with Kirk is that he created that movement and created it with the discourse. And you look at what happened with the amount of censorship that was on the right, that it seemed like the left could do no wrong, that there was a whole bunch of stuff that was leaning with that. And it shifted a lot of things. And it got to now, to even to the point where a lot of the people on the left, there's a lot of people that are saying like, fuck the Democratic Party. They are disgusting and they're like what I am and I can't stand it. Or people that are like, oh, I disavowed friends or that kind of stuff, because that's how much of an impact Charlie Kirk had. That's why so many people are upset and that he's representative of that dialogue. And I would agree with you that even if you think that people use cheap tactics or you think they're disingenuous, they're trying to cause problems, that's why you engage with them through the discourse. And it's the way that we can actually heal this country.
Dreadhorn, I apologize. Let me read this, please. Dreadhorn comes in with the big 50 and says, Eli, thank you. Keep fighting the fight, brother. And Sarah, much love.
Not one step back.
Not one step back. And I want to say thank you because the night started off really slow and it was kind of I don't know, it's been a weird day, I think, overall. And there's been a lot going on YouTube and I'm all for like Paige, I saw you even said it in the chat how, maybe making this a separate show. I'm okay right now. To me, I'm gathering people need to talk about it. That's what I picked up as you guys started really digging into it. And if it costs me a little extra time tonight, I'm going to do it because this is, like I said earlier, it's very fresh. And when people grieve, a lot of people go through different emotions and different things that they need to do. We obviously are talkers. We all talk out our issues here. This is what we do. That's why we're on panels. That's why we're on YouTube. That's why we're, part of the panelverse and we do this stuff. So if I can provide that space for you guys, that sounds gay to say it that way, but if I can provide that space for you guys to come on and even if it costs me an extra hour of sleep, it's okay.
But please give Sarah some money.
Here.
I was just gonna say, y'all. No, this is important.
Well, we appreciate you, Sarah. We do.
Yes,
Sarah,
we do.
You are under no obligation to do so. But nobody's denying that this isn't historic, that we're not living through the stuff we're going to tell our grandkids and great-grandkids about. So everybody,
I'm deleting my channel before then, but yeah.
But everybody who's watching, if you needed that too, please show Sarah some love because she's under no obligation to do so.
We do have a forum like this, which I really am grateful to Sarah for. Because when 9/11 happened, that's the only thing in my lifetime I can think of that's similar to what happened to Charlie in the middle of a debate, that person being killed, the representative of that's a shot at America with that happening at that time in that way, how it went down on a college campus, representing everything that's wrong and evil. And that 9/11 had echoes of that. But you could talk to your family or your classmates, but you still felt very isolated. And here on the internet, we can have these forums to be able to have debates and interact and talk about these things, which part of the way that people get radicalized or isolated or have PTSD or whatever you want to call it is they go through these things and they don't have a way to process it and feel like they're understood and acknowledged with whatever they're going through, so they can like give it a hug and then put it on the shelf and move on with their lives, or at least be different from it, but not have it be the monkey on their back that's always dragging them down. And it's, you know, people, it's important to feel heard. And it's important for, and I hate that they stole the rainbow, and I hate that they stole safe spaces. Like, it's
I
okay
wasn't
for
using
us
the
to have
rainbow
this.
for anything personally, but I get where you're coming from. Sir, it's okay if it's a little gay, because as we all know, gay means happy.
That's what it means.
Got it trippy.
Yeah. You guys
I
all
love
got that
rainbows,
song.
by the way. I fucking love rainbows, and I hate
Right?
that I can't like do rainbows everywhere sometimes because
I
I'm like,
know.
no, can't do it.
just do it
Even
anyway.
my wedding, I didn't have rainbows, but I had my bridesmaids and groomsmen. Everyone had a color of the rainbow that they like. Our theme color was actually gray, right? And then my accessory color was purple. So all of like my flowers and my shoes were purple, like, you know, little things here and there. It's like a deep purple. Probably sounds gay, right?
Not really.
But then the rest of the first two groomsmen and the bridesmaid were, I think they were like yellow, and then it was like a pink color, then a blue color, then, you know, and it just went on. And all of my flower decors down the aisle were all rainbow oriented coloring. And I'm just mad because I couldn't like say that without sounding gay.
None of us here are colorful.
Hey, that was a Christian symbol.
Hey, it was God's promise first. Don't forget, like they always try to like twist it, like the number 666 holds no power. They just try to make it their own thing, or like that the rainbow means this other stuff.
And like, pride's not a sin, you know, because we can have our pride rally. But look, it's the internet, guys. We can do anything.
Did they
See, I can
steal
even
it,
do
or did
that?
did
No,
they
I
steal it, or
think
did the
it's
Christians concede to give it to them? Like they handed over
I
Aaron.
think that it's
They
no
conceded.
small coincidence that the pride
rollovers.
people took the symbol that was actually right after God's wrath on people for engaging in degeneracy and sin. Yeah, I think it's no coincidence that is now theirs. And that's just me as a fundamentalist Christian, but maybe that's
what I was
You know what's funny is like growing up, my dad, when he did the mural on my wall, and like my theme in my bedroom was Noah's Ark, so I had a giant rainbow on my wall, and like all of
that's cool.
it was. I loved it. I loved it.
daddy.
I loved it. So like, of course, I end up incorporating the rainbow into my wedding later, but like I can't even fucking have my child.
Right? Like Rainbow Bright. Remember Rainbow Bright? No. Okay, I don't know if that was your era, Rainbow Bright. I know my sister had a bunch of Rainbow Bright stuff back then. You know,
the Lisa Frank stuff too.
Oh my God, Lisa.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
My
Sarah.
parents hated that. My mother actually was like, "You can't have any of that degenerate crap on any of your notebooks."
I had a question for Sarah.
Marte wants to leave. Let's let him give his exit.
No. Before or after he talks about his masturbated videos.
Well, I just want to say, like, I feel bad because I feel like this all got real from
What did I
Marte's
miss?
topic. Like,
Marte and I,
completely-
we were already very well aware of well aware of the day and the context and what was going on, and so we just decided to push through with the topic and roll with the punches. And I give it up to Marte for, especially after all of this stuff, for still coming through and being willing to just kind of throw down something that is completely outside of what's going on in the world right now.
So
He's
just
great.
never again,
Also
Marte.
represent Marte, Crucible Crew, and 1SB.
Well, I'm pretty sure me and Eli are.
Yeah, let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, I was waiting for a time to talk. I was like, am I allowed to talk at all? So this is the thing. I've been putting up with a lot of bullshit. Like, I mean, look at my name right now, two-way. I guarantee you Nala Ray isn't being attacked by her own crew. Like, she's not being faced with all this or any of the grit that she has to deal with. I deal with this for my own group chats, and I get razzed a lot, and it just, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing, though. I've been dealing with a lot of this, and I get attacked from all sides, and it's like, for me to have anybody let up on this, maybe it's the cross I have to carry. One thing I will say, I know the conversation switched up, and rightfully so. I didn't have any detractors showed up. So yeah, of course. I do want to say one thing. There's probably going to be a debate on the table, Sarah, between you and me. Roma Army has sent probably like 50K to my IG to just talk shit in my comments. So I'm going to do a response video and challenge her to a debate. The topic will be that she is irresponsible in leading men's rights groups, and she's a grifter. And I'm going to call her out on this and challenge her to the debate. And
Do you just want me to reach out on your behalf, or?
Well, I'm going to reach out to her, or you can reach out. We'll talk about this, but this is crazy. She's sending all of her white knights and simps to my whole channel, and maybe she's trying to match her. But yeah, this is going to go down. I'm going to do a response video on this and challenge her to this debate because she is grifting and using a men's rights advocate's faux pas excuse to go ahead and grift off of men. So yeah, I have all those too, for OnlyFans and all this complete bullshit. So yeah, if she wants to go to war, let's fucking do it. So I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm all for it. If you challenge her and she accepts, just point her in my direction, and then I can do my magic from there and get you guys set up. I'm happy to do it.
Sounds
good. Good to see you, Marte. Good to see you, Marte.
I saw that today, so I was wondering whether it was going to happen.
I showed up. I have a really bad sinus infection, and I told her I'm just doing this because crushing opponents is very therapeutic, medicinal. But yeah, there was no opponents tonight. It was maybe radicals just spouting off this regular nonsense. That's it.
Hey, Marte.
What's up, man?
Even though we might disagree about some things, I always got your back, dude.
I don't think we've ever disagreed, really. We just had questions and conversations.
Yeah. And
just kind of feeling it out kind of things.
One day, Radical Coder will grow up, and we'll all be able to say our little man has finally grown up.
And Destiny Jr. is not growing up, so
I know, right? Look at how far Destiny himself got. He got to like 4 feet, right?
This version of Dane Cook is not funny at all. But anyways, guys, you guys have a great. I got to rest.
Hey, have a great night, dude.
Yeah, man.
Bye,
you too.
Marte.
He seems like a good guy.
Sarah, I did have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Well, it may be a little personal, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But like, I personally, I have a kid, and when it happened yesterday, I had to have this really awkward talk with my daughter about it, and I was just wondering if you had any kind, like, you don't have to go into it, but like, was there kind of a thing, like, because I've heard at least that you have kids, like, did you have to have that kind of talk with them?
Actually, my daughter, as soon as the video, I'd say, got sent to me, I just got done looking at it, and I was sitting there processing it, and then my daughter came up to me. She's like, Charlie Kirk died or something like, just like nonchalantly, like Charlie Kirk. And I was like, you know this already? And she's like, yeah, like we watch him, blah, 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 blah. What happened here? I thought I brought you up. And I was kind of like, are you good? You know? And she's like, yeah, like it's, you know, like it, there's, I don't know. My daughter's like me a lot where she's just very, there's no empathy.
Well, there's also like with the school system and like the people going in with guns and stuff. I mean, you kind of get desensitized, but like,
yeah, I would agree with that too.
What my daughter told me though, when I told her, it was like she had two things to say, because it's not like she watches him or like I kind of had her like, okay, these are some people on the right, these are some people on the left, this is what they think, what do you think? And I did this kind of like, you know, expand your horizons, learn about it with me, kind of giving her some guidance. And the two things she said is that like he was always nice to everybody, and like he always would listen. That was like the two takeaway from like watching him for like 10 minutes.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Level-headed.
My daughter told me, she said, what she was like, yeah, I mean, he's always logical. He breaks it down. Like, I don't understand why people keep trying.
Damn.
Like,
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there would be every once in a while, like someone that would kind of get him, but then you'd see him in real time thinking about it, and then he'd start talking, like he'd like make a new point, and then in debate and discourse across the country over the next month, it would start to be echoed. It's like he was kind of a thought leader in that sense.
Yeah, for sure.
You can disagree with him, but it's like that skill to just be in front of like dozens or hundreds or thousands of people on your feet, to just be able to like constantly engage with people, like the ability to just to be able that quick to do it.
You got to be courageous too.
Oh yeah, it's terrifying being like I've been in front of like 3,000 to 5,000 crowds before. It's terrifying.
Yeah, like I've been on the stage since I was probably 5 or 6 years old. And there you are. I was wondering what happened. I'll put you back here again. And I still, like, I could have an entire choreography down, and I could know all of my words and like the singing, the dancing, like everything could be locked and loaded and ready to rock and roll. And I still step out onto a stage, and I'm bleeding nerves, right? Like I can feel everything coming out of me. I'm actually incredibly shy.
Well, it's why you practice and practice for the muscle memory, and like, but what Charlie Kirk would do is the improv. Like he would improvise. It wasn't just, he would have kind of similar talking points. He would kind of make the same ones, but he would always like say it in new ways, or he would like engage with different people that would challenge him in different ways to constantly be improvising. Because like I did like performances large scale, like you were talking about choreography and stuff, and I even was in a couple musicals in college and things for larger groups, and like there's that real big fear where you're just, you know, you're a skinned cat and you're so aware and you're like freaking out, and then you get out there and you're trying not to throw up, and then all of a sudden it's over. And
always around you darn theater kids. You guys always had the best drugs.
Stop bringing me
No,
theater.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm joking.
And I don't appreciate it.
Let's go into because it is 4 o'clock in the morning for me, and I have to get my son on the bus in just a few hours. And I feel like everybody's kind of toned it down. Everybody's we all everybody, like, I noticed the topic shifted a little, and we kind of went into a better space.
Thank you for answering my question. I do got to run though.
Yeah,
But
no, I
it's
don't.
great.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and give us your closing thoughts first, Octavius?
Oh, sure. Well, there's a thought I had not too terribly long ago, in the sense that we all have an American dream, and if we're not careful, it's going to become an American nightmare, where there's going to be people that are thinking horrible things about their neighbors and people that think differently, and dehumanizing them, and the way that can continue. And it's up to us to like really try to be there to like put a stop to it. With maybe we need to change some of our rhetoric, and maybe we need to like think about why it is we disagree, like on both sides. Like the right does it, the left does it, and it's something that if we're able to keep talking, we're at least not like sharpening the knives, and it's something really important to do. And I would highly encourage, if anyone is in a really bad way, there's the 988 number you dial on your phone. If you like need to talk to somebody, it's not necessarily that you want to like hurt yourself or whatever, but it's like if you're stressed, you're worried about something, and like this Charlie Kirk thing is like really heavy, and you may not have a support. Then if you need to, because I've had over like more than a dozen like fellow soldiers that killed themselves, and it's like I would highly encourage anyone, if you're ever in a bad place, to reach out.
It's very important. That's very true.
Perfect.
Alrighty. Well, y'all have a good night.
You as well.
Bye.
Yep.
All right, tied up. Give us your closing thoughts, sir.
Okay, I didn't expect to get called so soon. Can you give me a minute? I'm literally about to use the restroom. I'm sorry if that's TMI.
Taking a shit? Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Go wash your hands.
He's currently tied up. You can tell.
You can hear it all too. All of it.
Fair enough. Glenn Lawrence, sir. Glenn's taking a shit too.
Oh no, he's also tied up in the bathroom with the other guy. No.
Kazak, to you, sir.
Oh no, he's there. He's there. Hey, Kazak.
Who's got the double?
Why am I hearing double?
Checking. Kazak, do you have?
I'm good now. You know.
Wait, is it you?
No, that wasn't me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Who brought tied up? Tied up
doing-
just joined.
Yeah, we're doing closing thoughts.
Yeah, that's what
No,
my
I'm
face
just.
is showing for, sir.
I had to give you a hard time, Paige. Nice to see you. Eli, good to BS with you. Same thing with Ryan. Sarah, thanks for having me. As far as closing thoughts, I just I don't know, with everything that's going on, I just you had a channel tonight that was you had scheduled, a debate, and I'm
Is
just
mine a
glad
slow
that.
motion? Or-
Shut up,
Huh?
tied up.
Oh, just making sure. All right, remember that.
Now, pretty much tied up. That hair right there is going to hit him in the teeth about 5 or 6 times, and we're going to look at it and laugh at it. But Eli, Ryan, Sarah, all you guys, Paige, I just, good night. Yes.
Keep it together, Paige.
Lord have mercy. Oh
Well, tied up is gonna hit that hair on his teeth so many times. So, see you later.
Thank you, K-Zach.
Oh, Zach, God bless you, sir. You're amazing.
Yes, bless.
Tied up.
Oh my God.
W. Just
You're
one.
muted.
Who's
Shout out
next?
to K-Zach. He might be using his Fortnite username, which is ironic to his Mexican heritage. But anyway, this is my closing statement. Charlie,
Why is your hair in your mouth, bro? Get it out.
well, I'm used to eating hairy pussy too. Your mom is to blame for that. She trained me, so I'm usually talking with hair in my mouth. So anyway,
Okay.
Nova Star, we're gonna talk later. I'm gonna hit you up on the side. I'm not gonna lie, you look hot. But all right, this is my closing
Thank you, but I'm taken.
Charlie Kirk, he went out the best way anybody could go out as a Christian. All right, he died for what he believed in. All right, Matthew chapter 10, verse 34 says that Jesus, he said, I came to actually make a division, be divisive. He said, I'm going to turn mother against father and father against daughter. So if he's a Christian, he actually is supposed to do division. But now, he's a lucky guy. I mean, he's going to have a keynote. He's going to be the keynote speaker for Tupac and Biggie tomorrow morning. And then he's going to be opening for Pop Smoke as well. So I feel like he's a very privileged individual right now. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be in heaven gates. He's not going to have no more pain. And he might be a part of the 144,000. It depends how ugly they are and what you believe in and metaphorically. So shout out to Charlie. I mean, he's a very lucky guy. He followed Jesus to a T. Maybe 2 years a little early, maybe 2 years. But he just followed Christianity to the T. He died for the belief in. He did the little neck thing. I thought he was fucking Harlem Shake for a little bit. But so shout out to him, man. He should be very proud. And his family, I give my condolences, flowers to him. But other than that, the motherfucker went out just like Jesus. Except for there wasn't no Judas. It was him himself who betrayed himself with his dumbass. He actually admitted it on 20v1, where he admitted to having his emotions let him insult somebody. He wasn't going to last long anyway, guys. That's why Donald Trump barely got signed. Yeah, that's why. Fuck him and fuck anything he's saying.
Fuck the anglerfish and their goddamn lure.
He probably like to get butt raped and duct taped. I don't know. But in heaven, they're gonna be nice to him. He's a good guy. I'm jealous. He's gonna be high fiving Jesus. Pop Smoke is gonna be up there with him, and Robin Williams is gonna be giving him a high five. I'm jealous. I always want to ask Robin Williams questions. That motherfucker. All right. So anyway, he's gonna be a keynote speaker. All right. Anyway, so salute to him. And Nova, put your Instagram in the chat for me so I can follow you. Then maybe we could, work a little couple things out.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Please follow me. That's lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, put it in the chat before it's too late. They're gonna ban it. Paige, also, you cute. You like the naughty cute though. You like.
Oh shit!
Oh no! We're going there.
Closing statement.
Fix your dreads, tied up.
Closing statement.
No. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Your closing thoughts, please.
My closing thoughts. I just got done screaming It was all about this topic. It's wrong for anybody to sit around and say that it's okay to off somebody because of their political or ideological beliefs in this country. So there's no justification. You can't do it. You're never going to sell me down that river. And come join me at School of Thought, your host, Nova Star. I do all type of stuff, news and commentary on other things. It's a lot of fun. That's it.
Thank you, Nova. Paige, to you, darling.
Yeah, Sarah, thanks for having me on as always. Look, I had no preparations to actually join this panel on the original topic, so I'm just going to divert to what we actually spoke about. And I'd like to leave the panel with this. I would like to leave the panel with Luke 23:32. And Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they are doing." I don't think the correct response of the left or the right at this point should be to retaliate. I don't think we should be radical, but at the same time, I don't think that we need to succumb to their wishes. I don't think we need to say it's okay to justify the unaliving of a good man because of something he said online. At the same time, I don't think it's okay for us to see TikTok lives and other posts celebrating his death and to say, you know what, I'm not going to comment on that. Comment on those things. Comment on those things. I'm not calling for people to report or take radical action against them, but I'm just saying use a counter movement to our advantage. Don't just stand there. It's not going to benefit anyone. We wouldn't do this to Dean Withers, would we? And if you would, you need to look inside yourself and say, am I a Christian? And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for, despite my horrible critique of you, you still stayed on panel. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Paige. Dragon Ridge, to you.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna kind of stay on the later topic as well in the situation. I'm just gonna say this right now, Eli. I hate you, but no, I'm just kidding. You kind of stole a couple of directions of what I wanted to start bringing up, but you just kind of blasted it out there like a shotgun in that situation. Like, here we go, let's keep going. But actually, I will say that I should try to catch up with you and chat with you because you definitely have a lot of like-minded conversations, and so in that point, it's absolutely horrible what happened. I'm in the situation right now where I'm tired of even seeing people saying, it wasn't right, but I hated his points of views. Hate is unfortunately the situation right there. That word, you may dislike his views, but first and foremost, right now, he's a father, a husband, and he was a human being. And in the situation, straight up, should never have happened, no matter what his points are. And Ryan, yes, I give you your rights in the situation of absolutely you are able to say, that he's done, had said some stuff that was bad. Just like Sarah said, though, recommendation, kind of wait a little bit of time, man. Just give it a little bit of time. I'm okay with it, but somebody might not. It's just a point that we need to stop calling people these things that are very hateful, the most evil of things that exist, because it does create that trigger. Just like you were bringing up about segregation.
Yo, Christmas is coming, bro.
Shut up, tied up.
Shut
It's
up, tied
closing
up.
thoughts.
I stayed quiet while you were yapping off the entire time. So in the situation, just like you were bringing up about the whole segregation, people being, stirred up because of it, right now using those words of racist and everything else, he may have the points, but he was not. So in that situation, that creates more problems and more drama and could lead to more situations. Let's back that off. Let's just say he doesn't have that great a point of views, or the next person, I don't agree with his points of views. Stop using those words. Alrighty, that's it. And again, thank you, Sarah, for absolutely bringing everything, and I enjoyed that little music session.
Thank you, Dragon Rage. Trippy to you, sir.
All right. Well, hey, Charlie Kirk, a guy that I share actually a lot of opinions with. I got into a long discussion today, very quickly, with my best friend's little brother about how he believes that Charlie deserved it, and he has a lot of those like extremist beliefs, and I've been calling him on his BS for a few years now, and every time I do, he ends up getting real quiet. I've invited the guy to have a discussion on multiple occasions. He's just like a lot of folk with similar beliefs. I'm not going to say it's all of them. Obviously, Ryan, the coder over here, he's not one of them. He'll have a discussion. I like that. I like the ability to be able to talk to people on a one-on-one basis, or multiple, whatever. And Sarah, you always bring that. You got that openness to your panel. It's always awesome to see. I like to see the people that will show up as well, and I can respect anybody who will. Like, I've got respect for Radical Coder and others like him that have come on here or wherever, Eli, you're kind of new to me. I like you. You seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. Tied up. Be careful with those dreadlocks. Don't accidentally get tied up. Zach, I saw your teeth. And Dragon, I think this is the first time we've been up together. Good guy. All right. Everyone's a good guy.
Man, I never heard that before. Good one. I never heard that before. Good job, dog.
Okay.
Trippy,
be careful. You're sweating.
Trippy, we've been on like 4 different.
We have. That's right.
Yeah.
I had to hear your voice for that to soak in. And Star is the best man on the panel.
I am.
Yep. That's right.
I got bigger.
I'm gay. I'm officially gay today. I'm officially gay.
Hey, check it out, dude. Watch this. Look, they honk. You see that? You hear that? Yeah.
No, it sounds like you stole somebody's Barbie doll house, and that's what you're playing in the background. But anyway,
Ryan, would you like to give your closing?
This is the first time I heard that.
I would. So I'm going to start by reading a few quotes. There was Libs of TikTok, which posted all in caps on Twitter shortly after this happened, saying, "This is war." There was a video of someone who I've heard is a pardoned J6er. I haven't been able to confirm this, so I won't say that with certainty. But you guys might have seen the video. It's a guy who says, and I quote, "This video is for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you." Elon Musk tweeted, "If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die." I don't know who they is there. Trump, in his statement, blamed the radical left and conveniently left out the murder and attempted murder of Minnesota state representatives. Now, for me, my closing statement, because those are statements by other people, I've been so clear all night, over and over and over, that I don't believe this was justified. It's horrifying and awful, and I resent anyone who's implied otherwise. I do understand why so many people have extreme positive and negative emotions about Kirk. We've sat here all night listening to a lot of the positive reasons that people, or a lot of the reasons people have positive takes about Kirk. And whenever I try to give the other side, I've been accused of justifying the attack. Again, I resent this. I find it disgusting. If we want to de-escalate, we have to acknowledge that the right wing has been ratcheting up this rhetoric for years. Several months ago, Democratic electives were murdered and attempted to be murdered, and no flags were brought to half-mast by the president. In fact, in his response, I guess I already pointed this out, but when he's pointing out what he calls left-wing violence, he didn't mention his peers who were attacked and killed. People online, as I demonstrated, are calling for war against the left. That includes me, right? Who's this person who comes on these panels and has conversations with all of you all the time. That includes me. The radical left includes me. Despite having no idea who killed Kirk or why at this point. We can make all sorts of assumptions, obviously, but we truly don't know the reason right now. And even if we did find out, it was some radical leftist, that still wouldn't justify all of this escalatory rhetoric that we're hearing. I think we're going to see a crackdown on free speech, particularly on the left, that we've never seen before. And this is unfortunately going to embolden the Trump regime to do exactly that. And even if nothing I said above this was true, I'd still condemn the violence. I would still have empathy for Charlie and his family, even though he has personally spoken out against having empathy for others. He didn't take my empathy from me in his life, and he won't take it from me in death. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hey, you're one of the good ones, Ryan.
Yeah, he fucked up half the panel tonight anyway, too.
Shut up, tied up. Go ahead, Eli.
All right. Well, before I say anything, I want to say that if you go on X and go to Tucker Carlson's X account, there is a give, send, go for Kirk's family. Yes, Charlie Kirk was, a wealthy guy. He made a lot of money, but all of his earning potential has been permanently tapped off, and he was only 31. Usually takes even the wealthiest of guys. I don't think, you know, he was anywhere on Jeff Bezos range or anything, you know, takes them to their 60s to get that everything set up for their kids, you know. And I think that if you have a few dollars to spare, if you feel the way I'm sure most of us do, it would be very worthwhile to go donate a few bucks and make sure that, you know, after all that his children and his wife have endured, that they might have some security in the wake of this. So just wanted to throw that out there. I don't think that it needs to be said how terrible or awful this was. I find, you know, I think we all know that. I don't think it goes without saying, right? But what does need to be said or pondered is why, and what do we do going forward, and especially why Charlie? You know, that's the question I've been asking myself, at least. I'll be honest. I'm not even sure I've exactly figured it out yet. It's been the question since I first found out. I don't believe it's what he had to say, and nor do I think it would ever matter, even if he was, like I said, Grand Wizard of the, you know, supervillains clan of all objective evil. I don't think that rhetoric is the problem. I don't think you could or should make that a problem, at least not, you know, the way America has gotten to where we've gotten by having freedom of ideas and discourse and changing our perspectives over time, you know, through things like slavery and everything that we've done. We did through debates, we did through discourse, and at least that was no small part of it, right? So that's why I look at this sphere. They call it the debate sphere, right? This is, I think it'll be looked back in history on both sides as where it all really went down, you know? And that's why last time I made a closing statement, I so rudely forgot to thank Miss Sarah, who hosts spaces like this. And I'm not being a brown noser. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I firmly believe that, you know, maybe 100 years, several hundred years in history, they're going to look back on these little microcosm, micro universes in the digital space, because, you know, so much of us, of everything we do, everybody has their own little universe, right? And the debate universe, I think, especially right now during what I think is a watershed moment, especially for the American Christian, this realm is where we're ultimately going to find ourselves, and where we're going to pave our direction whichever way we go. And if you have any dog in the fight, whether you got kids, heartfelt beliefs, what Charlie would have wanted, and what I don't speak for him, I'm just guessing, but this is where it happens. This is the battlefield. This is where we flesh out the good from the bad. And lastly, thing I'll say is that it's a comparison of worldviews. I'm always saying this. It's not just what stats you have or what material, immediately practical thing you've got going on, but how do you view the world at large? How do you value humans? What do you think about why we're here and why we've got our feet in the ground and why there's blood in our veins and a heart in the middle of our chest? I don't think it's random. I don't think that it's pointless or simply mechanistic. I think that the side that I fight for, the Christian side, and I'm a piss poor example of a Christian myself, but our worldview is the one that says, hey, there is meaning, there is purpose. And I would ask anybody on either side to figure out, why do you believe what you believe? Why did Charlie do what he did? And why do, other folks do what they do? There is a reason. And we'll figure it out one day in spaces like this. thanks to people like Sarah who bravely, and nobody can say it's not brave anymore. It's very, very brave.
Are we losing him?
Oh,
I
he's
think we lost him.
Here he comes. I think that's about moving. He's moving. He's moving.
That was actually pretty good, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Come up here and say, you know what, I'm gonna spend all of my time and energy making sure that this kind of
We lost him again.
All right, look at God. Look at God.
The internet.
Oh, hold on. He's switching out. All right, let me move this one. There you go. I think that was your internet's way of telling you to shut up.
Eli, you're getting long-winded. Anyway,
the internet decided that. I think.
I didn't mean to be dramatic. I promised myself
Started lagging, dude.
Short, and I didn't. So anyway, that's it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for what you do. This is where history's made, and I've got your back. That's what I got to say.
Aw, thank you. That's very nice to hear those words. I got your back. And I have all of my panelists back in terms of I'll gladly host all of your debates and support you debating.
I technically don't have a back. I never drew one.
Oh God.
I just have a front.
All right. Well, I'm fucking tired as shit, and Eli just took a whole hour to finish his closing thoughts.
You know, it's what you just said that, and I actually had to check to make sure it wasn't an hour. I was like, no, I didn't. Oh,
I'm just giving you a hard time.
Hey, you were pushing 12 minutes there.
Time flies when you're being pretentious.
It's okay. I already accept that people on closing thoughts, they want to get all of their stuff out, but I don't, so fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.